can shine in a crowd, we never hesitate. Let us rise to the clouds. We got nothing to lose, I know the time is right. Let us light up the fuse. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know we're perfect, you and I. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't giving up without a fight. What I feel, I know it's right. Let us detonate tonight. Let us detonate tonight. Let us detonate tonight. We can shine in a crowd, we never hesitate. Let us rise to the clouds. We got nothing to lose, I know the time is right. Let us light up the fuse. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know we're perfect, you and I. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't giving up without a fight. What I feel, I know it's right. Let us detonate tonight. Let us detonate tonight. No, it's right. Let us detonate tonight. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try and catch me when I pull up in that zoom, zoom. Oh, no, please don't make that call. Me don't want no calls, they ain't ready for the cause. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try to catch me when I pull up in that zoom, zoom. Ooh, boy, driving by the shore, looking for some more. And my Rari going raw. Want you to work, I heard about your resume. Skirt, open up the sesame. Work, oh no, no, don't pressure me. Yeah, ooh, yeah, roll out with the referee. Curb, yeah, I'm turning left now. Burn, yeah, the rubber's on my chest now. First, no, you're not the first one. They done told me I'm the worst one. Yeah, always the pedal to the floor, yeah, I'm more than center. And I don't know what's in my trunk, I'm always front and center. Drive that Rari down the coast, yeah, rocking my new road, yeah. Always on the road and I don't need no sweater. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try and catch me when I pull up in that zoom, zoom. Oh, no, please don't make that call. Me don't want no calls, they ain't ready for the cause. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try to catch me when I pull up in the zoom, zoom. Ooh, driving by the shore, looking for some more. In my Rari going raw. Want you to race, I cannot do this solo. Pace, yeah, I'm speeding in my polo. Wait, no, I don't have time for slow-mo. I've been doing this all my life just for the Lolo. I'm in the shower, I've been sober for an hour. When you see me pour up, I need something to devour. Yeah, I'll play it louder. Yeah, I do a crosser. Yeah, I'm doing better. All my haters give me power. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try and catch me when I pull up in that zoom, zoom. Oh, no, please don't make that call. Me don't want no calls, they ain't ready for the cause. Ooh, baby, on the track, I'm going vroom, vroom. Try to catch me when I pull up in the zoom, zoom. Ooh, driving by the shore, looking for some more. In my Rari going raw.
person could be you though. A pretty guy with a halo. But who am I to please now? I gotta realize that you have fallen down. So I take my chances tonight. I gotta choose fight instead of flight. It's really amazing how you got me treading on you now. Till it's PM, hitting back the sun is dark again. Oh, let us be partners in crime. You and me as Bonnie and Clyde. We'll dance along in the afterglow with the song on the radio. Oh, oh. Many beautiful faces, but they're not glowing. I just don't know how. You're a chemical in my heart, like a chemical of black art of imperfection. I'll make you see that we're meant to be.
Every day we're getting it. Hey, hey, check it. Put the place up. Yeah, we know what we made of. Can't get enough of you, boo. I'm a chaser. Face up. Now I feel a little major. Blink of an eye. Ego, I'ma take her, shake her. Yeah, she was a born shaker. She shake me out that door to no place. Damn, why you doing all that? Thought you was my wife, but you stabbed me in the back. Something like a rose when we came out there. We settle facts like Da Vinci. I'm breaking codes, so breaking backs. Come on, get your ass up if you're slipping. Put another smile like it was the last Christmas. Yeah.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright.
That's right.
You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Girl, you like a good diamond. Every time when you put your smile on, really wanna get to know you better. Loving every minute we're together. The king, the queen to be. If I pop the question on my knees, cause you feel like competition. Got a body divine with a vision. Wanna see you move, yeah. Hurry up before I lose, yeah. I'm addicted to your hot kiss. I can't take it no more.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright.
That's right. Yeah.
You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style.
Yeah.
And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Find me in the bar, I ain't going outside. In this cold ass winter, gotta roll up and out. See it from afar, got my thoughts in the sky. Where we used to kiss, sunshine, shit and wild. You gotta call me every day, pretend you my baby. I see more real out there lately, it's crazy. Yeah, we could be the same as we claim in this kingdom shit and keep it tame. Come on, baby girl, we're not the same. Two different speeds, but we keep it one lane. Yeah, what goes around comes around. Keep 100, y'all. Do this for my soul like a dawn. Put the stereo
Put
on.
your hands in the air, we'll be alright.
Oh, yeah.
You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style.
No,
I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
yeah. Starting with a little small talk. People whistling from the sidewalk. I just wanna spend some time together. And this night will keep on getting better. We step into the club. I can feel the room is full of love. As you play the top division, we'll be running the night, it's a mission. Yeah. Wanna see you move, yeah. Hurry up before I lose, yeah. Cause I'm addicted to your hot kiss. And I can take it no more.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright. You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Yeah. Yeah. Fancy bands. Hey, today. Making history.
Ain't messing around, girl. No, I want you. You know that I do. Yeah.
Welcome in, everybody. It's June, and it's also week 2 of the SPL. I'm Agro. I'm going to be your host for the day on the desk right now, joined by Anatoly. And Toli, we got a lot of sick matchups today.
I'm really excited for all of these. We're going to start things off with Enix against Burrito, but then we're going to have another European set at the end of the day. That most important one, Energy against Obey Alliance.
Yeah, what a set that's going to be. A world's rematch there between those two teams. But got to know what all these guys are playing for in the summer split. It's not only for pride and honor and all that kind of good stuff, but it's for a chance to go to DreamHack Valencia in July. 8 teams. I have been looking forward to this since I was born. That's the way it feels. It feels like time has just been dragging along because, man, I just want to go to Spain.
Can it just be summer already? Can it be already the end of week 5?
It's already getting close, Totally. We're in week number 2. Let's take a look at the standings and see where everyone is after their first week of play. We're going to start it off with Europe and Dignitas alone at the top. They're 2-0 on the split. They got 6 points up top. Enix is right there with them, though, in that second point. Look at how many teams are locked up with 1 point apiece. But Enix and Burrito, the first 2 teams we're going to see, have a pretty big disparity of 4 points in between them.
They played 2 sets earlier on last week on Thursday. Enix is going to play again, splitting against Obey Alliance and winning against Poppies. But in North American side of things, surprisingly enough, 3 teams tied for that 4-point position.
All up on top, Luminosity, ALG, and Monkey Madness. We're going to see a little bit later on. Noble still looking for their first points up against Monkey Madness. Take a look at the schedule and see exactly where all these teams are going to be playing in what order today. You got 2 EU sets, 2 NA sets. Both the NAs are sandwiched in the middle, but those EU games are certain to be really exciting to watch. Even Enix versus Burrito, even though this matchup probably looks a little one-sided on paper, totally, we've only seen Burrito once so far this split. They're up against Dig, who's in that first spot. So
sure.
It's tough to say exactly how much potential this Burrito team has.
Absolutely. Their junglers, though, Johnny, has been making a little bit of a statement here thus far for his teammates. Going against Enix is no easy task, though. And considering they went against Dignitas, that was a tough journey ahead of them. But this one against Enix, it's not going to be any easier.
No, it won't be. But let's start with set number 2 for today, the first North American set. That's going to be Monkey Madness up against Noble. And you mentioned the junglers for Burrito and for Enix, but I want to talk about these junglers as well. Homie FA versus Skilladon. These are 2 that have very different play styles, Atoli.
Sure, Skilladon always loves to play these mobile gods, likes to get in your face and make the plays for his teammates. Coming off of a really impressive run in the Gauntlet with Oxygen Supremacy, really shows what he's capable of with a very high, flexible god pool. Doesn't matter if he's playing this Thor that you see on your screen or if he's playing the Chang'e, Raven, Susanoo, he'll play it all.
Yeah, Hebo as well. He's really got quite a big god pool, but definitely has some very high highs, can carry games with the best of them without a doubt, but also has some lows on there as well, so you have to watch out for how consistent Skilladon is going to be. On the other side, Homie FA is kind of the opposite of that for me, Toli. His highs are very high, yes, but he very rarely drops and has a very poor set.
As long as he's not playing that out in the jungle,
sure.
Homie FA's been making a lot of plays as the assassin role coming out of the jungle. He'll also like to play the Camozots every now and then, relying on his teammates to have the control necessary while he provides the big damage.
You took the words right out of my mouth. With Camozots becoming more meta and being a little bit more prevalent for every team, I think that really benefits Monkey Madness here because of how strong Homie FA is on the Camozots. He was really the first player to really say, this is a god that I really enjoy playing and I think has a ton of competitive viability. The Homiezots, I mean, there it is.
At least on the jungle side, Divios was always talking about this god in the solo lane, so a lot of diversity and a lot of creativity in the jungle role coming out of Homie FA as well.
These guys are going to have a great matchup in that set too. You can see the player versus player comparison at the bottom of your screen. Skilladon and the rest of Noble had a pretty tough set week 1, so their stats probably not going to be particularly impressive, but Homie FA is definitely a guy that you can continue to see have those kind of stats moving forward.
And this is a great start for them, considering there's only 5 weeks in this split thus far, trying to get into Valencia. Monkey Madness getting off to a great start compared to Luminosity, who's also tied with them at 4 points. And Luminosity is usually one of these teams that sets the bar, so a lot of North American teams catching up to that team.
Well, that's enough about North America, at least to start us off. Let's start with Enix and Burrito. It's going to be our first set of the day. As we mentioned, Burrito hasn't played 2 sets quite yet. They only had 1, and it was up against Team Dignitas, who came in second during the spring split here at the Masters LAN. What do you expect out of Burrito today?
I think Burrito is going to try to make some plays happen in the duo lane. Enix has been known to run a lot of 1v2 action for Funballer in the duo lane, leaving him alone to farm, while Big Man Tings likes to rotate and make other plays on the opposite sides of the map. So I'm expecting the Russian duo lane here between Fusify and Caspainify to be able to try to take advantage.
Well, they certainly have their work cut out for them going up against Big Man Tings and Funball, who have had really, really great showings in Season 4. Funball playing with a new support for the first time in years, always playing with Trix Tank in that duo lane, but he and BMT certainly making it happen for Enix. You talked about the duo lane for Burrito. I'm looking at this guy, Johnny, their jungler. Always seems to have that big play potential. Certainly showed that off in the relegations. Just a matter of if he can do it up against such a strong roster for Enix. Enix made a couple changes coming into the summer split, dropping their jungle and solo, picking up Fails and Ducky. And these are two young guys paired with the veteran team of Enix that I think really skyrockets their potential.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The new blood mixing with the old season veteran team between Lobster and Funballer should lead these three newer players to the promised land.
I mean, Enix is definitely one of those teams that I think, they had a great start to start off the spring split and then kind of fell off towards the end. But man, do they have a ton of potential. I mean, this is a team that I think with their roster changes has a potential to compete for Worlds.
Absolutely. Enix already so far so good. Getting 3 points against Poppies, a split against Obey Alliance, and they're pretty much right behind Dignitas in the race for that #1 spot.
They're right there sitting in with that 4 points so far. And with how competitive Europe is, it's going to be difficult for them to really guarantee their spot at Valencia. I mean, there used to be in previous seasons of competitive Smite, it was, okay, you got your top maybe 2 or 3 teams, and then everywhere else there was kind of that drop off there. But in Europe, there are 5 teams, or maybe even 6, that have that potential to not only go to DreamHack Valencia, but make some noise at Super Regionals and at Worlds.
And there's only 4 spots for those European teams. Think about this. It's Rival, Energy, Enix, Obey Alliance, Dignitas. Those are the top 5 that you're looking at out of Europe specifically, and only 4 of those teams can make it.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that top 5 is just preposterous, basically, at how strong they all are. That's why Europe is considered the superior region right now. They've just got so many teams that are playing at such a high level that you're forced to continue to get better every week, or else you're going to fall behind. As far as this week goes, though, Toli, how do you think this set is going to go? Do you have any faith in Burrito here?
It's a very difficult set in week 1 against Dignitas. If anything, I'm looking at Burrito to still experiment in picks and bans, target some of the flex favorite picks coming out of Enix, and then look to really start going off with the early momentum for Johnny. He didn't get off to a great start against Dignitas with a Thor. Now it's time to show us all what he really has.
Early game is important for Burrito, without a doubt. We're ready to go. Picks and bans for set #1, Burrito versus Enix. Throw it to the casters to take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Taco joining me alongside me for the Enix versus Burrito set here. Enix, obviously, favorites coming into this Taco. And that guys in the desk were talking about Burrito, it's probably a learning experience more than anything else for them here.
For Burrito, I'd say the main aspect would certainly be just trying to gain as much, experience to try and take that with you to develop and further build on.
Yeah, the main thing with Enix so far is they're off to a good start. They're considered one of the top teams now. How will they do as the season progresses against Energy, Obey, and continue on that form? Already showing some good signs early on.
Enix is a very promising team so far, like Toli just mentioned on the desk. When you're looking at a top 5 contending area and only 4 teams qualifying to Valencia, Enix have certainly placed themselves as one of those primary contenders, splitting with Obey Alliance so early on.
Well, let's get into picks and bans and then find out how game 1 will break down between these two teams. Burrito have their opportunity now to try and get themselves some points under their belt here. So as we go into picks and bans, we'll see how Enix do up against them. Who are we expecting to take first pick and what bans are we expecting? I guess is more interesting.
I would expect standard bans to come through, probably looking at Ganesh as well on the side of EU. I would say probably carries over into NA as well. Very strong support gameplay. Terra is another very expected ban. Her sustainability and favorability has been very high as of late as well.
Yeah, the amount of control she brings to team fights with the crushing walls as well as the monolith too really helps out. So Enix is going to take that one away. Don't want to pick it for themselves. Maybe looking for that Ganesha for a first pick if it's available. But no, they're going to ban double supports here.
And nothing wrong with taking away the supports. A lot of supports can translate into map pressure, so you eliminate that aspect and you're already setting yourself up in a fairly nice spot. And it is going to be Burrito, again, eliminating the Fafnir, and I also like them taking away Serket.
Osiris, Bellona available here, Raven available too, and Raven's going to be the one locked in by Enix here. More than likely for the jungle, can be used in the solo lane as we've seen towards the end of last week and the start of the split.
It wouldn't surprise me to see it be flexed into that solo lane role, especially having a member such as Ducky. He's fairly versatile, so I do believe that he could definitely play that if his team required it, and if Fails wanted to go in a different direction.
Well, Burrito going to sort out their damage dealers for the most part. Sol more than likely now in the mid lane, Kernanos in the duo lane. They can flip-flop, but we don't really see too many of the mage version of Hunters anymore in the duo lane. Mainly, it'll be Kernanos, I expect. But look at this, Enix now able to pick up Bellona and Raven on the same team and throw in a Morrigan too.
That's an incredibly tanky front line, and if I'm Burrito, I'm keeping my eyes on a Nemesis pick here, but they're going to elect for the Osiris instead. That's still a very strong choice to go with, especially considering that that's a fair matchup, whether he's going to be against that Raven or the Bellona.
Do agree with the Nemesis that you were talking about there. I hope Enix do look at potentially banning that one away from Burrito, taking it to the jungle now. Specifically when you've got Raven and Bellona, very tanky targets, Nemesis just shreds through, especially if you include Sunder as well.
They do have to keep in mind, though, that there is a Morrigan available for Enix, so if they were to elect for the Nemesis pickup, that could potentially be used against them, depending on where the rest of their composition is headed. I love the Kepri ban, though, coming out from Enix. They don't want to provide any sort of survivability to Burrito, and Kepri is so strong at keeping that soul alive, especially.
A lot of Guardian bands coming out here, Taco. Obviously, Fafnir, Kabrak, and Kepri, Ganesha, Terra. Means the support options are kind of limited now. Where are we heading to next? Sylvanas, is it? Is it Geb? Or is it Xingtian?
It's Xingtian, and
Wow.
for Enix, I don't disagree with this in the slightest, because Xingtian also is excellent against those damaged carries, and especially the ADC-oriented ones like Kern and Sol. So he's going to be excellent for dealing with those guys. And then the Huyi as well, a lot of AoE focus already placed into Enix's draft.
Definitely, Funball going to have a whale of a time playing that Hou-Yi, probably up against the Kernanos as we expect here. And Bacchus is the final pick for Burrito here. So they did, I was wondering if they were going to go for maybe a Geb here for some more survivability for the front line, but instead they've gone for additional engage with this Bacchus, able to allow the flops to come through, so it's not just Thor on the initial engagements.
Having the Bacchus, Thor, and Osiris, you can choose really any of those three members to be the engaging factor, and Burrito is going to have a solid amount of backline peel available for them as well.
Well, backline peel is very important for Burrito as we go into game now. How will Enix start this off? Is there a team that has an advantage in the early game here, Taco?
I would probably place the advantage on Enix's side, actually, just considering that it is a Raven and a Morrigan running that mid jungle. It is going to be Fails on the Raven, and you just can't ever really go wrong with that. But one nice little spicy, yeah, that's a spicy matchup. This is something that doesn't surprise me to see from Big Man Tings, though. It's something that he's messed around before when he was on Dignitas, and he loves trying to place those warriors into the support aspect.
And he started off with Sunder as well, so definitely looking for a potential kill lane here at Enix. However, Burrito, the same sort of thing. Fusify has picked up the Sunder to go with that Bacchus, and that combination is beautiful as well of Bacchus with Sunder. He's not going to be too upset about the burst potential he's going to have for him.
If he gets a flop onto anybody, they're almost guaranteed dead if somebody's available for follow-up, considering that Sunder just makes Bacchus so potent early on.
Well, pressure on the left-hand side from Enix in the duo lane, and you can see Burrito trying to take that red buff, have secured it, given it over to Kaspanify in the jungle. But with Big Man Tings and Funballer running them down, they're going to try and deny them that whole wave of experience in the duo side.
Losing the whole wave of experience could be deadly, but now Fusify's already gone to Funballer in the back line. Both supports actually popping the Sunder, but the wall is going to cut Funballer off from that Ricochet connecting, and that's a lucky break for Kaspanify.
But Kaspanify is going to be forced back to base here, so more farm is probably going to get denied by Enix in this duo lane. We turn our attention back towards the mid lane a little bit there. You can see the pressure that's happening from Sol and Thor up against a Morrigan Raven. Kind of expected to see Sol and Thor win the push power wave.
You can expect them to win the push power wave, but at the same time, the Morrigan and the Raven combination is strong enough to guarantee secure for your own buffs at least.
Bit of a duel in the jungle here. Funball is a bit out of position, was looking for an option to jump over the wall. Instead, he's going to jump back to safety, but it's not very far away. The Stellar Burst is good. One more hit for Funballer. The beads was actually used to remove the slow. Dazoni's doing the same thing. The Berserker Barrage will pick up first blood, and Burrito are on the board.
Not to mention they got his beads there as well, and that is just so devastating as a hunter to lose your beads this close to level 5 stage, because as soon as Johnny hits level 5, you can guarantee he's probably going to be looking to ult Funballer in that dual lane if he's not careful with his positioning.
And funny enough, Taco, that was a pressure for dual lane for Enix in the dual lane. Burrito had pressure in the mid lane, and then the contest in the jungle just didn't work out in Enix's favor. Funballer chose the wrong path in there, I think.
I don't think Funballer should have strayed as far away from Big Man Tings as he did there. A little bit of miscommunication as well, because it didn't seem as though Big Man Tings was even looking towards trying to help him contest anywhere on the map for farm right in that center area. So probably should have backed off a little bit sooner than what he did, but it's something I think that this team can certainly bounce back from.
Well, I know Aggro and Toli were talking about what they expected out of Johnny today, playing that Thor once again, and he's off to that first blood kill for himself. Will help him to get his build online a little bit quicker. Big Man Tings in the dual lane taking a lot of damage for not responding with too much, but with Funballer coming through with that ricochet, it does even things up a little bit, as Enix on the right-hand side of the map will secure the elementals.
One concern that Enix could have potentially had, but the Shing 10 is actually going to save them from, is that running a warrior support can be a bit risky, as you don't necessarily get the same amount of heal as you would from a Guardian, but because of Ducky being on that Shing 10, as the game progresses, they're going to be looking just fine, I think, so long as he doesn't fall too far behind.
Well, Big Man Tings is waiting in the jungle there, now back to make sure he helps clear the way with the ricochet and bludgeon. And you talked a little bit about Bellona support having this Shing 10. Are we expecting Ducky then to play backline for the team and team fights? Look to try and clean up and support his team? Or is it going to be Big Man that's going to do that with the Eagles rally?
I would expect Big Man to be the initiating factor for Enix, because it's just so much easier for Bellona to just charge in there, especially since the ultimate provides so much protection for the team fighting environment, and then Ducky can very easily follow that up after Actives have been burned and just provide that safety net in the backline for his carries.
Well, Enix just a little bit behind in terms of the clearing of the dual lane now, allowing Burrito to hit level 5 a quick hair faster than their opposition. Funballer still sat at level 4 now. Mid lane, though, bit of a difference there. Lobster's off to a very good start on this Morrigan, already level 6. Death Panther slightly trailing.
Nothing wrong with that, though. It's still that early stage of the game to where neither side is really looking to play super aggressively. If anything, I'd expect Johnny and Death Panther to be the more aggressive factors, just because of Thor has better initiation early on, but you can never really know what to expect from these season teams.
Nothing really up in the jungle for anyone to really contest right now. Left hop is half spawned, and only Big Man Tings is here. Right-hand side, you can see Fails has gone over to his own speed buff, however, to make sure he secures that, so it's Big Man fighting the world here. He does go 1-for-1 though, so he's not doom and gloom as a support. Luckily, he was playing a warrior that could secure it.
And Bellona, that's probably one of the best parts about her early game, is that she has so much contest available, and his follow-up potential is really strong as well, just because even though he's not building the most
Big Man
damage...
Tings just got bursted to high heaven. That was a Sunder belly flop Fusify all in combo with the support of Death Panther from mid lane there, who secured the kill. We didn't catch it on camera, but you can clearly see what happened with the ultimates being down and the Sunder.
That's the main thing to look out for. You never know where the big man goes, and Fusify managed to just catch him off guard entirely.
Just rotating around the jungle looking for defense. Burrito, though, going to invade the red buff now, using the man advantage to just give him that window of experience, deny some of that gold from Lobster, as well as the extra damage buff.
Loving this pressure that Burrito is applying onto Enix as well. They're trying to capitalize off these picks that they're acquiring, and I think that's the most important part.
Oh, Fails is in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to get away very soon. The ultimate well timed to avoid the wall coming out from Johnny, but Johnny's on the spot right now looking for Fails. Will connect with it, but there's a ricochet from Funballer to try and deny it. One more hit and Fails would have gone down, but instead it's Funballer credited with a kill.
And that's just a little bit more than what he should have been going for. And now it's Big Man Tings who might find himself in danger as well. The route is good from Kispanify, but they need to disengage immediately. Lobster's there with the Morrigan available, and he's looking to pursue, but
Tings is going to fall down any second now. Sibi's going to be able to clean this one up for sure. It's Fusify that gets credit for the kill, but the most important thing is Kispanify survived the engagement. Lobster switched into Thor, but couldn't really make the impact he was looking for.
The most drawn-out pursuit of all time. But it's not over yet. Sibi's actually being caught off guard, trying to back away safely. And now it's Funballer. He's got the ricochet available. Is he going to find it? It does connect!
And that's going to be a nice, easy cleanup for Fails after the stun comes through. Ducky sat in the solo lane the entire time, just continuing to farm up there. That rotation for Sibi didn't really work out as well as they were hoping for.
The rotation from Sibi was great up until it just took a little bit too long to secure that kill. When you're expending that much time and preventing your opponent to just free farm for so long, especially a Shinken that an Osiris is excellent at pressuring out, this is all in favor of Ducky.
And on top of that, when you think about it, you saw the rotation come out from him. It was the lazy back from Sibi that really cost him. He was trying to back around the corner, gets picked off, gives Enix a nice, easy free kill, and actually allows Fails in the jungle to catch up a little bit to Johnny.
Excellent map awareness by Enix. They kind of had that feeling, whether or not they had the ward vision. I don't believe they even had the ward vision onto Sibi. They just wanted to check that area, happen to see him, and immediately look for the kill.
Well, just looking at the builds coming through here, you can see both supports have gone for very, very similar options. Watcher's Gift into Boots. Obviously, Boots are a little bit different, but then followed it up with a Vanguards early on. Are we expecting to see more Thebes after that now as the next item choice?
Aura items are particularly strong, especially for supports, so Thebes would be a good selection. You also have the Sovereignty and Heart Ward. Fails trading out pretty evenly there,
he got
not
at least
losing
one.
too much poke.
I think he got at least one of those Oracle, so those left-hand Harpies as well, so it won't be all doom and gloom for him thanks to that overhead kick. Burrito not really looking towards the Gold Fury, neither is Enix right now. War Courage a little bit lackluster compared to some of the games we saw last week from all these teams.
You know, another thing to consider though is that Sibi dying, he died to Funballer. And that actually helped Funballer catch up to Kispanify.
Yeah, especially after that first blood kill onto Funballer as well. So you are correct, it has allowed him to catch up, and you can just see by the net worth there where they're both about now. 4.5k for Funballer, and just below him at 4.3k is Kispanify. But in the jungle, Fails is sleeping tonight. Johnny goes down before he can get to the sky though to make it a 1-for-1. Jungle for jungle.
And that's probably best case scenario for Enix, I'd say, considering that it was Fails who actually dropped first. If Johnny had been able to get that ultimate off, that would have been pretty devastating, considering that he could have easily backed and then his team looked for the aggression onto that Gold Fury area. And right now, Burrito's only got their eyes on the Oracles, and having that ward vision is going to be very important. And also, Funballer's got to be even more careful now.
And is it just because he's not got vision around that area now for safety and the rotation could come out? Is that why you're saying that?
Well, Death Panther is playing the Soul. Soul's probably one of the best gods in the game as far as objective shred is concerned.
Okay.
Just because she completely tears them apart with the way that her auto attacks work. And so if Enix are caught sleeping at any point, then Burrito can definitely grab up that Gold Fury.
It's been quite action-packed so far. 7 kills in 9 minutes. We've not seen too much of this so far, this split. Specifically when you think about how the games have gone, where normally it's been 10-15 minutes of farming into one major team fight that's kind of cost the team of the game. But so far, it's still relatively even between these two.
Teams are starting to get a little bit more of a feel, and they also want to just look for that early aggressive meta, because the more aggressive they have early on, the better it will lead, or the better chance they have of leading into that snowball potential.
Well, Lobster in the mid lane, still playing that Morrigan away, slowly working towards his build. I'm expecting probably Spear of Desolation up next for him. Across the way, though, Death Panther looking like he's going to be finished off the Bancroft's Talent first. So 2 different builds for 2 different types of mage.
And so it's more oriented towards the lifesteal potential, especially considering that while she's not necessarily considered a carry anymore, as a mage, she still can overlap into that carry potential. So building up that early lifesteal, and it's a massive power spike as well.
100 power on it, not just, you know, not just the lifesteal that comes into play, but 100 power is a lot. When you think about it and when you get it right home, Red Buff gotta go the way of Burrito here as Johnny gets some help from Fusify there, but it has allowed a bit of pressure for Enix around this Gold Fury here. They pulled it for a moment, as you can see from Funballer, but I think they're more than likely looking for a bait.
And Johnny immediately up into the sky he goes. Fusify is actually the one getting the worst end of this. Johnny's ultimate off the mark, and Big Man Tinks is the next target in mind.
Lobster came in though with the Morrigan as Thor instead, looking for Johnny now, who doesn't have his ultimate available. Nobody really super healthy from Enix though to really look to dive the tower, but they did find 2 picks there, Enix. They set up a trap and the trap ended up working out.
The 2-for-nothing trade though is completely against Burrito, because now that Enix is grouped up along this right-hand side, I was going to say they could potentially look for the Portal Demon and that tiny bit of aggression. It certainly prevents Burrito for looking at that early objective though.
It's very funny to see how much pressure they put on Fusify very quickly there. They tried to all in him before he could get most of his damage off. Sunder wasn't used. The Intoxicate bought him a small moment, but there was just no chance of a follow-up from Burrito in time to save their support's life, and then following that, Death Panther fell too.
I think that Fusify hesitated a little bit, waiting to see who would be the primary target for the Sunder, considering that I'm sure the communication was there from Johnny. He just got CC'd out, and then once he was un-CC'd, all he really had the time for was to get the AoE damage and Intoxicate effect off.
Well, Gold Fury still stands. The Oracle's about to respawn. Big Man Ting's over this left-hand side, just trying to farm up where he can. Kaspanify and Fusify, the Russian brothers of doom in the dual lane, are hanging around here. We're looking for a bit of a cheeky rotation if they could find it. Catch somebody sleeping as they walk around the corner. Instead, they went back to Wave, and it gave Enix the Oracles for free.
I know that Enix are certainly more than happy to secure those Oracles for free. Against a Thor as your opposition, there's never anything wrong with having ward vision, especially free ward vision that's guaranteed in that Gold Fury objective area.
So Teko, as we're now starting to approach the mid-game now, we're just coming towards the end of that. Holds a second. Ducky, under a bit of pressure here, was looking to steal the blue and did so. Has to run from Johnny and Sibby, who are trying to give chase right now, but I don't think they'll be able to keep up in time. Ducky has enough escape potential to get away. Going back to my point, though, now that we're approaching the mid-game, Teko, is there a team that should have done better in the early game, or is this what you kind of expected from these compositions?
I think Enix could have been a little bit more put together in that early game standpoint. I think that they had a couple of awkward moments from getting picked early on, Funballer, for example, dropping first blood, and then a little bit of awkward engagements in the jungle, but I'd say for the most part they came back from that quite well, considering their draft, and now they're just sitting really pretty because Ducky is massively farmed.
Ricochet from Funballer didn't hit Kaspanify there. If it did, the stun would have come through, and you can see where Fails was just hanging around this right-hand side, hoping for an opportunity to box and get in him. Kaspanify has been baited in a little bit by Funballer now. The Sunder off the mark. If he would have rooted first, he would have secured the Sunder. Instead, though, they do get the Aegis out of him, so it's not all doom and gloom for Enix there.
A bit unlucky by Fails there. It's one of those moments where you kind of... He anticipated, I think, the dash to already start happening, but I don't think Kaspanify was even aware in the slightest that he had Fails right behind him because the Sunder was just slightly ahead.
Stun on Panther, and he's already been bursted down by the Ricochet. The dot tick won't be enough to bring him down, but this is opening up a window for Enix to do the Gold Fury. Still, only Big Man Ting's tanking it up with Funballer doing most of the damage. Zone duty is Fails and Lobster, and there's Fails going in, trying to force Kaspanify out, knowing he has no Aegis, but meanwhile, Fusify was just ricocheted off a wall. Lobster, credit for the kill. Johnny rooted in place after the hammer, but he will escape. The Gold Fury now still exposed for Enix to take.
Big Man Sunder just came up huge there for Enix, completely shredding Fusify. He didn't even have a chance to react to that.
Really good work coming out there from Enix. You can see Big Man Ting's the securer of that, one of the new additions we've got for the league this year. I'm so excited about that. We can see who actually got the Gold Fury, not just the team, but we can find out which player.
And, I mean, Big Man putting in all the work,
Tell me
apparently.
about it, clearly. Tell you, supports are always the ones that I think we'll find out as we watch this more and more. Supports secure more of the objectives than anything. Or auto attacks.
When those free ones are happening, though, he's playing Bologna, to be fair. It's nobody's contesting that from Burrito anymore, but losing that Gold Fury is pretty rough because now Enix has actually established their very first lead of the game. I like this response by Burrito, though, to try and get off this cheeky Portal Demon.
But it's been sniffed out by Enix early on here. Lobster and Ducky both on the scene, and Ducky happy to go aggressive here just because he's that tanky Jing 10 with Breastplate of Valor and the Hide of the Urchin online. It's going to take a lot to bring him down, and that well-timed ultimate to avoid the backers flop allows him to just walk away scot-free and deny the small pressure Burrito had around that Portal Demon.
Not to mention that Fusify just burned his Sunder there for nothing.
Just looking for the pick more than anything.
Just looking for the pick, and Ducky, well played to him to immediately recognize that. And I think that's what prompted the ultimate to begin with, because normally I don't think you would expend it there, but once you get sundered, your primary focus is just escaping.
Well, I don't think Fails knew Johnny was waiting around the corner there. Look, the afterlife onto Ducky on the backside from Sibby. Ducky diving the tower looking for Johnny a little bit more. Fails in a bit of trouble here as well, thanks to the ultimate coming out from Death Panther, and the burst damage from Intoxicate, and Panther's in hand is enough for one. They're going to find Ducky as well, potentially. If Johnny could have landed that ultimate. He's still running for his life, Ducky, though, but one more hit from Osiris should be enough to bring him down. They're still trying to buy time. The disarm has kept Ducky up a little bit longer. Eventually he'll fall, and now Big Man Tings is going to dip out of this too. Burrito making plays on the right-hand side and not really punished at all by Enix anywhere else on the map.
That is just so incredibly unfortunate for Enix, but what a well-played team fight by Burrito. The execution was pretty much flawless.
Comes in, the Morrigan is here, or should we say Thor was looking for the wall for the double tap, but Sibby cancelled it out with a tether, and that stopped the aggression, because I think Sibby would have fallen down there for sure, Taco.
100% Civi would have gone down. And I actually thought that that was Johnny for a moment going back into the sky. And I was like, wait a
How did you do
second,
that
something's
again?
not right here.
That's the one thing about Morrigan. You're always going to be aware that there's 2 of everything potentially on the map. So Lobster doing a nice little work trying to rotate over there, put some pressure on, try and answer back, but didn't find any kills. And because of that, the gold lead is still in Enix's favor, even though Burrito got the kills. They didn't get many objectives off that, and neither did Enix. They just continued to farm up.
And that rotation by Lobster actually prevented Burrito from securing the Team 1 tower in Soul Lane, which would have closed or lessened that gap between the goal disparity, but I do think that Burrito still came out on top overall, so long as they don't permit any free objectives towards Enix, such as the Portal Demon, for example.
And you just saw the wards go down by Enix there around the Portal Demon, using these sentries to try and secure the vision, force Burrito to potentially face check and get themselves out of position, just like Death Panther got smoked for half his health then for a moment. That was just a bludgeon. There was no Sunder used there at all.
No Sunder, and that just goes to show how squishy Soul is. Fails looking for the aggressive route here, but unable to find the route, and now it's actually him who's getting turned on. He's trying to get out of the situation.
In a lot of trouble. Hasn't used any sort of form of escape just yet. Johnny's in the sky though, looking towards Fumballer, who's trying to rotate around the back. Beats Aegis bent by Fumballer. He's still in trouble. Looking to leap over the wall, goes back towards his team. A better, safer option. The solo laners are now on their way.
And well played by Fumballer to not just immediately panic jump away into the jungle, because had he done so, I'm 100% convinced that Johnny would have chased after him, no questions asked.
Civi versus Ducky going on. Burrito turned up a little bit quicker than Enix, but Lobster's there on the front lines looking to stun Fusify. Eagles running onto the back line. Death Panther's one hit from death. The blue stone will be enough to bring him down. The Sun's rain down from Fumballer, securing another. Civi's on his last legs right now, as is Kaspanify. 4 members dead in seconds of Burrito.
That gas pedal that Enix just placed onto Burrito was absolutely crushing, and now it's only Johnny left to defend, and I don't see how he gets inside of this Portal Demon against a 4-man strong team.
I like the idea of the double tap attempt and nothing more. There's not much you can really do there. Look at the player damage in that team fight though. 7,000 to 3,000. No golden experience for Burrito whatsoever, and clearly no kills either.
Excellent recognition by Enix though to start pulling that Portal Demon further away from the wall, kind of probably expecting Johnny to look for that cheeky double tap. So if they pull it away, that's an easy secure every single time for them, and now they're just going straight for the Fire Giant.
And nobody's actually here from Burrito to defend. Johnny went to the left-hand side thinking, no, Enix probably won't go for the Fire Giant this early on just yet, but it's a different story. Fire Giant the way of Enix, and now the game is definitely in their control.
And see, that time was the carry. Fumballer.
Yeah, you're right. We saw Fumballer the Ricochet. We can keep track of that all season now. Like, okay, who secures the most Fire Giants and Gold Furies? Keep an eye on that going forward. Death Panther in mid lane, a little bit out of position, but Johnny's in a worse spot. Already dead, picked up by Fails. Sunder was used there to secure the kill as mid lane tier 1 tower being sieged down with Fumballer and that Fire Giant buff.
As soon as Fail's ultimate went off onto Johnny, he was committing to that one, like, no question. Like, he just had to go in. And Big Tings is not giving Death Panther any breathing room.
This is getting a little bit crazy now. Look at where Death Panther is on the player damage on this support Bologna as well. 3rd highest behind Ducky, who, let's be honest, he's going to get a lot of free poke off in lane as a solo laner. And top of the charts is Lobster on that Morrigan.
I liked how that little ricochet right there.
Looking for the double taps.
It was just the ricochet went in a perfect triangle around Civi by Fumballer. It's always fun when that happens.
Does feel like Burrito kind of, after that team fight around the Portal Demon, just kind of lost the map completely there. They lost Fire Giant, they gave up Gold Fury for free, they went back to farm, and they lost a tier 1 tower mid, they lost a tier 1 tower left, and this is all in the last minute or two.
It seemed as though they got a little bit too relaxed after securing those kills, because they're like, okay, our engage and team fighting is really strong, this was an excellent team fight, we can farm up a little bit, but Enix just immediately turned up the pressure, and that's a really smart thing to do, because a lot of teams, typically after you lose a team fight or an engagement like that, and hold that thought, it could have been some engaged right there, but right now, Burrito are just looking to forfeit their T2 to Enix.
Gonna have to. This is just good rotations from Enix. They drag everybody from the team of Burrito to the left-hand side, then they rotate to the mid and cut off the jungle pathing to try and secure and defend the tier 2 themselves. So they get a free tier 2 in mid, and now they head back again to the left-hand side.
But like I was saying, though, it's just that these teams that don't have as much experience in competitive yet, because this is one of the relegations teams, they don't really expect so much pressure. after a team has just lost a team fight.
Yeah, a lot of players on Burrito, rookies for their first split here. It's definitely going to be a learning experience. Fusify stunned in place by the Ricochet. Ducky was looking to follow up with the support of Lobster there. There wasn't enough. You can see Johnny in the jungle, though, hanging around, looking for an ult opportunity. But Lobster's smelt out that jungler. He's seen that story before from junglers just hanging around the corner, looking to pressure.
I think Lobster has the same thought in mind as Johnny, though. He just wants to find the Thor ultimate, most likely, to try and go in and assist his team with the secure.
Johnny's being pushed out of the jungle, back behind his tier 2 tower. Now going to engage on Lobster, knowing the actual silence is down right now, but Fusify's in a bit of trouble on the front side here. The Suns are running from Fumble, and nobody actually dead from either team just yet. But the health bars on Enix are getting low, as are the members of Burrito. Already dead is Fusify. Johnny's going to get out with barely 1 health. Sibby is on his last legs too, and with Fails coming in, that's a dead solo laner.
And the double Robin ult is just so devastating for Burrito. First it was Lobster, and this, when you think that it's over, Fails immediately re-engaging with his ultimate. And now the T2's all in favor for Enix. They're just going to fall back, but they can spend up that gold for free. They didn't drop anybody, and sure, it might have taken them a little bit longer than what they wanted, but Enix ultimately still achieved what they were looking for.
So Taka, we've not mentioned it just yet. I've been waiting to find a moment to, but the relic situation in this game so far, I believe there's 3 braces of undoing in this game over the likes of Beads or even Aegis in some of these options here. Why is Brace of Undoing all of a sudden starting to get picked up? Is it because of Sunder?
Brace is probably one of the best actives for trying to compensate for that Sunder, just because the damage that you take, you can heal up in a quick burst. It's similar to the old Soul Eater, for instance.
Okay.
And it's only the way when you gain that much health back instantly, plus the cooldowns aspect, you get so much on your cooldowns, and it's an excellent fighting factor.
And you can see that it's the 2 tanks of Enix with Big Man Tings on the Bellona and Fails on the Robin that have elected to go with that alongside Sunder. And the same can be said for Fusify on the Bacchus here. No sort of defensive relics for the team. It's actually aggressive relic like Sunder and the Brace of Undoing for himself if he does get aggressed on.
Both sides are just looking to try and get out their damage as quickly as possible and look for the re-engages. They don't really have any strong sustainability from either side, other than a couple of self-heals. And I think for the most part, it's just better to look for that all-in possibility.
Keep an eye on Fails, try to swing around the back. Ducky going to engage and get aggro there. You saw Big Man Tings go straight in with that Eagles rally too. Left-hand side, you saw the Fusify was all on that side as the Bacchus alone, which means this was a 4v5 up against an Enix that are further ahead. Sibby's now fighting 3 underneath his tower. The juggle of aggro from Enix very, very strong. The backside, Fails still boxing against 2. Fusify turns up late to the fight to find out his dual lane buddy's already dead.
And Johnny trying to go face-to-face with Lobster, who just Morgan ults into Thor, and he just completely shut him out of that fight, which was such great map awareness by Lobster because he prevented Johnny from committing onto Funballer in the back line.
And this poor demon now going to go the way of Enix as well. I could understand why Fusify was in the dual lane. He's only level 13 at the time. He was trying to get some farm, especially when you look at Big Man Tings, who's at level 19 right now on his support. He's mirror matched to an extent. Fusify did need a few levels to get a little bit tankier, but when you send one of your Guardians, one of your frontliners away, Enix are going to try and aggress.
Unfortunately for Burrito, they just don't have anybody else on their team who can really take in all of the engagement damage from Enix. I mean, you've got a Bellona, a Robin, a Xingtian, and then, oh, by the way, you can have another Bellona, Robin, or Xingtian because Lobster's here.
Well, there's a Fire Giant for Enix once again, and now there's only Phoenixes remaining for Burrito to defend. The defenses haven't been terrible right now, Taco. Do they get a little bit stronger on defense at these Phoenixes?
I think Burrito have done a pretty solid job so far. Once they started losing control of the game to Enix, right after that looked at prospected siege in the T1 for the Soul Lane side, it just kind of fell apart for them. And like I said, much of that is credited to Enix just immediately turning up the notch, kind of catching Burrito off guard, and they've just seized control of the map from there, and I think that's really where it just fell apart for Burrito.
So coming into this game, you said during the picks and bans you felt like Enix had the better roster of actual picks of gods here. What does Burrito need to do in game 2 now after looking at what happened here?
Probably look for a little bit better engagement. You typically want to expect that from the Bacchus, but Bacchus facing off against a Robin, Bellona, and Xingtian will just struggle so heavily in trying to provide as much initiation. So if they're not going to look for being the aggressors, then they definitely need to try and look for something with a little bit more backline peel. because
Sure.
Death Panther right now is just getting completely torn apart by big man Tings.
He really is, and it's been an awkward position for Death Panther to be in right now. Enix taking their sweet time about trying to push in these lanes right now, really securing the whole of the jungle, stripping away the speeds and the red buffs from Burrito before they start to try and get their final assault onto these Phoenixes.
And Burrito are struggling the most from a lack of experience, so if you strip the map entirely of all the farm, I mean, there's really no way for them to try and contest you.
Yeah, definitely a real strangle coming out from Enix now. 2 players in the mid lane, just trying to make sure the minions are being pushed in there. The rest of Enix, though, on the left-hand side, starting to group up, leaving Fails on his own in mid. Ducky on the forefront with Big Man Tings shortly in tow as well. 3 people able to dive and tank tower shots is definitely a benefit to the side of Enix here.
Can't go wrong with that. Funballer with the cheeky ricochet onto Deathband, but trading out with the 2 soul damage as well.
A little bit of a split of difference here in terms of where the damage is going to come from, but now they're all grouping on the left-hand side. Death Panther knocked up in the air, forced to Aegis away. Funballer forced out by Sibi, though, and has to beads, but Johnny's waiting in the sky for the beads to wear off. Can he find Funball? The answer is no. Funballer is still alive. Johnny's still trying to go in a Funballer, though, as meanwhile Death Panther has already fallen down. Lobster secures Sibi as Johnny trades out with Funballer. The Sons of the Last Tick were enough to bring him down. Ducky still tanking up the front, which is allowed Fails around the back, and he's looking for Caspanify. Fusify about to fall too, Taco.
Unfortunately, that's just not enough. Taking out Funballer, the overcommit was just too strong from Burrito because they had nobody protect their backline. Immediately, again, Death Panther just focus out. It's only Caspanify left to defend, and even without a hard carry available, you don't need an ADC when you're still 4 members strong with creeps pouring into the base.
Well, I think they're out of creeps now, but I think they can backdoor this with 3 tanks still alive, and only Caspanify to defend. Burrito will lose game 1 to Enix here. They came into it expecting Enix to win more than likely. A lot of the fans at home would have voted for Enix in this one, and so far, it's what has been expected.
That's very solid gameplay by such a seasoned team. Although they're new playing together, they're still pretty new with the pickup of, Fails and Ducky, but this is a team that has players that have been competing at this level of gameplay for a while now. So you can see that they had no issues in responding to the aggressive factors from Burrito and just all around strong gameplay.
Well, let's go straight into game 2 and see how Enix can continue this path, or if Burrito can get back into the equation with some better picks and bans. They're going to take the first pick option here for themselves, I'm guessing. We saw support focus last game. Going to be the same story?
I would probably anticipate the same kind of support focus. It worked out really well for Enix, especially because opting for that double warrior frontline really just made it so difficult for Burrito to try and find a Guardian to balance out their draft, because they were really lacking a lot of CC as well. It wasn't just that frontline and backline peel potential, but they just didn't really have a lot of CC, unlike Enix.
Well, Burrito's adjusted and taken away Raven this time. They were a little bit worried about what Fails could do in the jungle with that. And I guess when you pick up Jintan, Bologna, and a Raven, you're going to have a bad time there. Ganesh forcibly banned by Enix there. I think we're going to expect that quite the majority of today, maybe the rest of the week until the patch comes through.
Most likely, if anything. I just wouldn't really want to deal with Ganesh if I was one of these SPL teams either. But I do like the decision to keep banning away this Fafnir as well. Fafnir just provides so much CC and peel potential for a team. Plus, you can just never go wrong with Coerce.
Well, never. You can escape for days as well as Fafnir when you think about it. You can get himself in a tricky situation and ult out, as can Bologna sometimes. And that's what Burrito have taken as first pick. It's another technically pick away from Enix. They ban Raven, they take Bologna. However, Enix are going to take Kernanos for themselves.
And, I mean, what's wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with locking away. You can't go wrong with a Kern early on in the draft just because he's such a safe hunter. His escape procs so fast that it's very easy for you to get away from danger. And now Terra was also left available. This time around, Enix didn't have to ban it, and Burrito opted for the Bologna, feeling as though that was the bigger threat from Enix and wanting it for themselves. But having Osiris alongside of the Bologna is a fairly strong composition.
Well, Bologna and Osiris now together for Burrito. Enix now back over to them. What are we expecting? Oh, sorry, it's not over to them at all. It's Burrito still got another pick here. We expecting mid lane maybe? Sol again?
I would like to see, well, it's going to be the Isis, and it does seem as though Burrito wants to look for that early game aggression for sure. This time around, they're going to have a lot of it available for them. But Enix, I mean, we didn't see it last game from Burrito, and I would have liked to. Nemesis still on the table. It would be a strong pickup here. I'm not sure that Enix feels as though it'll be a necessary one for themselves, but I wouldn't mind seeing Fails running that.
It's a very good play. If you're going to go for a lot of tanks in the meta and you're going to be using Sunders all day, might as well get Nemesis for an additional Sunder, technically. But Enix going to go back to the Morrigan again. Not really surprised. Lobster had a fantastic game on it, in my opinion, last game. He was being more of a nuisance, but got a lot of player damage out as well.
Not to mention that he's going to have a Terra, Osiris, Bologna to potentially look at, and an Isis as well. There's already so many gods picked that he could have just a lot of fun with and a lot of engagement and disengagement with. That I think that Morgan is a strong acquisition for Enix.
Susano Ares banned by Enix. Camazot's from Burrito. It's Burrito's last ban now coming through. I'm expecting Nemesis here. No, it's going to be the Thor instead. I was expecting potentially a Nemesis like you were talking about, but it's going to be Thor.
I do like the Camazot's Thor bans, though. Fails has proved himself to be a very proficient jungler on these two gods in particular. But that does leave open the Nemesis pick that we were kind of anticipating, and I do feel as though Burrito, if they weren't concerned before, they're definitely going to need to keep in mind that fails on his Nemesis is going to be a large issue, and Khepri, I think, was probably one of the best Guardians that they could have picked up to try and deal with this.
Yeah, definitely. Taking the Khepri will allow them to revive, mainly for Death Panther in the mid lane, I think. He's going to get a lot of focus here playing this Isis. That is one of Isis's weak points, is how squishy she is overall, but she does bring a lot of control and damage to the team in the early stages.
A ton of survivability for the side of Burrito, and this time around they do have that front line that they've been looking for in that last game. So hopefully if Enix try to gas pedal them down this time around, they should be able to combat that, considering the Bologna and Osiris and Khepri just provide so much of a safety harness for the Isis.
Very interesting to see Ducky going for these Guardians now in the solo lane, not actually going for the Osiris or the Bologna or the Raven, which we've seen the majority of the time, trying to technically mix it up a little bit, bringing the Guardians back, which are one of the best ones at kind of dealing with the early game aggression that can come out from these warriors.
Well, one thing I like about Ducky is that he's just so flexible because of his mechanical skill. In general, he's probably one of the few solo laners right now, I think, that can pick a warrior or a guardian and still be just as effective on either. And Guardians probably provide a little bit more of that. They provide a lot of team fighting capability.
Oh no, they spotted Fails yet? Has Fails spotted them? What's going on here? Why are they proxy farming and why has Fails not spotted it just yet? He has now. And this is a trap gone wrong. Burrito did not expect to see the jungle on this left-hand side of the map. And now it's a 2v3 situation. Because Spanify plucked in, his beads were used too. The body blocks are keeping him in place. Fusify is still being zoned away by Fails into an awkward spot. And I tell you what, it's lobster dinner for the boys of Enix at the start of this game. Burrito came in with a strategy here, Taco, and the bad news is the jungler started in a different spot and confused them.
It's completely been sniffed out by Enix, and that is probably one of the worst things possible that could have happened for Burrito, especially since Funballer immediately defaulted to letting Fails have that kill, because once you get a Nemesis online, it's just over.
Gives him the boost straight away if you think about it, because it's with 400 gold for that first blood. Fails gets that, shares the expense of purple, gets the red on his own, and that seemed to have been the calling card of what they wanted to do here, Enix, was pressure the left-hand side of the map and not the right.
And I just think that that was wonderfully executed by Enix. And Fails, he was probably looking for that early gank, like you said, onto the dual lane, but being permitted an early first blood like that is going to make things so rough.
Panther's in trouble in the mid lane. He's looking for an escape route right now. Wind gusting back to the safety of his tier 2 tower, but he gets poked out pretty heavily. Now 4 members of Enix can collapse on the red buff. Bit of a contest coming out from Burrito, though.
They shouldn't try to contest this, however, and it does seem as though Enix were able to secure that red buff, and it'll be Fails actually who's picking it up.
Don't think he intentionally wanted to pick up that red buff, but I think he just stepped on it. However, his speed is down. As we saw, Burrito did steal it on the right-hand side. Enix off to a decent start, now looking towards the Oracles as Johnny's just going to go back to mid lane. Playing, one thing we've not mentioned yet is the Osiris jungle in this game. That's how busy the action's been. Osiris jungle, and we're all like, hey, let's look at what's going on in the dual lane straight away.
I was probably anticipating the Bologna jungle, but Osiris does have that same gas pedal kind of effect that you're looking for, especially on an aggressive jungler such as Joni. He wants to just try and all-in Lobster and really just prevent Lobster from having any breathing room, much like what we saw happen to Death Panther in game number 1.
And you're actually talking about that breathing room now. Well, Enix are trying to strangle that in the duo lane here, trying to slow down what Burrito can do. Although Burrito are going to re-engage in their jungle, secure this purple, I believe, before the likes of Enix can turn up, or will he? It's going to go the way of Burrito just about, but now the wave clear once again in Enix's favor, so Funballer and Big Man can look to pressure under the tower.
Spanify hasn't fallen too far behind, though, all things considered. That's always a rough start whenever your support gives up first blood, because you're just kind of expected to lose the dual lane pressure. But I do think they've done an excellent job, and what really saved them was the fact that Funballer didn't elect to take that first blood.
And you can see how well Burrito have done here by looking at the goal difference between these two teams at the top of your screen. You can see it's only a little bit of marginal difference right now. If you think the first blood is worth 400 gold. Well, Burrito have tried to even that out so far.
And I think a lot of that is also credited to the fact that Burrito immediately went to the solo lane buff side of Enix just to try and siege away those buffs, considering that the new Fails was still hanging out
Talking
on
about
that other
solo
side.
lane side, look at where Johnny is right now, looking to pick off the potential onto Ducky, but the bad news is he is a terror to even get the ultimate off there. Did Ducky forced out of that at all? But they were looking to try and pressure him a little bit with Bologna coming back in. However, grouping on this right-hand side, looking for the speed buff.
And that's what they want every single time. Now that they have the buff timer on it, they just want to try and pressure out Enix here. So they got pressured on their side of the map. Fusify is going to get ulted by Fails though, and the gas pedal is on. They're trying to run him down,
Oh, they
and
are.
he won't live for much longer.
No, he's already dead, and now next to the list, our big man Tings will trade out 1-for-1. Speed buff did go the way of Burrito here, as Lobster secures a kill onto Death Panther. Very squishy, but Lobster's running for his life. He jukes out Sibby though. The clone was good enough to decoy him away. It's a different story for Fails, or is he? Because he's one hit from death. The blood just, the Scourge missing, and the in-hand coming out from Johnny too. Fails looking to hang around, this is so risky. Sibby's one hit, Ducky's one hit too. Johnny under the tower looking to clean it up, and Sibby goes in a Lobster as they were looking for it. Sibby gets 2 kills, big man Ting's back in as well. Johnny versus Fails, and one hit, Johnny will survive.
And Big Man Ting sees
What is this game?
The creeps! The creeps secured that kill for Big Man Ting. Sibby took the aggro because he went for the bludgeon to clear out those archers, and oh my god, he just killed himself.
So who won that? Did anybody win that apart from the fans watching that crazy fight unfold?
According to the gold lead, the sheer 200 gold lead that Burrito have right now, technically Burrito won that
You're
engagement.
right. You called it. Look at it. 1550 gold absorbed in that. 985 for Enix. And the experience just a little bit higher. An extra 1,000 experience out of the fight from Burrito. I guess a lot of that was down to the speed buff.
A lot of that came down to the speed buff, yes, and on top of that, also, I think it came down to who the kills were on. They managed to pick up the solo laner and Lobster in that mid lane, both who are, they were fairly high level for this stage of the game, early game, you know, level 6 kills, and that's always a solid pickup.
Was that Enix getting a little bit too aggressive? Because there was a lot of people on low health who could have got out of that fight, I felt, and then kept coming back in, looking to be cheeky and maybe turn a kill around when they've got like less than 10% health. Was that a little bit over-ambitious?
That was one of those circumstances where Ducky probably wished he was any other solo laner but Terra, because I think if he had been on a typical warrior, he would have very easily secured, if not one, both of those kills that were so low health around that T1 tower. And then Lobster, because Ducky was still fighting, thought maybe I could sneak back in here and get the stun off with the Morrigan stun, and it's just so unfortunate all around.
Well, the bad news is obviously Sibby picks up 2 kills on that Bologna from the solo lane, and Bologna up against the Terra in the early game. You expect Bologna to dominate the lane matchup, put a lot more pressure on early, and you can see the net worth difference between the two. 4.3k there for Sibby. Meanwhile, completely different story for Ducky, who's a lot further down the list at 3.9. Oh, sorry. Just switch back so I can correct that. 3.8k, I should say, net worth.
Fortunately for Ducky, though, he is playing a Terra. His main goal here isn't necessarily to win the laning phase, but to just try and stalemate it out until the mid-late game stage, and he just wants to press 4. That's all he really needs to do. He just needs to press 4 when he sees his team trying to aggress.
So next time around, we see the speed buff invade coming out from Burrito. Do we expect to see the speed buff invade again this time around when it does respawn? Because that seems where all the action seems to be right now.
It would probably be a little bit riskier for them to try and re-engage. That team fight alone was just so close between Burrito and Enix, and so I think that the later this progresses, the more difficult it's going to be for them to get away with securing that speed. And really, I think that they wouldn't have even been as successful as they were had Enix not gotten a little bit greedy there.
I wonder if we're going to see a man fight between Funballer and Kaspanify, and we will for a second until Kaspanify eats that Bramble Blast and backs away. Here's that speed buff I was talking about. Johnny starting it up. Fusify, though, under pressure, rooted in place. Lobster spinning around the corner, looking towards Sibby. Finds the stun on Sibby and a nice bit of burst too, but Lobster's the one in trouble now. No escape potential for him. Has to ult early, and now he's turned into Nemesis, but he's already dead because the Eagle's right from Sibby was perfect. Fails, he's in trouble as well as Death Panther collapses in on the Isis. Silence didn't hit Ducky there. Lord of the Afterlife from Johnny will, however. They're going to try and pick up Ducky under the tower, but they've not tanky enough just yet to take more than 1 or 2 tower shots. 2 for row exchange, and Burrito once again steal the speed buff.
And that was just beautifully played by Burrito. I really thought that it'd be a lot more difficult for Enix to, or for Burrito, excuse me, to secure that speed buff than what it actually was. But it seemed as though the ultimate from Fails just was not enough quite yet to get the burst damage that they needed.
And look at what Burrito did there. Signs of an established team that they get a fight on the right-hand side, find the speed buff, but not only that, they then transition to the left-hand side and steal away the red as well. Trying to deny as much experience, get as many objectives after the fight as possible. Funballer could be in a bit of trouble here, or is it Kaspanify?
It's actually Funballer because it's Fusify who's looking for the aggression. Only level 6 though, so he needs to be careful. Well, he just hit level 7, but Funballer, the way that Kern works with the passive, the closer they get, the more damage he does. So they need to be really careful about getting within melee range of Funballer.
Look at that crab. Look at that crab. I'm not going to ignore it. We can't ignore that crab the way it's moving right now. That's just because of the cancel, the cripple cancel coming out from... No, not cripple cancel. It's just the abduct that's put him in that animation. But he looks even more terrifying than ever now. He looks tastier.
It's, I mean, he's certainly ready to go in. It's what it seems like, so.
Whenever possible. Right, and Elemental Harpies are down. Speed buff just spawns for Burrito again. And the big key is they're trying to deny as much experience in gold, I guess, to Fails on this Nemesis, especially after he got that first blood taco.
The start that Fails had was an excellent one, but I think they responded quite well to it. I think stripping Enix of their jungle at the start of the game was probably the best decision that they could have made, because having control of those jungle timers just makes it all the easier for Burrito to look for that 4-man grouping and just keep choking Fails out of experience.
Interesting choice from Johnny here on this jungle Osiris, something we don't see too often. Silver Branch Bow picked up, so he's looking for a little bit of an extra power spike, some attack speed, and some magical power reduction when he's hitting his targets.
He's looking entirely for Lobster and Ducky. I don't think he cares at all about Big Man Teens. Big Man Teens has enough survivability on Sobek to get away from danger. So if he's just gas pedaling Ducky and Lobster, more especially Lobster, because Morrigan can have a fairly difficult time in trying to escape if you catch out her invis.
Yeah.
And so once that invis is gone, then you're kind of just hanging out.
Well, 3 for 3 mid lane now because Big Man Tings joins the 3 on the Sobek. Burrito don't hang around for too long. They're going to immediately pressure into the jungle, looking towards the Gold Fury here. Kaspanify tanking up for now. Death Panther on the way. Ultimate available for him, and he will drop it immediately. Over a circle of protection, it will go down. Wasn't clean, though, Panther, because it was Johnny who picked up the Gold Fury.
A little bit risky there, popping the Ice's ultimate when he did. Death Panther not really playing it super safe. I mean, I think a Sobek Sickle Strike could have very easily stolen that away, so he does need to be more careful with his objective secure on that Ice's ultimate as the game progresses.
Yeah, something we can poke at and be like, well, that shouldn't have happened, but it's okay because he's still got it. It's one of those things where you're like, well, this wasn't clean, but at least it worked out.
And now it's just Funballer safely clearing out that dual lane side. I mean, with Enix knowing that the Gold Fury is down, that does actually relieve a little bit of map pressure from them, because now they can definitely look to make the rotations over to the soul lane side of the map without worrying that the Gold Fury is going to be taken away, because they've already lost it.
You talk about those hunters a little bit more there from Taco, because the builds we're seeing just lately seem to be all following suit now. What is the superior hunter build, it seems, to the pro players?
Right now, they're just favoring this Boots into Ickful into Executioner, then Rage. Rage is such a high priority pickup right now because you get so much crit chance, and it's just such a solid item, and it's so cheap.
Hang on a second, because Johnny in mid lane looking at Lobster, who's going to escape for now, but not for a second though, because Fusify turns up, going to make sure he gets the beads out of Lobster too, because Spanify is on his way, and he might be looking for the ultimate if he can. Going to hold it for now though, allow Lobster to base. 5 members grouped to Burrito in mid lane here, knowing Lobster's going back, but they can't find any pressure in mid. They're turning towards the Portal Demon.
If Kaspanify had found that Astral Arrow onto Lobster, I think he would have definitely gone up into the ultimate, but now they're just looking for the Portal Demon secured. This time, however, the Ice's ultimate is good from Death Panther. No issues whatsoever in securing.
And beautiful play from Pusify there on the Capri. We didn't really speak about that, but Ducky was looking to try and potentially come in there and initiate with Eagle's right to steal it away, but he abducted early to silence him out, deny the opportunity, and continue giving Burrito this lead. It's not a huge lead though, Taco, but it is a lead.
It's enough of a lead to where Burrito can start to make a serious impact on the game and look for that snowball potential, similar to what we witnessed from Enix in game number 1. Enix took the opportunity after they lost that initial fight in the soul lane side, and they just ran away with it, sieging down the T1 and T2 towers, and then just progressing from there. So if Burrito can keep capitalizing off of the little mistakes from Enix and the lack of rotations early on because of the fact that their composition is more oriented towards the mid-late game stage, Burrito can definitely run away with this one.
So going back a little bit to what you were saying about the counter builds and Rage being so dominant right now, why did we not see Rage picked up until after Igval and Executioner? Is it just because of power spikes? Because obviously getting the Rage earlier means you've got more chance of getting your crit stacks, right?
Well, you need the penetration and the power as well to compensate for the Rage. Otherwise, you're kind of just creating people for 70 a tick, and that's not very effective considering that you're facing off, especially against a Terra and a Sobek. Sure. You're not going to do much of anything.
Makes a lot of sense. You see Fails turn up to the right-hand side, just looking for farm here, still behind a little bit to Johnny in the jungle on the other side. It's level 12 to level 11, and those second relics, Taco, so important for the teams at this stage.
Especially since they're not going to be available on the side of Enix for a little bit longer. I mean, Lobster and Fails are both level 11, but not having that second relic is still pretty hurtful.
Yeah, we'll see what they can end up doing as they're looking to pressure mid lane here, Burrito, using their man advantage. Fails now turning up too, but with a full minion wave here, it's awkward for Enix to really clear out this wave until Ducky turns up with the root combo and the walls to slow Burrito down. But this time round in the mid, Kaspanify has joined the fray with the Rama, and this tower won't last too long. Big Man Ting's looking for the plug, will find Sibby. Sibby still tanking up, has to Eagles rally away, rooted in place by Ducky. The wild boar is on as Fusify's running away, but he got ulted as well. Eagles rally from Lobster on the Morrigan wasn't the greatest. It was a focus onto Johnny, but Johnny heals back up through the Undying Bracer, and now Burrito still battling with Enix in mid. Nobody other than Big Man Tings has fallen.
And that's the advantage that Johnny has, picking up this Bracer and doing a level 12, but the fight isn't over quite yet. Fails, escapes from the grasp of Fusify, and now Burrito, they need to disengage here, trying to play it safe. Enix are definitely still looking to fight back.
Yeah, both teams still looking to defend this tier, attack this tier 1 tower and defend it. Burrito know it's within their grasp of bringing it down, opening the map up a little bit more and getting a little bit extra gold into their coffers.
And Gold Fury is actually on the cusp of respawning, so Burrito have enough time, I believe, to spend the gold that they just acquired from that T1 tower and the engagement, and then look to re-engage onto that Gold Fury. So I can anticipate another fight happening very soon, except I would say that Burrito do need to be careful because look at their relics in comparison to Enix.
Sure, I mean, the relics fight in the mid lane worked out well for them. They get the tier 1 tower, they get the kill on Big Man Tings. But maybe they need to just slow it down for a minute or two now, especially with the level 12s being hit by Enix and the first relic still being available for most of them. The Gold Fury is definitely an issue, and I think if they get those oracles on this left-hand side, if they get both of these, they should be okay to hold on for now.
Funballer's trying to contest, but don't think he's going to have the means to. 3 members strong at the Oracles just means free ward vision for Burrito.
Is this really surprising though to see Burrito up at the moment, like 2,000 or 3,000, especially when you think Enix split with Obey last week? Is this just how tight Europe is?
I'd say it's very surprising, and I would also say that a large portion of this is due to Burrito just drafting so well in game number 2. They saw what went wrong clearly in game number 1 where they had that lack of CC, and this time they're just like, no, we're going to be the ones running the massive amounts of CC with the Osiris, the Bellona, and just, I think it's the Khepri, really. Even though Fusify fell so early on, Khepri is just so annoying to deal with.
And look at that now, trying to root and zone away with the support of Zibi. Circle protection down. Gold Fury does go down the way of Burrito. Death Panther credit for the kill there, but Fails was looking to swing around onto Panther, taking him out of the fight. Fusify has to revive himself in the fight as he continues. Johnny on the forefront, going in with the Lord of the Afterlife, but Zibi's very low.
And Lobster, he's transitioned into the Morrigan ult with the Bellona. He's running down everybody on the side of Burrito. The Khepri ult's already been used, and now Johnny, he's by himself, just completely shredded, and that is the issue that Burrito has encountered, expending everything to secure that Gold Fury.
And they get the Gold Fury, but they're gonna lose a team fight, lose 3 members of the team and a tier 1 tower on the left-hand side here. So once this tier 1 tower goes down, the gold is about the same, I'd say, as what happened before the Gold Fury fight.
That's a T2.
But they can look at the tier 2.
It's a T2 every single time. They have the Terra available on the side of Enix, and that sustain is going to be more than enough for Funballer, especially with the creep wave there. That's free. That gold lead, that Gold Fury makes no impact now for Burrito.
We're even, and the Portal Demon is available for either team to look towards the Fire Giant too. We saw the Fire Giant last game from Enix, came around 18-19 minutes. This time, it could be another potential thing for either team to look for if they win a team fight.
I was just saying how the Khepri has been making a huge impact into this game for Burrito, and that's because Fusify has been using his ultimate on his teammates, getting them out of danger and allowing them to back and come back in. but when he expends it on himself, that just completely opens him up.
No ultimates here for Burrito to contest with Big Man Tings lurking in the waters, trying to force the reset. Portal Demon still low, still aggroed. Portal Demon goes down, Burrito secure it. Ducky though on the left-hand side going in on Death Panther, who's under pressure, forced to beads away. The Wild Hunt is on, and the Piggy's going to get the Aegis out of Panther too. Big Man Tings taking the brunt of damage for Enix here, falls back to the rest of his squad. And at the moment, Burrito on top until Ducky finds a 3-man route.
And it doesn't look like Fails is looking to slow down at all, but he's got Johnny chasing him, and Fusify popping the sprint. They want to run him down, and they do. Fails has fallen already, and they're not looking to stop the chase anytime soon.
Well, it looks like they will now as they do get back to the tier 2, and Burrito realize that if they try and go for kills here, they won't find many, especially with the Portal Demon being up for the respawns to come through for Enix. So they'll take the win of the tier 1 tower and maybe look at the tier 2.
This is just so back and forth from both of these squads, and well played to both sides, just capitalizing on the smallest of mistakes from either or.
Fusify tanking it for the team, but Lobster around the corner stuns too. Death Panther predominantly takes most of the damage as Lobster goes in with the Eagles rally as well. Falls back towards the team as Sibby does get out of danger thanks to the ultimate from Fusify, but it's Kaspanify and Johnny on the front line that are in a lot of trouble. Johnny uses the bracer on doing it himself to revive a little bit more of that health back, but look at the health bars of Enix, a lot healthier, a lot stronger, and Lobster's closing the gap again.
And Ducky had the perfect route onto 3 members on Burrito. Just makes it so easy for his team to follow up. The Wild Hunt is good. Sibby's trying to get away now from Ducky and the likes of Enix, but there's just nowhere to go. They want to keep this chase going.
And who's going to attack up the tower is the question. Big Man Tings will get the aggro. Lobster picked up Sibby already. Kaspanify next in the list as Fails. Now rotates him through the jungle. Can't find the pick he was looking for, but when Kaspanify lands, if Kaspanify lands, he's going to fall down to Funballer. The tier 1 tower on the right now exposed for Enix to look to take.
Not to mention that Death Panther just used his ultimate to try and give Kaspanify a little bit of a burst heal for him to potentially roll out of that situation, but just nowhere left to go except Enix entirely in favor now. Burrito should have just backed off after securing that T1 tower. They should have healed. They had the Portal Demon.
Yeah, you're right.
They had the heal off the Portal Demon. They could have aggressed onto the Fire Giant, if anything, after that engagement.
Wow.
But now they've overextended a little bit too long. Enix not looking to make the same mistake that Burrito did, though, and just backing off the Fire Giant.
Yeah, they were looking at the Fire Giant for a second. I'm like, that could be a little bit risky after investing so much in the last engagement. There was a man advantage still with Kaspanify being dead. But for now, it'll be a reset, and the goal difference is nothing. It's literally nothing between these two teams.
And where that went wrong for Enix initially was after they lost the Portal Demon, their ultimate emphasis was placed onto different targets. You saw Fails ulting the Isis and then trying to disengage off of that because Death Panther had his beads available. He had the safety of his team to fall back on. And Enix just, it seemed like their target focus got a little bit miscommunicated in that fight. And so because of it, Burrito were able to just pick them off one by one and chase them down that Soul Lane side. But like I said, they just stayed around a little bit too long without backing.
And I think that's the thing with Burrito. When you look at it, Taka, look at the player damage, and you can see that Burrito, they've been not high on the blade damage. You know, 3 members at 8k or less, sorry, less than 8k in a row. 4 members at less than 8k in a row. But what they are doing is they're focusing their targets well. Their 8 kills have actually got them results of objectives, but maybe they just continue to bite off too much more than they can chew. Where Enix, they're getting a lot of damage off in this game, a couple more kills, and finding their way back into it because of that.
It's that excitement aspect. Once you start seeing yourself winning a little bit, especially against a team as highly regarded as Enix, you're just like, okay, we can do this, we can keep going. And it's just a little bit more than what they should be looking for. And a lot of that, I think, can just be sorted out with more experience.
Well, Gold Fury fires on Sibby, leading the way. Johnny on the right-hand side, contesting against Lobster, who's got to be very careful because the Burrito were looking to collapse onto him as he was alone. The rest of his team around the left-hand side. But pressure relieved for a second. Johnny a little bit too far forward here in the jungle, though. Fight still raging on as the walls hit Kaspanify. The Fusify is the one in trouble, being focused down by the team. Ultimate maybe needed on himself, and he will do so just in time. Kaspanify still trying to support his teammate. But meanwhile, Sibby's now dived onto Funballer. He's taking a brunt of damage. Johnny did find Lobster in the mid lane, though. Different story for Death Panther, who's being run down by Fails in the mid too, but Funballer will finally secure Sibby as Fails is taking on the world of Burrito.
And Fails is not going to be able to secure it. 1v4, just never in your favor. Unfortunately for Fails, he was trying to back Lobster up, but after Lobster fell, there was just nowhere for him to go. Surrounded by Burrito GG.
A Gold Fury attempt potentially for Burrito here, but Big Man Tings missed a block. They're looking to pull him him in with the abduct. Nice route from Ducky to slow this down. Fusify ate so much free damage from Funballer that it's Tings that survives and the other support that falls down. Kispanify has to roll away as Ducky looking to juke out and give chase. Big man Tings wanted Johnny on this left-hand side. His teammates chose the other option of the squishies instead. So we get a 3-man dance from each team where no one really has an advantage.
Tings with a tactical mispluck distraction. And
Tactical. Good save there, Taco.
It was really well. It was excellently executed by Enix to follow up on their teammates' mispluck, because had Big Man just been left alone there, he probably would have very likely died. But because Funballer just immediately starts wailing into Fusify, and then they realize, well, this Khepri actually isn't very tanky facing off against our Hunter.
I will say, Taco, this is still a very even game. The only real standout difference in this game so far is the level difference between Funballer and everybody else in this game.
Funballer level 19, he finds that farm. He has just been quietly but happily farming away in the lane, not to mention that he's 4-0-5. He's been a part of 9 kills out of the 12, and that just goes to show that the rotations that he has made have been very impactful.
Now, he's not gone for the crit build that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, because Spanify has, but he's gone for the chins and now picked up a Crusher as well. Why we see the Crusher so much, Taco?
Rough ultimate by Kispanify.
Was he looking for the steal?
He was looking for the steal. Very, very smart recognition by Enix. But going back to what you were saying, I do think that he opted for this pen build and the chins because of the draft that Burrito are running.
Sure, just so many frontline
It's
tanks
just so
you want to
much
shred
frontline.
through it. Okay. Well, back to the Gold Fury fight we go again. Johnny plucked in towards Fails and towards Ducky. Ducky rooting out the rest of the team as much as possible. Johnny on the front line has been ulted, but then he's not going to fall down in time as Lobster comes in with the Eagles rally on that Bellona that he turned into from Morrigan. Johnny's still alive. Fails a chunk of damage from the Circle of Protection coming out, but Funballer will finally pick up Sibi. The crits from Kispanify making light work of the front line of Enix, but Enix haven't given up yet. With the man advantage, they're still looking towards the Gold Fury.
Fails just lost his entire health bar to that fully charged Isis ultimate. However, it's still going to allow Enix to secure the Gold Fury. Burrito don't want to try and engage into that being a member down already.
Lobster a little bit too far forward. They're looking for aggression. If you could find the CC chain, Ducky and Big Man Tings were there to back up. Death Panther in the mid lane, though, we may be getting dived here with Funballer in tow. Fails can't take too many more shots, and now with Johnny back, it could be awkward. Still looking for the stun. He'll find it. The walls come crushing down, but the bead saves his life from Ducky, stunning him in place. Johnny's still trading off with Lobster, though, and Lobster's tanking the tower. He won't be wanting to do that, but he will get back to safety. Maybe a different story for Big Man Tings, though, as he's still under pressure, but Funballer brings down Johnny, and Enix escape with all their lives.
Plus, Funballer was full health. He took the tower aggro no problem and picked up the kill. That was excellently traded out by Enix, consistently shifting around that tower aggro.
This is non-stop. We've basically had a killer minute so far this game, and I still couldn't tell you who's going to win it based off how this game's gone. One team fight, Taco, could spell like demise because the Fire Giant's available, the respawns are getting longer, and as you can see, because of that, Burrito are trying to 4v5 a Fire Giant. I'm not sure about this one, boys.
They've got the shred potential for it. They're looking to just pick off Funballer now, but it's Sibi who's going to be plugged into the entirety of Enix. No Khepri ultimate to come and save him.
Kispanify in trouble now with the lurk in the walls, chasing him down from Big Man Tings. The walls will force the beads out of Kispanify. Cycle protection from Death Panther to heal up his team a little bit more, but the Lobster, the crustacean, is down again as Fails will pick up the kill onto Fusify, and that was Burrito going for a 4v5 Fire Giant, that Taco.
2 deaths that just happened so quickly that Fusify couldn't get his ultimate off on either of them, but now losing 2 members and 2 frontline members of that for Burrito, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to try and contest this, and Death Panther doesn't even have his ultimate available. They can't get in there.
Nope,
Enix shredded it.
So Fire Giant goes to Enix, and now the tower shredding will probably begin. Only towers remaining in the mid lane and the right-hand side. The left-hand tier 1 and tier 2 died earlier on in this game, but I think Burrito will probably have to give up the tier 1s at least, Taco. Do they look to defend tier 2s, though, is my question.
Defending tier 2s is still going to be way too rough, I think, for Burrito. I would rather see them just fall back to their Phoenixes.
Well, it looks like they're trying to defend in the mid lane right now because they realize Lobster was on the right-hand side. Big Man Ting is going to get rooted in place, but dash away. Lobster hanging around the corner here. Cheeky Morrigan. You know he'll be stealthing away any second, as you can see, looking to rotate in and find a stun that could turn a full combo onto somebody, especially because the stun into the plucks, into every single form of CC that Enix have at their disposal.
This is dangerous because Spanify just just backed, which means that they're not going to have a ton of chunk potential coming for Burrito. And now the chase is on. Ducky's already looking to go in. He got the root down. Now he's looking for the clap, but they're still just hovering around this T2 tower.
No one's really looking for the clap deep down. Tier 2 tower is at half health right now. Sibby plucked into danger by Big Man Tings. The ball hit everybody. Fumballer made it a wild hog ride going on for everybody. Sibby, Eagles rallies to safety, still giving chases fails. Johnny and Beautify, the frontline tanks of Burrito, are being shredded down piece by piece. And eventually they get to the backline as Johnny forced out. The tier 2 will fall and Enix win another engagement as Burrito, they did their best to try and defend that tier 2.
I can't believe that Johnny even managed to get away there. And Death Panther, Ducky catching him with the clap. He's going to get out and back to safety of his Fountain, but for how much longer? That's the real question. Enix are just completely strangling Burrito of any signs of life.
And if we can just go to the graphs and see the golden experience lead here, with the gold differential between these two teams, this has only grown over the last couple of minutes, this gold lead that Enix have got.
And that's just completely credited to how experienced this team is overall. Burrito put up an excellent fight. Like, non-stop aggressing into Enix, I think, was the right direction, but it was just a couple of instances where they let that over-aggression get the better end of them because they should have just forfeited looking for objectives as early as they did. For instance, the T2 tower. I think that's really where it all started to kind of come crumbling down for Burrito. They just stayed a little bit too long, and it fell apart.
I think Burrito's tier 2 aggression hurt them, but I don't think they were out of the game at that point. I think that 5v4 Fire Giant, though, once that fight went wrong is the moment where this lead really became established, because up to that point, even though they messed up at tier 2, they were still in this game, Taco.
It's just incredibly rough, really, to pinpoint it all. I would say that
there's multiple times.
Yeah, because like even then at the T2, they probably could have held that.
That's true.
It's just that they, once Kispanify backed the base, that was where they needed to just fall back. They wouldn't have lost their Phoenix if they just fell back to the Phoenix.
I like what Burrito were trying to do here. They were trying to find a little pick in the jungle if they could. Maybe find someone from Enix a little bit deep on their own, try to ward out. But unfortunately, not going to be available for them as Enix was sticking together as a squad. Pretty tight-knit there. Fire Giant buff still on their side for a few moments longer.
The real issue here as well is that Funballer, have you noticed where he's been dropping his ultimate? On top of that Isis ult almost every single time. And so he's getting 4 or 5 men wild hunts off, and the whole team just turned into boars.
28 kills in this game so far at 29 minutes in. There's no towers remaining for Burrito to defend, but there is still 2 Phoenixes, and so the pressure will be on the mid lane from the Fire Minions pouring in, and the left-hand side from Enix pouring in themselves.
They want to secure this Phoenix that's furthest away from the Fire Giant, just in case Burrito are able to defend and Enix aren't able to close it out.
Just waiting patiently here, Enix now. Just waiting for minions to turn up for themselves and from the mid lane. Pressure from both sets of minions means Ducky will dive in. Big Man Tings took initial aggro. Just looking to poke them down a little bit. See if they can get some beats, get somebody slightly out of position, or force Burrito to commit at the worst possible time.
And this is such an awkward spot for Burrito to be in, because at any point in time, Enix could just immediately look to rush into that Phoenix.
Beautify under pressure there for a second. He has Stone of Gaia, so if he does get attemptedly pulled by Big Man Tings, he would get away from it. Beats used by Kispanify there after the pluck. Eagles rally used defensively by Sibby. Enix may fall back and wait for the protections to wear off from the Eagles rally. Wait for the next minion wave to come in and slowly just keep chipping away at the health bars of Burrito.
And this is all that Enix have to do. They can keep applying the slow and steady pressure, because Burrito, they expended the Isis ultimate and the Bologna ultimate, 2 of their biggest defensive ults already having to be used, and Enix aren't looking to slow down.
New minion wave coming in from mid lane of Fire Minions again, as once again the left-hand side, Enix just hanging around, waiting for the minions, poking them down. In goes Ducky again. Great pluck from Beautify, deny the pluck onto Ducky, but it's a different story in the skies. Lobster turned into Rama to 5 shots at Rama, so Rama went to the sky to 5 shots back at the other Rama who's still in the sky. Craziness! Still the Phoenix stands though, and Enix are holding firm on this left-hand side. The bad news is the Fire Giants respawned. They should probably head there. Burrito do what they needed to here, Taco. They defend their left-hand Phoenix, and the middle Phoenix is about to respawn as well. Great work from the lower seeded team.
And that defense by Burrito just it just makes me even more convinced that had Burrito just fallen back from that T2 tower once Caspain to fight back, they could have very easily held their mid lane Phoenix. Sieging into the composition that Burrito has drafted is still incredibly difficult. They just have so much tankiness.
Well, this is a chance for Burrito to actually get a leg hold back in this game. They're sieging around the Fire Giant now. They don't have any wards in inventory, which is a bit unfortunate for them. They don't have many on the map either. But maybe just giving this up might be the wiser idea, or should they be contesting this?
They just need to be more aware of where Funballer is at all times. Like, Funballer can't be left unchecked, because Funballer, I think, has been the biggest determining factor for how these fights are going to go.
Well, Portal Demon's up soon too, and Enix have the ward coverage down at Fire Giant once more. Burrito, no wards in inventory, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on. Fire Giant already below 10% health, and it will go the way of Enix before Burrito turn up. And now Burrito are overextended and in trouble. Johnny's very low. Eagles rally from Sibby in places. Johnny's still running for his life as a pig. Talking about pigs, because Spanify has already died as one, and now Osiris will fall from the jungle too. Funballer credited with 2 quick kills. Death Panther running for his life on the right-hand side against Lobster and fails, but the bad news is his big man Tings wrapping around the back means there's still trouble for the members of Burrito.
And they don't even care about Pusify or Sibby. They're looking for the members that have no escape potential. And Funballer, though, he's looking for Sibby, and he found him. He's just chunking away in him. Fatal is putting in work, and now it's going to be Pusify next on the menu, completely served up. Nowhere to go, and this Titan is just as toast as the entirety of Burrito.
And Taco, that Fire Giant fight there, you saw Burrito were trying to hang around to contest it. They had a window back in after the defense, but hanging around there, the Fire Giant not contesting well enough, giving it to Enix for free, spelled their demise at the end of the day.
Took them a little bit too long to make that decision, whether or not they wanted to go in and contest the Fire Giant. And then on top of that, once they did, we saw it. It was way too late, and just completely out of position was the whole roster of Burrito.
So looking at Burrito and their performance today, Taco, where are we expecting them to finish? Have you had any adjustments, any changes maybe in personality, expectation, I guess, of what those guys are going to do?
The thing is that as excellent as Burrito's performance was, I can kind of see this happening from almost any of the teams in EU right now. So it'd be really hard to determine where to place them exactly.
Well, it's crazy over in Europe right now. That's only set 1 of today. We've still got 3 more sets to bring you. We'll be back after the break. Have a look at some of these replays from that set. Ooh.
Hello, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League. I'm Tom, and that's going to be Toli, and we've got 2 more exciting matches coming to you. Well, we've got 3, but 2 are going to be North American, starting off with Monkey Madness and Noble.
Noble is one of these teams that have been switching their rosters a little bit, still needs to find their identity. New jungler, new solo laner. Last week, not the best start for them. They lost 0-2, so they need to pick things up here against Monkey Madness.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task, though. Monkey Madness, certainly a strong team. They did relatively well in week number 1, and as we head into week number 2, should also be interesting as well. So let's head to picks and bans and see what's going on there. Monkey Madness versus Noble. Noble's going to have the second choice.
Interesting to see here what's going to be coming out of Monkey Madness with Ganesha now being allowed. A lot of these teams are starting to ban it away, and we're going to probably see more often than not the same situation. Ganesha is one of these guys that provides you a lot of control in the laning phase and in team fights.
Yeah, Osiris, easy first ban right here. Osiris, Bologna, that was one that I was expecting as well. These characters very, very strong with Death Toll at the moment. We saw yesterday on the patch notes that won't be the case for long, but at the moment, Death Toll certainly really benefiting our Cleave characters. So those 2 are going to be off the board. And Susano, also a character very strong, very one of Skeleton's go-tos, so take it away from Noble's jungler.
We saw just how powerful he was with the Susano and a lot of other gods as well when he was here in Georgia playing under Oxygen Supremacy, making a very impressive 7-2 run in that gauntlet.
Ganesha will be banned out as well. The Guardian, very popular here. Jigs has been very vocal about Ganesh and his relative strength level, so obviously you want to ban against Jigs in general. Jigs will take Fafnir for the support role. A character is very adept at really speeding up when it comes to objectives and just overall being troublesome in the late game when it comes to damage, but sticking with that damage idea is Noble in the mid lane with Thoth.
Toph is a good god to go against Fafnir because you create yourself a lot of distance and separation that you don't have to be necessarily too close to the Fafnir, where he's going to be jumping on you, throwing his hammer. Hu Yi is also another one of these great gods that has a lot of good objective control around these team fights that's going to throw those suns.
Yeah, Thoth has a single target ultimate. Now, obviously, it hits multiple people if you line it up right, but theoretically, if everybody's spacing and playing correctly, it's a single target. Ho Yi kind of complements that by being an area of effect and really zoning, like you said, owning a portion of the map. And so Nemesis and Hades, who also does that very well, we've seen him banned and not really picked so much. So I'm really excited to see this one work out. Monkey Madness's mid laner, Andy, is likely where this is going to go.
Hades needs some more compliments here for Monkey Madness to force out some more purification beads. By himself alone, he's going to force the purification beads, and who else is going to really capitalize on it? So Monkey Madness needs to find a way to complement with it. Now, with Fafnir being locked in, Fafnir is not one of these guys that's going to force out the Aegis necessarily, but he will force out those Aegises.
For sure. And Kepri will just really save the life of anybody that gets into too much trouble. Cupid overlapping Hades ultimate is problematic. A lot of people, sitting in that Hades ultimate is tough until you beads out, but then you can just dash or jump. Well, with the Cupid, you have to use those beads. So, and also Cupid does what you were talking about, which is, you'll have to use your beads for one ultimate and then sort of get hit by the other. Another guy that really complements Hades would be a guy like Ares. But with Fafnir already selected, that's not really available.
Or Hunbats potentially, but Nemesis as well locked in, so not going to find that there. Raven being selected for Noble Esports. Their last pick is going to be either the soul lane or the jungler, as Raven could be flex. More than likely, that will be Raven in that jungle role. We've been seeing that played very often here in Season 4.
Medusa and Sun Wukong, the final selection. So we don't really get those bead strippers that we were asking for, which means Hades is going to be the primary bead stripper unless Medusa gets really lucky with a fantastic ultimate. So really got to look out for that Petrify, because the Hades ult is going to be largely used to clean up instead of used for the crowd control here with Monkey Madness, I would say.
But even though you could still synergize very well with that, because you can have Hades on one side, Medusa catching them on the flank, and with that Petrify, whether or not you find the stun, it'll still slow you down quite heavily.
So Ratatasker is the final selection for Noble Esports. That'll be the solo laner of choice, unless Robin gets thrown back to the old school and played in the solo lane. Honestly, it could be a toss-up. Let's stop guessing and get right to the business, and you will see Aquarius play that Robin solo as is traditional instead of the new hot flavor of the week, which is Robin jungle, and Skilladon will play the rat in the jungle.
Final K soloing his own blue buff, gonna be able to get that one away. A little bit of poke from Aquarius, recognizing that he was going to be left alone in a 1v2 spot, soloing his own blue. Great awareness already from the soul laner out of Monkey Madness.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and snatch that one up. Doesn't even need the Hand of the Gods, which we usually see in that situation,
But we also, instead of seeing Hand of the God, we see the Bombas Masks, which allows him to clear that jungle camp a little bit faster. With a very short 10-second cooldown, it was very easy for him to get off 2 abilities during that blue buff.
Wubbin goes ahead and grabs Jigs, and that'll bring both supports down while Wubbin's healing up. But both were down to about half HP, so this lane all about even here. Purple buff already on Wubbin since they invaded, and they'll go ahead and get a second in their own.
Vedium, though, he does have his own red buff. Starting off, a lot of teams have been starting in the dual lane by grabbing their own red buff and then getting to the lane a little bit longer, which allows the opposition. Oh, that thought, though, Aquarius taking a lot of damage with a rotation from Homie Efe.
Early first blood for M&M right here, nice and quick. The first kill for MM. Goes down to the solo lane thanks to, as you said, the Nemesis rotation.
Great awareness here coming out of Homie Efe, really exploiting Aquarius's aggression out of this Robin. Robin's not one of these gods that have very easy escapes up until you max out that overhead kick.
I love this punish. Vedium tried to come back for the red buff, and Skilladon and teammates make him pay. The rest of the dual lane, Wowie and Wubbin, really just piled shots into him. Wowie was just sitting there saying, Vedium, are you really going to take this red buff? And he suffered immensely for it.
There's always a good idea between invading, but there's always a bad idea of picking up that buff. As a hunter player, you can secure it very easily. A lot of action already, still taking a lot of poke, but similar story in soul laners, like you can easily invade the blue buff and drop it on the ground, but by committing inside that little cave area, the enemy has like that 2 to 3 second window to be able to capitalize and find you with that punish.
So Andy's about level 5 here, pushing towards level 6, whereas MLC Stealth is level 3 last time we looked at the mid lane. Probably still about there or just hit level 4 now. What do you think the big difference is here? Why was Andy able to get so much more farm?
The problem here for MLC Stealth is that there's just too many invades against him. He's not been able to really share inside of the jungle, which is why he's staggered.
Ratatasker misses the knockup. Gonna find some damage, but Vedium lives with about 20%, 25% HP. If Vedium gets knocked up there, that's likely a strong gank, maybe even a kill. But
Absolutely.
just Skilladon misses.
Or even maybe forcing out the Petrify just for more CC immune ultimate. And while you're a Medusa with a passive of 50% movement speed penalty for moving backwards, you can still channel your ultimate, turn your character around, and force them to turn around, and you'll have that slight 1 to 2 second window to separate yourself from your opposition.
So right there you can see why Hades has been banned a couple of times. His wave clear is incredible. Once you get that passive on everybody, which can be done by yelling at them with your 2, you can go ahead and detonate them to full clear by level 4, level 5.
Not only do you clear the wave, you also heal your own minions, making it more difficult for the enemy. So if they invest their abilities at level 1 to clear the wave, and then you heal it, now they're going to be sitting under their tower, which is why we see Monkey Madness doing a great job invading the enemy speed buff to start the game off.
So with that, Vedium gonna pick up this red buff. A little bit safer this time. He's in his own jungle. Nobody's coming after him. Like you said, just very, very dangerous play coming out from Vedium, giving him a death above Wowie, which Wowie's certainly not complaining about. Here comes Andy. Great communication and great crowd control. Wubbin stuck in the ult. He'll go ahead and detonate himself, but the Devour Souls is good enough. Andy makes good use of the ultimate, traps in the support, and takes him down.
Wowie with the rotation, forcing Jigs to disengage away from Skilladon. Nice little save for his jungler, but oh, hold that thought.
He's
the
dead.
solo lane, final K, just recharging a little bit of more health before he commits. Not wanting to commit all the way, but finally, Mr. Crush coming through, a lot of damage reduction, the Oxform coming out, and Aquarius getting the better end of that one.
So Final K, if he doesn't go for the extra life regen, he gets that kill easy peasy. He jumps on the character, follows up with his skills, and then he gets the kill and walks away. But he might die to the tower. That's why we saw him wait and regen and look for that. But because he regen, the player Aquarius was able to walk out of the range of the jump.
And Final K made the conscious decision between either going in the tower before regaining full health, or wanting to wait before he gets the full 25% health regeneration, and then committing outside between the tier 1 and tier 2. Considering he was level 7 at that time, you can clear the wave anyway, but it was a nice Mystic Rush by Aquarius that juked out that Cudgel to be able to turn the tide and force that Soul Laner out of action.
Yeah, and I like the discipline from Fine OK. Going for the risky play, but when it doesn't pay off, just walking away and knowing when to quit while you're ahead. I think you could have argued, yeah, go for the tower dive and find him with the stick, but Fine OK played it safe, and at this point in the game, I'm totally fine with that. MM have a 1,000 gold lead, give or take, and it's only 6 minutes in. No reason to really be playing too aggressive.
It's only 2-1 on the scoreboard, but there's just a lot of action already. Aquarius, another victim to Homie FA's rotation. Aquarius getting the worst end of it. Can't really make this Robin in the Soul Lane work as effectively as a lot of junglers can.
I mean, it's one of those things here as the ultimates come out onto the Gold Fury. Andy is available. Devour Souls would blow this up. The dash forward, but he gets grabbed. Andy finds a kill with Devour Souls, pops out the ultimate, and he even gets the Gold Fury. Finds the secondary kill as well. Double kill, ultimate, Gold Fury, Andy, Hades, crazy.
Devourer of Souls, nice beads coming out of Anister, recognizing that he was going to get plucked by Wubbin immediately once he jumped on in there. Homie FA with a nice little rotation again, really punishing Noble for trying to go for such a risky Gold Fury.
That right there, I mean, so that Gold Fury is prime example of why Hades has been banned a little bit here in the summer split. It is a power when it comes to that Devour Souls. It's detonation damage. So he dashes in, and when you get hit by the dash, that means you're already hit by his passive, the Blight. So he's able to hit Devour Souls, his third ability, and he's healing, you're taking damage, you're dealing more damage to your teammates, a la Heart Bomb, and then, of course, you just drop the ult, and everybody just stuck.
And just like that, with what was a 1,000 goal lead, almost 4,000 now, coming out of Monkey Madness, not even 8 minutes into the game. What a play out of Anister. Former jungler making a great transition in this mid lane, still making these aggressive plays.
That is the Hades player's dream. I mean, when you see all those players grouped up like that, you're like, I'm gonna dash him, I'm gonna hit 3, and it doesn't really work. That time it worked, and I bet you Andy's just sitting there like, Hades, Hades.
That's a signature, just
Hades. And I mean, that's what this character does, and Hades has been a nice focal point of our game because he's so oddball. That's the downside, of course. Characters with dashes can just get on out of there. But I really want to bring attention to the current jungler, to the nemesis. Homie FA, and I brought this point up yesterday, or rather, it was Tuesday that I did my show, is that when it comes down to talking about jungle mindset, hold that, Andy, not in the jungle anymore, Skildon winds up falling. When it comes to jungle mindset, it's all about decision making, right? Look at this fight here in the enemy jungle, Tully. Is this a good decision or not?
No, not after losing Anister. They're committing to the ultimate from Skildon allows you to still try to look to be a little bit aggressive. They baited out the ultimate here out of MLC Stealth, and Wubbin's ultimate's down as well, so there's no revive for the top.
And I like that play, Fine OK coming around from the back end. I didn't like that play until I saw the flank from Fine OK, and that was the idea with Monkey Madness. That was the entire idea. There was method to the Monkey Madness there, in the sense that the guys came and it was a bad fight, and everybody knew it was a bad fight. I asked you the question. That's one of those questions I don't know the answer to when I ask you the question. So Noble sit there and go, why are they doing this? This is terrible. And they get in position to fight, and then the flank comes from around the back, Fine OK, and that's why it was so bad, because they had help coming in the wings. It was an entire bait for the solo rotation.
Yeah, with the ultimate from Skildon being down, as well as the Sunder from Wubbin on the Capri, it was an easy decision for Monkey Madness to start grouping up, and with the 2-level lead here for Fine OK, he has a Sunder of his own. He finished off this Breastplate of Valor, and this Bombus Mask pickup that he has been definitely assisting him quite easily here as he's making all these jungle rotations.
Yeah, Fine OK is a guy that really thinks about the ins and outs of the solo lane, the intricacies of the solo lane. You know, play not a lot of, I shouldn't say that, but we don't get to see the thought process of the players a lot, right? Players like Divios, players like, I mean, even, you know, non-pro players out there that make content, we see their ins and outs of their thought process, and Fine OK shows us that as well. He doesn't go bump his mask on every character in every situation. This was a very specific thought process as to why he picked up the Bumbas.
And Sun Wukong is a god that heavily favors it with such short cooldowns of 10 seconds on both your Master's Will and your Cudgel. Skilladon in the sky, looking for something, but he just got everyone off that portal demon.
And that's a win kind of for both teams. Skilladon protects the portal demon that way, and the other guys say, well, we got the rat ult. So everybody kind of leaves happy, thinking they outsmarted the other guy.
And slightly favoring Monkey Madness, because that's one defensive and offensive engagement tool away from Skilladon. So once his dart is down off cooldown, it's going to be easy target.
I like the build coming out from the Hades as well. Lifesteal on top of the lifesteal that Hades already has. It's interesting. It's not lifesteal. Lifesteal and healing are very different. Andy's ability, Devour Souls, heals him, and then he gets lifesteal off of that as well. And Hades, just the nature of the character, he dashes in, being very aggressive. He's going to lose that HP, and as he loses, the Bancroft does more and more damage. Andy finds a kill off of it. Skeely very low, resurrected by the Khepri, who falls just before him. 8th kill for MM, and Hades owns half of them.
Just like that. Such easy kills when Wubbin doesn't have the meditation or the shell. Going for these offensive sunders is a big risk versus reward, just not paying off for the support out of Noble at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not even... That's one of the nice things about the Hades, that he's healing up, so you engage, you hit him with the Sunder, he heals, and then, as I said, the Bancroft passive, he's doing more damage as you focus him.
And there's a difference between Fafnir and Khepri's kits a little bit. Jigs playing this Fafnir has a more offensive mindset. His whole kit on Fafnir is just screaming aggression, so going Sunder on Fafnir makes a little bit more sense. But for Khepri, you want to be full defensive, you want to mitigate as much damage between your Rising Dawn, Scarab's Blessing as well, and then look for even more sustain with some of these defensive options. But a lot of these players just hasn't been, they've been on the Sunder chain.
I love the play to Final K, I'm sorry. Skilladon finds the kill onto Final K, but his team picks up the Gold's Fury because Final K's doing his job. Aquarius goes down, Jigs gets the last hit, big shot at a Home FA right there in the middle lane. Skilladon slinking back into the right side of the jungle. You know, it's actually really funny, Toli. I had a conversation with another person, and I've been speaking very highly about Final K lately. You know, and I said to myself, I was like, look, I'll call the game as it comes, but I'm going to try to specifically not, homie, homie just gets smoked.
Just a bait. Homie is fine. They force out the ultimate out of Wubbin. He's going to revive back into death.
Hades.
It's Hades.
Hades. Hades. But my point is, I sat there, I was like, look, I'm going to call the game as it comes, but I'm going to try not to be so high on Final K. But when he's making plays like this, I mean, as a solo laner, Toli, you have to be so happy with what you're seeing, making these selfless plays. I mean, right there, his team gets the Gold Fury. When people gank the solo lane, you go for Gold Fury. We all know that. But Final K forced the enemy to commit to him. He rotates over to the mid lane, grabs 3 people, gets focused, pops in his ultimate, and his team is already doing gold. That's what you want your solo laner to do. It's not flashy, it's not exciting. He's just playing Sun Wukong annoying people, but they're not looking at the gold.
It's not just his playstyle, it's also about his choices mentally here. Jig's gonna get pulled, but he's gonna jump away into safety. For Final K though, he's gotten into this item selection of going for the Gladiator Shield. More physical defense, considering that both MLC Stealth is only level 12 here. He doesn't have that much magical damage, and obviously Khepri doesn't have enough.
And he flanks from the backside. Oh, he actually might be in trouble, but Homie FA shows up and smacks him with the sword. Skilladon goes down. Wubbin's next, thanks to Anderson, number 6 for the mid lane out of New Jersey. Andy, incredible play on the Hades pick. And look at the top damage. Over 2,000 just about above number 2, which is going to be his own jungler. Man, all those 3 members, everybody on MM are doing really well. Shout out to Jigs and Vedium, who are just sort of keeping the game going. But Anister, Home FA, and Final K have completely run this game for me, and you can tell in the player damage.
Between Home FA ganking the solo lane, between Anister stealing that Gold Fury around 7-minute mark, and then Final K's decision-making between going this Bumba's Mask and this heavy physical defense, just absolutely baiting every cooldown imaginable here. It's no surprise to me that Monkey Madness, heading into the 15-minute mark, have themselves this 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, you started to talk about his itemization choices, and when it comes down to it, we always like, no, everybody knows that Thoth is a late game god, so you don't have to really worry about him as early. So his build path, quote unquote, it's not set in stone. He's going to do different things for different scenarios, which is how everybody should play, but not many people do.
It doesn't look like Stuff is going to get more than 15,000 damage against his opposition this game around, because this Hades in the early to mid game here has just been doing so much work, and normally you don't see this much damage coming out of your mid laner. Normally you're seeing the fake damage coming out of your soul laner, the rotations from your jungler to be able to find a lot of ganks, but the plays here from Anister, he's just finding multiple targets with that Devourer of Souls every single time.
That's the key there, and the mid game is really where Hades shines. Once he gets about 2 or 3 items online, he's able to do a ton of work. And really, I mean, you saw what happened to Skilladon. Skilladon and Wubbin got caught, and Devour Souls did half of Skilladon's HP. The dash takes down Wubbin as well. He knows he's toast, has to ult himself. Here comes Skilly, though. That might help out. Andy is relatively low, 25. He's going to fall here if Skilly gets his way, but Homie gets his way first. Andy falls thanks to the rotation from Wowie, but the double kill for Homie FA is one better.
The heal bought Andy enough time to find some more rotations. The Petrify is going to get negated by the Aegis. Wowie's getting dove under his own Phoenix. No ultimate for Wubbin available. That was a 1 for 3.
Takes 16 minutes in. Monkey Madness diving Phoenixes. Aquarius gonna jump up and down and find an ultimate, but quickly
They're not done.
runs
They're
to the
still
back
diving.
end.
They're still diving the Phoenix 4 for 1. Aquarius, he's going to be the victim of the last kill for the Dia side. Monkey Madness just playing lights out as a unit.
I mean, this is a team, and I'm much more excited. It's interesting because Final K just might fit this world better than Walrus did. I'm the biggest Walrus fan. But watching Final K, enough about him and his individual play, but the way the team is playing around him is much different. Soar was, I won't say a full disappointment last year, but I got let down a little bit. I don't think they reached their potential with an all-star lineup like Anister, Homie FA, Jigs, right? I expected more than what we got. And the biggest negative to them was that they were inconsistent. Well, this type of gameplay is a game style that is consistent. You can bring this to multiple types of matches and still see victory. Wubbin shows up trying to contest. Totally. I don't think he's going to make it.
No, not at all. Skilladon in the sky, landing onto Vedium. No defensive options for him between his feet and Aegis. Or Aegis was up, but no ultimate available.
Oh, Aquarius.
Aquarius going up and down. Mr. Crush not going to save it this time, buddy.
So Andy's over here trying to finish off Skeely, and he will. 7-2 and 4 for the mid laner. 20 in total for MM. Do you agree with me? Do you think that this game style for MM can be a little, wow, he gets a couple of kills I didn't expect, but I think the result's the same. Do you think MM can be more consistent with this style of play?
As long as they get the picks that they are very comfortable with, whether it's Jigs playing Fafnir, Annie playing this Hades pick, then absolutely, especially considering just how much early aggression that they got between invading buffs as well as protecting their own, because we saw Final K recognizing, like, all right, Homie FA and Anister, they're going to be able to invade the enemy jungle, which means my jungle's going to be invaded, so let me go ahead and do my own blue buff to take away that option from Noble, not allow them to get too much gold. So not only are they playing offensively all throughout, but they have those defensive mindsets to be able to not give anything back to their opposition.
For me, the key here was Homie FA's decision making. I was talking a little bit about you were mentioning Andy's transition into the mid lane, and Andy was that mythical level jungler, right? He was just above and beyond. And his rotation to the mid lane, he's done well, but I don't think he's reached that mythical level of mid laner. If he plays every day like this, then maybe sure we can talk about it. But my point is, even if he does reach that point, which is looking more and more realistic, I'll always have that question about his decision making. You can go 100-0-0 with the jungle and still make the wrong moves. Portal Demon goes down to Noble. But Homie FA this game has made all of the right decisions. His ganking of the solo lane allowed Final K to mature and make these rotations. Homie FA has not been the flashy guy this game, but he might deserve the MVP.
Skilladon landing in the back, but gets instantly deleted. Vedium credited with that kill. The rest of Monkey Madness diving onto that middle. Phoenix yet again. Stealth gonna be the second victim. Final K zoning out three players, and then still goes through the Phoenix just to take one more shot.
Aquarius gets rezzed by the Capri ultimate out of the Hades, and not so impactful, but the dash forward from Vedium will be. That's 25 kills for MM here.
They got 2.5 deicides in the last 3 minutes, Monkey Madness just has not stopped any sort of aggression against Noble. They're really trying to close out this game, but they're not necessarily going for these objectives. They're just starting to group up, and they're catching anybody out of position and going to chase them down till the end of the world.
25 kills in 20 minutes. That's impressive.
It's like a ranked match almost.
It is. I mean, that's what's so entertaining about this one is that they're playing extremely well. They're just catching everybody. The ability for them to turn and burn. Aquarius shows up and dies as quickly as he's presented. Wowie taking shots to the back end. Jake's gonna cut him off on the front. But the blink forward from Andy. Scream and bleed. Andenster making it happen. Number 10. For Hades.
They're not done yet. Skilladon caught between a rock and a hard place, getting chased by Homie Efe and Final Kid. Then gets dashed through, and Homie Efe has been doing such a great job just baiting himself out in some of these situations.
And look at that, top damage for the Nemesis. It's a 3-man wrecking crew. It's a 3-man wrecking crew. And this is one of those games where you look at Jigs and Venium down there on the low on the player damage charts, and it's not because they're doing poorly. They just can't find any shots because their teammates are killing everybody fast. Well, it's not even like they're not at the show. They're there waiting, and then all of a sudden, well, ouch, everybody's already dead. What are we supposed to do? I mean, I guess we'll go for the fire giant.
Well, they had a lot of desperation trying to get back into that game, but they had a deficit of about 14,000 plus around that 20-minute marker, so it wasn't looking too well for Noble, but they're going to sweep that one under the rug. They're going to head into game 2 and figure out how to bounce back because that was a pretty devastating loss.
That was a team win by MM against what looked like 5 individuals. That was really the problem for me. MLC was kind of silent in that game. More to the pick. I mean, Thoth is a late game god. What do you expect at 5 minutes from a Thoth? But we need to see more cohesion. Picks and bans coming up right here. Noble versus MM. Game number 2. Very curious to see where Noble goes. The Nemesis ban.
Right away.
Do we see Nemesis and Hades ban?
Maybe, actually. The way Annister played Hades was very obnoxious because of getting that early mid pressure, allowed them to invade speed buff for free, and it forced Stealth to sit under his own tier 1 tower and absorb some of that experience that he would have missed otherwise. But the composition out of Noble that last game didn't have too much control outside of Kepri. You know, you have the slows from Robin, you have a knock-up and a stun out of Ratatasker, but he has to be really risky diving that backline. And there was just not enough options to really lock down some of these players. Ganesha, though, hasn't been banned, so Noble are thinking about it.
Yeah. Monkey banned the Fafnir over the Ganesh. Thinking about it here is Noble Esports very quickly, and they're going to lock it in. So they do have the support. This character is very strong. One, he can really run team fights. He's very strong when it comes to objective control as well. But that, of course, leaves Bologna open, and she will be taken. Monkey Madness do have one more selection before they toss the pick back over to Noble Esports. What do you think we'll see? It's going to be the Susanoo.
I was going to say Susanoo because with Nemesis banned and Monkey Madness banned Susanoo the last game against Skilladon, so taking that still away from him, Homie Efe is going to be looking for some of these plays.
Ho Yi, one more time for Wowie. We'll see if this continues. Wowie is, oh man, it's interesting because Wowie and MLC seem to be the hard carries for this squad. Skilladon and Aquarius still sort of warming up to the team. And when it comes down to it, last game we saw Hoyi and Thoth, 2 very late game gods. Wowie and MLC need their team to bring the late game to them. Last game it didn't work. So do you want to see an earlier game god from MLC, or do you want to see them stick to their guns?
I want to see early game because he's based off of momentum. If Noble Esports doesn't get the momentum, then they're just going to start slowly falling behind very quickly. We saw Monkey Madness take a 1,000 gold lead to about a 4,000 gold lead at the 7.5 minute mark after that. A very impressive Gold Fury steal by Annenster. But already with this composition out of Noble between Hercules and Ganesha, now a little bit more control than the first game.
Cupid banned out. And, you know, I don't mind the Thoth ban, but I would have almost, you're forcing Noble into the correct choice, which is earlier game, right? So very interesting. Andy's going to play his Ra. Hades banned this time around. So Anister's Ra is the first god that he really played at a very, very high level in the mid lane for what it's worth. So I like the Ra choice. Vulcan will be the mid lane that he'll be going head to head against. And it will be Kamazats, the jungle of choice for Skeleton.
I like Vulcan here for stealth because every single time Anister will drop that heal, that's going to be an easy target for those meatballs, for the ultimates as well out of Vulcan. So a nice little counter selection. Doesn't have the greatest clear compared to Raw, at least safe clear, because you have to be a little bit closer to use your backfire as opposed to Anister's having to use his first ability.
Medusa, the hunter of choice for Vedium here. So we've got a different duo lane with Medusa and Khepri. The same idea in the jungle, high control out of the Susanoo, and you're going to give Bologna. This one looks tough, but we do get to see Ganesh. We'll head right into game. Noble Esports on the left. Monkey Madness. They took game number 1. We'll see how it works out.
Starting fresh, Noble needs to think about ways to find an early game advantage here. Aquarius this time in the solo lane. Ganesh, though, on Wabin, rotating between both that mid and the solo lane. Looks like he's going to start off in the solo lane to make sure Aquarius doesn't fall too far behind.
Okay, you see him just staying present, and he is spotted out, so he won't be a surprise. So he'll just walk right on into lane. No big deal. Only if he is here with fine okay. So different story. We've got the support and the solo, and the jungle and the solo. Where does that put Skeely? He's right in the middle.
Vedium looking to play a little bit aggressive here. They're looking for their own red buff invades. They recognize that he's left alone in a 1v2. Wowie is going to just sit on by as his red buff gets stripped away. And I wouldn't be surprised if the purple goes very quickly after.
Yeah, there's nothing Wowie can do here in this unfortunate situation. Nice play coming out from Monkey Madness. And Wowie will take a look towards the jungle and see what's going on and just sort of get it. But because of that, he can't even walk up and take the farm from the minions either in lane, otherwise he'll get flanked. So he's got to stay back.
Not only in the dual lane, but also getting invaded on in their solo lane. But that's because it seems that Noble wanted to play very aggressive and strip away the speed and the blue from Monkey Madness. Skeleton gets his own speed. Aquarius getting his own blue.
Oh, he's going to get collapsed on.
A little action.
Skeleton will walk towards his support, but fine okay, and Homie FA try to collapse. Now it's a 3-on-2 as MLC starts to make the rotation, but then heads right to the mid camps instead. I like that choice, prioritizing the farm over the fight.
They were just too far away to really chase that down at this point in the game anyway, so you might as well min-max, try to get to level 5 first, and that could be enough of a power play to look for other invades after that.
And here's one invade that they're going to go for. Noble heading into the left enemy jungle, looking for the red buff. Now the call has been made from the middle laner, so that'll send Vedium and Jigs over to rotate, but 3 players bring it down relatively quickly, and they're able to score that one for the big man.
Kamazats does a lot of damage very quickly, especially with that Bomba's mask and the Bluestone Pendant. Some action here, but Monkey Man is walking away with the vision from the Oracles.
Ooh, Homie FA might walk down the wrong hallway. He's going to meet 3 members of Noble, but they seem to have gone the different direction. Skeleton gets grabbed and hit by both players. And now he's going to be dancing around Homie FA trying to do his best to storm and body block, but he can't find it. Dashing away from MLC's damage, but Wubbin's here as well. And Andy's going to get hit from mid laner as well. No kills just yet. Skeely here. MLC does have the backfire. Trying to line it up, gets pulled by Homie FA and has to target the jungler instead. Mid lane Andy walks away.
Great mobility coming out of Monkey Madness. Both passes between Susanoo and Raw gives you so much mobility as you're using your cooldowns. Homie FA getting 4%, whereas Raw is getting about 6% or so per ability used. And this is what allowed them to make that aggressive play around the tier 2 out of Noble and still be able to escape before finishing off their boots.
Yeah, so nice little plays coming there. And as you said, the boots will come first. So often we've seen the stacking items. It's kind of nice to just see the return to the booties.
Well, there's different options. You know, you want to be able to be warm while you're in the battleground of the gods.
Oh, just stop right now. Just stop.
You gotta keep your feet warm.
Stop that. You're not allowed to talk anymore. I just don't like it. Why did you go in that direction?
It's the booties, man.
No,
you gotta
man.
keep your little feet warms.
No, boots provide power, attack speed, and movement speed if necessary.
And warmth.
Thank you, Jigs. Jigs' character does the dance as I'm trying to get serious. The animation comes off, reminding me that sometimes I guess you do have to have a little bit of fun and watch what's going down here. It has been total fun for MM. just a slobber knocker game number one, able to just take advantage in every way possible. What was that game? 22 minutes before the surrender?
Like
so a little bit rough for Noble in that regard, but here hoping for something different for game number two. They did ban out the Hades, which was Hades and Nemesis were the problem characters for that. I don't care who was in the solo lane there, totally. I think those two characters would have enabled them. Aquarius is in the solo lane for now, but he'll head back to the fountain. And that's first blood. Nice and easy, just routine. Like for Homie FA and Final K.
The same exact story compared to the first game. Whether or not he's playing the Nemesis or the Susanoo, just ganking Aquarius, allowing Final K to get that little bit of advantage. I like what his mindset was to try to survive in that 1v2 situation, using his bolt, his excavate for that CC immunity. Unfortunately, he used it a little bit too early, and Homie FA's Typhoon still found the knockup at the end of that tail gank.
Yeah, I mean, Homie FA is very patient. That's what allows him to survive there. Woman gets hit by the Sunder, and look at him just get shredded. And he gets the last hit. But the damage was done by Jigs and Vedium. Big trouble from the duo lane. And it's 2 kills to 0. Noble on the bad side.
Dharmic Pillars was used, also trying to survive a little bit longer. Wubben couldn't find the safety of his teammates to bail him out of that one. It does have a little bit of a short cooldown, so it's only 75 seconds, giving you a lot of protection reduction. Anytime you walk over it, it also slows your opponents. And if you can keep somebody locked into one of those lines by using your dash ability, that's where the true damage out of this god comes from.
I mean, the classic shake and bake, right? Now, there is a limitation. You can only... Ooh, nice jump from Final K. They're going to dive Aquarius here just a little bit. You'll get that mitigate wounds online and back to base, or just tease it.
I would have liked to see maybe even allow yourself to get pushed under that tier 1 tower, so that way Final K can get off the guaranteed damage from the Eagles rally instead of using that defensively, because Homie FA was right around that corner. Because Aquarius' ultimate wasn't up. However, neither was Homie FA's.
Man, this is like your dream. Both games have just been solo lane centric.
Not as much as that one game from, what was it? Maniac on the Osiris, where he just went off. That was the dream.
But so, well, I mean, no, I present this in 2 different ways. Because Maniac just took advantage and went crazy. This game number 1 was off of ganks to the solo lane, etc.
And that's the difference. Homie FA has just been ganking to allow this situation for Final K to be better. Whereas Maniac that game, it was all himself.
Well, Wubben, it's all him right now. The toss for the mid lane Vulcan not going to be on the money to take down Homie FA. And Skildon goes to the sky and just holds it. There's nothing for him to do. Nice escape coming out from Andy and his teammates there in the mid lane. Noble still killless.
Jigs using that ultimate, not for the revive necessarily, but just for that extra mobility that it provides, getting his teammates a little bit safely under their own tier 1 mid tower.
Final K here, waiting for the wave. And he'll go ahead and look towards it. Get flipped by Aquarius and pushed underneath the tower. Half HP for the Bologna. Health potion has been popped. Finds a little bit of damage thanks to the hammer. But Final K's actually in a bad spot if Aquarius gets aggressive one more time. But Homie FA's here in the jungle.
Still has the Eagles rally available to him. There is no ultimate for Skilladon, so Homie FA could look to be aggressive here. He will, but gonna miss out on the pull. Does find the knockup. The Storm Cloud is good. Now he walks away for free.
So much control from that Susanoo. Just the knockup, the pull, the vortex. It's a lot. Wowie, he's going to take a lot of damage. He'll be able to walk over the wall, drop the Suns, help out. Final K's the one that's getting a kill, though. Wubben falls on down thanks to the rotation out of the solo lane, and he's not done yet. Jumps right on top of MLC, finds the screen, but the meatball will knock him up and out of position. He then looks around the corner for MLC, realizes it's not going to be an Abbott target. Aquarius will base under the tower.
Great discipline from Monkey Madness, not diving the half-health Hercules without his ultimate under that tier 1 tower. The purple buff was up for Noble. Monkey Madness stripped that away instead and still continued to farm, outpacing Noble in the experience department.
MM going for the small objective in the little oracles.
Still a very comfortable lead for Monkey Madness compared to the first game, despite not finding any Gold Furies, just being all over the game, all over the lanes rather, for Homie FA, whether he's playing this Nemesis or the Susanoo, making an impact where it counts.
3,500 gold in 8 minutes, Tolly.
Without a Gold Fury.
Without a Gold Fury. I mean, that's tough.
Almost 7,000 experience.
That's really, why don't you paint us a picture? What does 7,000 experience mean?
That's like 2 to 2.5 levels where there's going to be a level 12 first on every side for Monkey Madness to get that second relic. And the primary victim here has been Wubbin and Stealth.
Oh, he's going to toss the ultimate on his feet, do some damage, but Jigs tosses the dot through the wall and winds up taking down MLC Stealth right there in the middle. Nice shots coming out from MM, just pushing their lead even further. Now, yeah, still about 3.5, inching towards 4.
And not only that, they're still just retreating under their own tier 1 tower, respecting the rotation from Skilladon, not giving anything back has been the whole game plan for Monkey Madness. They take their advantages and they cleanly walk away.
Vedium might be number 1. He dashes away, gets hit by some long-range nonsense, and here's help from Wubbin. This could be it, and it will. Skilladon gets the kill. Nice gank out of the jungler, helped out by the hunter and the support.
Vedium just a little bit too aggressive. His beads weren't up for another 25 seconds. Skilladon is going to get pulled back in. Wow, he uses his ultimate just to peel a little bit longer.
I like it.
Great play out of the hunter from Noble. Still struggling a little bit, though, in the experience department. Level 9 compared to Vedium's 11.
Wow, we went to the school of Ares when it comes to peel. Well, I don't really have any ability to do that besides the jump, so I'm just going to dab at you and make you run the other way.
It also slows you down, making it more difficult to catch up to Skilladon despite having a lot of mobility for the Susanoo. That's a great counter option here for at least one god out of Noble.
Mid lane seems to be where the party might be next. Jigs is the uninvited guest, but he'll dash away thanks to the damage. And the ultimate over the wall for Hercules. Not going to be good enough. Blue buff gets successfully stolen one more time by Final K's Bologna.
Speed buff, though, it is warded by Monkey Madness. They're trying to find it thus far. Skilladon will walk away cleanly with that speed buff. But it seems that Monkey Madness, they're not deterred quite yet. They still want to get something.
Nice. Oh, nice shot, but it's on the support. Jigs loses half a bar, but he's Jigs. The ultimate out of Andy is going to be off the money, not going to be there for the taking, but the single target one will absolutely hit it. Searing Pain. And it's money in the bank, 6-1 as Andy finds his second kill of the contest here. MM lead by a nice spot, about 4,000 gold here, folks, give or take.
Anister has such great mechanics. Despite missing his Searing Pain off of the pull from homie FA, he was very confident that he would hit it anyway, but regardless, he walked up, used that Celestial Beam. I would have liked to see him wait to use his ultimate whenever the Typhoon comes out of homie FA, just to guarantee that damage, and that way you can also, during the knockout lasts so long from Susanoo ultimate that you can even reposition Ra for like a split second to get to min-max your ultimate if the opportunity presents itself.
Man, I definitely called that incorrectly. I mixed them up. Searing Pain, Celestial Beam.
Yeah. They sound like they both should be an ultimate,
That's
right?
what I'm saying, yeah.
It just sounds so powerful out of this Sun God.
Yeah, man, and it certainly has been very powerful. Andy sitting number 2 on the net worth. The player damage not so far either.
You know what else is very powerful?
What, totally?
My Ra impression.
Okay, let's hear it.
Ra!
All right, I'm glad we heard it.
There we go. Did you think I was going to laugh?
I thought you were going to talk about booties. Skilladon needs to talk about something that's got to be else. Not talking about the invade.
Nice.
Vedium with the nice cleanup, completely understanding the range of that ultimate, taking down the jungler. Just over-aggressive there from Skilly. 1, 2, and 0 at the time that he made that single-man invade. Not a lot of vision there. You can take a look at the enemy jungle. Not a lot of noble vision on the enemy side of the map. Just not enough information for Skilladon to make that play in my eyes. So because of that, he'll suffer. 1, 3, and 0 for the jungler this time around.
With Skilladon just now reviving a 5-on-4 power play. No soul laner here either.
Vedium.
Aquarius still in the soul lane. Vedium gets the Gold Fury. First one of the game, this time for Monkey Madness at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, they tried a little bit earlier, but they would turn as the players siphoned in from the mid lane. So MM this time around will pick up their first Gold Fury. And as I said earlier, leading by about 5,000 this time around. So they're making their steps here totally. 5-5 to be precise. And 13.5 is kind of foreboding. You kind of figure out what MM is going to be able to do here. And the answer is whatever they want.
it's all across the board that Monkey Madness has this sort of advantage. Whether or not you're looking at the mid laner Aninster playing the Hades or the Raw, getting the better end of his former teammate MLC Stealth, or whether or not it's Jigs just playing more offensively against Wubbin, taking advantage despite the great Ganesh.
And there's the ultimate out of both the support and the mid laner, and Kepri's gonna look out for homie F.A., but Final K is looking out for Wubbin and bringing him down. That's gonna be 8 kills in total for MM. Aquarius is low. Wow, he gets the kill and saves his solo later. Homie F.A. was all the way in the back and could not secure it. Skillon dances around Andy's ultimate, but MM still wind up on top. Even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, they're able to snatch away some of the enemy jungle.
Absolutely, but losing homie F.A. in the process is a little bit of a downfall here. You only get Wubbin in response here. Monkey Madness, slight miscommunication as we saw Aninster chase out Skilldown a little bit. They forced out the Camisol's ultimate. He had to go under his own tier 2 tower, and the rest of the action was between that speed buff and back Harpies.
Man, Skillon is a great jungler, but he suffers when he has to be the guy. And, you know, full credit to Ryan, who I was having this conversation with. And, you know, to be fair, most good analysis comes from bouncing off of 2 different people. But Skillon does very well. Ooh, Vedium here. Nope, dashing.
Bouncing between 2 walls is the Ricochet. Great play from Wowie. Dharmic Pillars gonna slow Vedium a little bit, but gonna walk away cleanly. Not even have to using any defensive relic.
Skillon will perform better when MLC pops off. That's what's going to happen here for this Noble squad. Skillon just can't be the first option. He needs to be the second option a lot of times for whatever reason. And if MLC or Wowie are having a fantastic game, Skillon will be able to capitalize off of that and be able to assist the team and bring them to the next level. But when he has to be the focal point, I mean, this Kamenzots just hasn't done much of anything in this game, and it winds up being a trouble spot for Noble.
It's just a team effort. The mid-jungle synergy go hand in hand, but Stealth gets shoved on in the
big
background.
Big shot coming out from Final K, stunning the players, allowing a kill to happen. Nicely done. Wowie will be the second to fall, and MM gonna rotate back into the middle lane. Skillon looking for a cheeky play here as he's trying to fall back. Final K chases Wubbin all the way to the tier 2.
Still finding more aggression under the tier 1. Skillon trying to jump away, can't do it. Pulled back in between the tier 1 and tier 2. Aquarius gets taken out. Another deicide. This is like the 3rd deicide, maybe 4th one, coming out of Monkey Madness in the set.
And it's interesting because their team fight is great, but a lot of the kills come off of the solo laner chasing players down to the Phoenix, which we laugh about and we make jokes about, but there is something to be said about ensuring the kill happens to open the larger window for bigger opportunities.
Final K starts the action, and it ends the action with Aquarius dying. Both the solo laners here make some sort of story here in that last team fight, and with this kind of level lead, it's no surprise that Monkey Madness has just been grouping up, utilizing the sustain coming out of Aninster now, and the damage reduction from Jigs on this Kepri.
Look at the damage out of Wubbin. 5,200. Not bad at all for a support player.
The Dharmic Pillars does quite a bit of damage, especially if you can catch somebody along that line. Now, it's not necessarily if you go back and forth from it that's going to do a lot of damage. It's about trying to trap somebody right on that line. There's a more control this time around coming out of Noble than the previous game. So making full use out of this Ganesh, but because of how far behind they fell in the solo lane and in the jungle, and the Hunter position leaving Wowie alone in a 1v2, Noble just couldn't really capitalize on the support pick objectively. And going forward, Wowie's going to be aggressed on by Final K's rotation as well. Skilldown is here at 1v2 yet again. Eagles rally, forcing out the Aegis Amulet. This could be another dead Hunter.
Level 17 Bologna just doesn't care about Skillon whatsoever. I would say it was a 2-on-1, but he did look at Skilly once. Skillon just wasn't in his mind. It was a 1-on-1 with an annoying bat on the side. Final K continuing his reign of terror here, just looking for Wubbin, and he'll walk away safely. And the tier 1 tower defended by the solo laner and turned into a push opportunity. Perhaps not on the tower itself, but at least into the enemy jungle. And that's exactly where Kepri's going. Jigs leading the charge with Final K again alongside.
All 5 ultimates were used by Noble. They don't have too many options here of defending their towers or this Gold Fury in the time being. Jig still having a Scarab's Blessing. Homie FA with the Typhoon. Vedium with that Petrify. That should be good enough here to secure it.
Final K slays the Gold Fury. MM get credit for it. They're up over 10,000 gold. Aquarius. I've seen that scene. Dead again.
Constantly focused is Aquarius. Monkey Madness has not allowed the Soul Laner any breathing room. No breathing room as the Eagles rally diving to back.
I gotta give credit where credit's due. Nice pull from Homie. F-E, the Iron Homie. 17-2. Incredible. I gotta give credit where credit's due, man. Final K has been a pleasure to watch. Fantastic rookie. He's on a team with Anderster, Jigs, Vedium, and Homie FA. Sure, the kid is talented. He knows what he's doing. But these guys, I've absolutely taught him the ropes, the way that they were able to really just, and of course, I'm speaking conjecture, but there's no way you're on a team with those veterans and don't learn from them directly.
And he has his own mindset about builds. We saw Breastplate of Valor and Gladiator Shield out of the SummerCon last game. This time around on the Bologna, going for a very attack speed-based centric build between Ninja Tabby here, Witchblade, which gives you 15% attack speed, Shogun's Kusari, which gives you your team and yourself a 25% attack speed aura. Now to complement with that attack speed, going for that Frostbound Hammer, and whenever he dives the backline, specifically on Wowie, since he has that height of Nemean Lion, that Hunter has nowhere to go.
I refer to the Soul Lane a lot as a Swiss Army knife, and that's not always an accurate description, but this position out of Final K is exactly that. What does the team need? All right, we need some healing reduction. I guess I'll buy a Witchblade. All right, they've got some basic attackers. I guess I'll buy a Nemean Lion. What else do we really need? If they had an Odin, he'd be the one buying the Phantom, right? Like, he's the one that's picking up all of the tools. He's the toolbox, and he knows that that's the job that he has to do. He knows that he's not going to be... What's fun is he's becoming the spotlight guy without trying, and that's when you've got something special.
Monkey Madness, very comfortable lead, positioning themselves around this Fire Giant. Gold Fury down, Portal Demon completed as well. Noble trying to bounce back off of that 14,000 gold deficit.
I want to see Skeely do it. He jumps forward, he gets pulled. I don't think we're going to see Skeely do it. Take it to the sky, looking for it. 1 and 2, the Fire Giant goes the way of MM. Despite Skeelodon's best efforts, Vedium gets kill number 1. Totally. This fight looks abysmal for Noble.
No chance or opportunity here. Fire Giant on all 5 members out of MM. 3 already dead out of a Noble. Stealth is going to be shortly to follow. Can't really run away from the mobility out of Susanoo.
Abysmal's not really a word. Abysmal or dismal would be the choice here. But that's kind of where Noble was as well. They couldn't really figure out which direction to go. Do they want to go late game? Do they want to go early game? And nothing really came together here in set number 2, game number 2 of week number 2 of our summer split. 22-2. MM find a slew of DSIs. They find themselves almost 20,000 gold in the lead, 15,000 to be precise. And though Vedium's trying to have a little bit of fun here, 21 minutes on the clock is where MM find their second victory.
Are having a little bit of fun diving that fountain with his Aegis Amulet, and Monkey Man is looking out for number 2, going from number 2 into that number 1 position, getting those 3 points, now climbing the standings.
A lot of fun to watch. That's Fine House. It's just a lot of fun to watch, honestly. We got a Hades in game number 1, which has been really exciting to watch when it comes to cleanup kills with the ultimate and then just blowing people up with Devour Souls. And then game number 2, again, just nice control coming out from really everybody. How'd you feel about both games?
I felt really comfortable here in both games here, seeing a lot of cool action here, whether it was the God selections, we finally get to see Ganesh, and also really a lot of cool, interesting item choices out of a lot of these players.
I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about the players and the items. We'll talk about it on the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Toli. We're halfway through our first day here of week number 2 of the Summer Split SPL. I'm Aggro, your host. Taco now joining me on the desk. Remember the time where you weren't allowed to have a desk?
It was pretty dark days, actually. I don't miss that time at all. I like this.
We'll see if you get to keep it after this one. Either way, Monkey Madness take that 2-0 up against Noble. And as they mentioned there right before they threw to us, Taco, game 1, I'm looking at Andenster on the Hades. He was the one that made the real game-changing play there.
It was a game-changing play, but not only that, but he just seems so comfortable surrounded by the rest of his team. And the Gold Fury especially, and securing the kills right after, there's just nothing you can really do against that.
Hades is one of the best characters at jumping into a big old pile like that and making it happen. I loved the early purification beats from him to make sure that he could steal that away. Really did a great job cleaning up all around. Noble just seemed to, I mean, these are talented players. Everyone knows these guys can play the game at a high level. What's holding them back from finding these victories?
It just seems like they're not meshing in the same way that these other teams are. It took, Monkey Madness a little bit of time, but they found their rhythm and they're rolling with it. But you just don't really feel that same aspect from Noble. They have very strong players that can make the individual plays, but when it comes to the team environment, it just doesn't seem to be coming together.
That's a great point. I mean, you look at what Soar, now Monkey Madness was doing during the spring split. They started off at the very bottom of the league, didn't find any victories for a long time, and then started to get some momentum. So keep an eye out on those teams like Noble, or on the European side of things, we have Burrito Esports. But before we get to that, we got to finish up on this Noble versus Monkey Madness set, because I would be remiss if I didn't get a chance to throw to these Homie Faye replays in game 2. My man was all over the place on this Susano.
And the Susano, I think, is just one of those guys you really can't permit Homie to have. He's such a talented jungler, and then when you provide him with a god that he can completely abuse his talent with, it's just a recipe for disaster for the enemy team.
He and Andenster working together is really a thing of beauty almost all the time, and I think that was their vision whenever this team was made. Andenster moving out of the jungle. And I think that, this was one of the only guys he would have done that for. These two had a ton of respect for one another when playing against each other. And now on the same team, their synergy is just really impressive.
And, I mean, you can love Susano with just about anything, but Susano with Ra especially was just absolutely crucifying the enemy team. Like, he was just had so much setup potential and so much of a follow-up factor that it's really nice how these two, like you said, play into each other. And you can tell there's definitely a lot of chemistry between the two.
Well, Monkey Madness, they're all alone in first place in North America, at least for the time being. We also had another set earlier on today, Taco, Enix versus Burrito. And as I was mentioning, this is a team in Burrito that is still trying to get their footing. There's only their second set of the the summer split so far, but they've had two really tough opponents in Dignitas and today Enix.
It's a really rough roster to run into from the get-go, but you have to give it to Burrito. And also, even though Enix came out with a clean 2-0 set victory, I wouldn't say that the matches in particular were very clean. I would say if I was Enix, I wouldn't be super satisfied with my performance, because Burrito, I think with a little bit more experience on the roster, they would have probably finished off the victory in game number 2 at least.
Well, game number 1, it all came down to one big play by the big man Tings, playing Bologna support of all things. I think this is the one. He started off this fight with a massive Eagles rally, and this game was close up into those points. You look at the kills, it was 6-6 at that stage. This is the real turning point for Enix.
The aggression factor that Big Man Things was able to provide on this Bologna support was so crucial for the rest of Enix, because it just gave free follow-up potential to fails. He was willing and able to engage or disengage whenever he wanted to, and especially knowing that he could have Lobster on that Morgan to assist him at any point, with whether he chose to ult as another Robin or Bologna, or even the enemy team Thor, for instance. It just didn't make a difference. They just had a lot of compact team fights with those Warriors.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings and see exactly where our teams are sitting halfway through today, the first day of week number 2 of the SPL. As I mentioned, in North America, Monkey Madness, they are now up on top. Keep in mind they have played the most matches, but they found 2 wins and 1 split. Certainly off to a better start than they were in the spring split of this year. Coming up next, actually, we're going to be having Eager against United. Those two teams tied at 1 point for now. But let's take a look at EU, and Enix really getting a little bit closer to that of Team Dignitas. In fact, overtaking them by just 1 point with that extra match in hand.
A ton of very strong contenders in the side of EU. There's probably 5 teams right now giving Energy, I think, a fair run for their money as far as the Valencia DreamHack slots are concerned. You've got Enix, Dignitas, Energy, Rival, and Obey. Those are some spooky teams.
Certainly one of those teams, as you mentioned, Obey Alliance. They take on Energy today to close us out. What a set that's going to be. Let's take a look at the remaining schedule. I already kind of teased it a little bit, but Eager versus E United is going to be our next match, but Obey and Energy at the end of the day. I mean, this is This is the two heavyweights in Europe, even without Energy, looking quite as good during that spring split. I think everyone still has their eyes on this matchup.
Ataraxia and Pretty Prime are out for blood, and NRG blood at that. I don't think that these guys will be satisfied walking away from a split on either end. Both of these teams are going to be looking for the 2-0, and I think whichever side finds the 2-0 victory might be a very telling tale for how the rest of the split's going to unfold.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can, you only play each team once during this split, so if you're able to find that 2-0 victory against a top contender like Energy or Obey, you're setting yourself up for a great chance at DreamHack Valencia next month. Let's take a look at this matchup between Obey and Energy, though. You mentioned Pretty Prime there. Him versus Yemen has got to be, I mean, as a mid laner myself, like that is the coolest matchup I could ever think of right now. These are two guys that are just playing at an unbelievable level in the mid lane.
It's not even just the level of skill play that they're showing for themselves, but just the way that they're able to work around the rest of their teammates. That's, I think, what the real breaking point is for a lot of mid laners is that, yes, you can be talented on an individual level, but how well you combine that with the rest of your team is what can really make the difference between a victory and a loss. And when it comes to Pretty Prime, he connects with everybody on this roster.
Man, his play at Masters was just unbelievable. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who earned his MVP there in the entire weekend. Pretty Prime was the guy, multiple triple kills there. Those were both from Masters. I mean, he just played out of his mind. It was really incredible. And Yemen was the one kind of trying to catch up to Pretty Prime. And I don't think Yemen's been able to say he's been trying to catch up to someone in quite some time, but you saw Energy take away the Vulcan from Obey, basically to keep it out of Prime's hands. But Yemen has that ability to just take over a game at any stage.
Yemen has always been one of those players, though, where you've never really felt as though he's been in a bad light. He's very consistent, he's very strong, and he's confident in his gameplay. And I think that that's also what attributes a lot of the victory to NRG. He can be overlooked sometimes, but I don't think he's overlooked as often anymore. Not after NRG has found a couple of world championships and game set wins because of Yemen. And it's just he's a really strong player in the sense that when you're able to flex your god pool so heavily, you're never really going to be out of the meta.
No, I mean, he can play it all in that mid lane. Like I said, he can play that Vulcan, he can play the Chiron mid lane, all this kind of stuff. His god pool is pretty much endless. We haven't seen him pick up the Morrigan yet, and that's something that a lot of EU mid laners are starting to incorporate, and Yemen has the mechanical capability to play a god like that, so keep an eye on that pick in particular for that set. But before that set comes set number 3. That's going to be Eager up against E United, our final NA set of the day. And Taco, this new look duo lane for E United, Panda Cat and Polar Bear Mike. How do you think they play out against the veteran duo lane of Eager?
Well, it might be a new duo lane for E United, but Polar Bear Michael is all too familiar with Eager, and especially Zapman. I mean, he did lane with him at one point a very long time ago right now, but it was a thing in the past, and I think that, if anything, it might help out Polar Bear Michael and Panda Cat as far as knowing when to properly engage. Panda Cat loves being aggressive. I think that Polar Bear Mike can keep him in check.
Yeah, very aggressive duo lanes for sure on both sides. I think PBM could be the difference maker for E United. We saw them have a strong spring split, but not end up where they wanted to at LAN. Payne Devion finally ends up leaving this team, not by his own volition. This is kind of that change of pace that I think teams kind of need, because while it's great when teams stick together, you can become a little bit stagnant at times.
I think we've discussed it before, actually. I know that you've brought it up numerous times off the cast, but Polar and Mike was probably one of the best pickups that E United could have possibly done for themselves, because Payne was a very strong leadership factor, and Polar and Mike is kind of one of those players where he might be young, but he still carries a lot of that veteran leadership capability, and he's a very knowledgeable player. He takes a lot of pride in his art when it comes to the support gameplay, and I think he was definitely the best candidate possible for E United to keep that team under reign.
To take a phrase from my sports background, he's also a great locker room guy. You know what I mean? He's good for the team morale. He's there. He's a fun guy to be around, and always seems to have a positive attitude, and that's very important. Unless he's trolling on Twitter, in which case no one really needs that. But this duo lane for Eager on the other side, Zapman and Aurora, these are two that often try and set the tone, not only for the particular games, but often for the meta that they're playing in. You can always look for these two to bring something new to the table.
I mean, in Zapman, he's always been that guy that tries to control the pacing of a game. He's certainly learned to control himself a little bit more as far as the flashiness is concerned, which I think has helped greatly with the overall team environment. But you've got Aurora, and he really just helps Zapman shine a lot of the time. He's such a strong support player that you never really, when you think of like bad support gameplay or like rough support gameplay, you never really see Aurora having that rough of a game. Like he might fall behind in certain aspects, but he always ensures that he's doing what is best for the team, even in games where they're behind.
Gotta mention the Robin support. That was the roughest Aurora game I've seen in a little bit.
Yeah,
But you're right, very consistent, and I think that he can play such a wide style. There we saw him with an unbelievable Geb clip where he finds a multi-man Cataclysm after a perfectly timed shield. And then he'll also play Erlong Shen or Ares and just solo you all by himself. So you never know what you're going to get when it comes to Eager. You should know, though, Taco. What's your prediction here? Eager versus E United.
Eager versus E United, I would have to say that this is a split.
Ooh, a split right down the middle. Well, it's a little bit too late to change your fantasy point picks, so way to go there, Taco. But either way, we're ready to go. Let's send it to the casters for set number 3.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Toli again, and we're going to talk about North America again. Eager versus E United for the first time this split. And I'm excited to see these guys because I just want to see both of these teams really find themselves. I mean, both of these teams had minimal roster changes, but enough that you got to work through it.
A little spicy shakeups. DJ leaving the team, now picking up Sanford Soccer 2 out of Eager. Polar Bear Mike filling the role of the general for E United. Both of these teams in week number 1 came and walked away with a split. Now having to face off against each other. This match is going to determine who's going to be climbing those standings heading into Valencia.
Let's take it to picks and bans real quick. Eager versus E United. On the left side will be the first pick, and that's going to be E United. They're EU from NA. Boy, do I hate that. But they're going to ban out Susano like a North American team should.
See what you did there. Obviously, Homie FA playing Susano lights out that last game. Same story goes, though, for a lot of these junglers here. Sanford Soccer 2, we haven't seen too much out of him in the SPL action, but whenever he does play in rank, he's always been making a lot of flashy plays, so taking that option away from him.
So Terra and Osiris also going to be banned out. E United here with their first selection. Will they go to Hades? Probably not. We're going to see the Bologna come out. Very strong solo laner for EU.
Hades is more of a comfort pick and selection for your mid laner that's more just comfortable for yourself. Not necessarily the best in every team scenario. Like if you're trying to strip away a Hades,
the best.
Some players might not necessarily
Hades
feel
the
the
best.
same way.
Hades the best. I'm kidding a little bit. Hoyi and Geb will be the selections for Team Eager, and Ganesh, bang! Polar Bear Mike just taking it away real quick. United going to have a strong draft already.
So Wuppen playing the Ganesh in the last set struggled a lot because he was the focus point here out of Monkey Madness, but this is a new set here, so we're going to see probably Polar Bear Mike with some interesting ideas and mindset because he's always one of these very creative players, whether or not he's playing a different god or just a different itemization choices, but same thing can be said here about Aurora.
The Vamana, very interesting for Divios because of how standard Vamana is. When I hear Divios, I think kind of oddball stuff. I think Guardians, Vamana, a little bit different. Why do we see him go to the baby?
I think they're going for more of a late game focused build here. Hu Yi, Geb, a lot of safety in team fights specifically. So Vamana, I think that Team Eager is just looking to kind of farm and chill in the early game.
Well, we'll take a look at that one. Kabazats will be the selection for Sam for soccer. Whereas Medusa comes through for E United. I like that selection. You got Soul there with some basic attacks, and Medusa's going to be ability-based as well. So kind of throwing that off. It's not just 2 straight hunters. I like that one. And then the Thor selection for Verizial. We'll see how it works out in the long run. Guardian, mid lane. That's what needs to be selected, and it will be the Hades. I told you it's going to be the Hades.
Hades making his second appearance again today thus far.
That's the Hades dance.
It's banned away. The Hades dance?
Hades dance. Hades. 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 We got 20 seconds. I'm not going to do that for 20 seconds. But the Hades, I love this pick. It's exciting. I really want to see how it works out in the team fights. Theoretically, though, against the Soul, Medusa, Thor, these are characters that can get out of the ultimate very, very well. So you're going to need to burn the beads by way of Geb, or otherwise, let's get to it. Team Eager versus E United right now, starting out, and the best will be playing the Hades.
You were talking about the beads burner between the Geb and the Hades. It was a great idea to last pick this Hades before some of these other picks, trying to really find the right matchup here. Chaos might be struggling a little bit in terms of the clearing department. Verizial on the Thor, Chaos on the Soul. Sanford Soccer 2 here on this Camazotz. Midlane should go the favor of Eager.
You know what's interesting? Chaos or Soul doesn't seem like a Chaos character to me.
I agree.
When we think about Chaos, we think of gods like Agni and Zhonghui and Giannis, and Soul is a very different style. Watch out for Benji with the rotation with the short lane. Verizial starting off hot. E United, get it going.
A lot of damage out of this team. Thor benefiting from his passive. You don't necessarily want to be too close to the Thor. That's 15 extra power here per player that is around you. Does quite a bit, packs quite a bit of a punch here. And with the rotation from Benji on this Bologna, he's going to have a little bit extra here. Going for Desto and Bumba's Mask on the Bologna, surprisingly.
Yeah, I liked the timing of that as well. So Benji was able to make that rotation late. And it was because he was late that Team Eager took the, I mean, I'll call it bait, but they moved forward because there was only 2 guys there. A lot of times we see that solo rotation come early and the players know they have to back off. Benji makes it way late.
And because the mid lane meets a little bit quicker, the minions get there a little faster compared to the side lanes. About 30 seconds for the side lanes. You're looking at about 23 seconds or so in the mid lane or so. And that's the difference that allows these soul laners to make this rotation in the mid lane for that quick gank and then look to rotate back to the lane, whether they're walking back or whether they spend too much time and use that teleport.
Team Eager make a light invade into the enemy jungle, but E United, as they're now called, are able to actually get the real big prize and take their red buff. So Team Eager 4-man split the little minis. That's not the real goal there. They wanted the big guy, but they were scared off by the Ganesh.
Not wanting to take that fight. Ganesh does a decent amount of damage as well by himself. His first ability here, the Turn of Fate, does a lot of damage in terms of clearing the wave, and every single enemy he hits, you're giving a damage amplification to yourself and your teammates. 2% per stack.
Oh, Zapman, he's going to be in trouble. Finds the jump away. The dance away, I guess we'll go for it. Speaking of dance, how much you want to bet that Smite Pro already clipped our Hades dance?
Of course. Knowing SNK, he's given that. It's already tweeted. It's on CNN, Reddit, like everywhere.
I gotta say though, Hades dance is the way to do it. Yeah, man.
It's nothing like my walrus hands though.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, nothing is like your walrus hands. That man finding some pot shots beforehand as E United forced to take their wave right before it hits the tower. So good for them. They'll be able to clean up some gold in addition to the experience. But all told, still just 1 kill. Nice and early on. E United with the flank kill in the mid lane.
Panic Cat level 5 could look for a play here in the dual lane just off of that alone. Sunder on both of these supports trying to get lane control, but Zam and Aurora respecting the damage potential out of E United. Nice little disruption from Aurora as he clears the wave and disrupts the back of Panic Cat at the same time.
Yeah, it's not going to be any skin off Panda's back. He'll just go ahead, head to base, and come right on back. Likely not missing anything, honestly. Thanks to the way he can slither out of base.
Eager have to be so mindful of the Rizzo playing this Thor, the global presence alone. That one little back, quote-unquote, air hashtag backs from Panic Cat could be a bait potential where he's hoping that Aurora and Zaman would stop the back and then Varizio coming from the sky landing down. That's always one strategy that E United could take advantage of.
And that's something that, you know, Team Eager are definitely well aware of. They have to see where that comes from. Varizio's Thor, though, is very standard. And if I had to show somebody what Thor does in Smite, I would go Verizial. I don't think he's the best Thor, but I don't think he's the worst Thor. But I think he just executes this character the way it was meant to be. He's always rotating. He's always in the wrong, quote-unquote, wrong side of the map, the enemy side of the map, making use of that passive, getting surrounded by players, and then ulting virtually on cooldown. Right now, Verizial is saying, okay, we'll farm up the jungle, and we'll look for either an objective or a kill.
Oh, the gold here going to get started now, trying to utilize those garlic pillars to clear the gold here really quickly. think it took about 6 seconds total, but having to use Dharmic Pillars and that Supernova for E United to get a 4.5-minute gold here.
So the way the Dharmic Pillars work is that the damage takes twice a second. So there is some sort of synergy with stunning somebody in the line or even shake and bake, right? That we saw so many moons ago with the original application of this ultimate when it was on a character called Nuwa many moons ago. But the way it works here is it only takes twice a second, but twice a second's a lot. So the Gold Fury goes down really quickly, and that's going to be one in the E United column who, in addition to their first blood, pick up a very quick Gold Fury and already in 5 minutes find themselves up by about 2K.
However, it's not going to stay that much damage throughout the rest of the patches. We're already making changes to it where it's going to be 40% damage to the jungle minions. So Dharmic Pillar's not going to be providing you that same kind of impact, but there's also a lot of other gods in Smite that give you that same amount of impact in terms of clearing out the gold here. You got your Isis with the circle of protection. You got your any mid-mage here that has a lot of burst damage. You got Bastet or any other god that can tank minions for you, whether it's Nuwa, Bakasura, Bastet. And then you also have gods like Anubis that may seem troll or whatnot, but has a lot of burst damage, not only towards gods, but objectives.
You say he seems troll. If you give enough protection to Anubis, he will just wreck the game. Eager picked him 3 times at Worlds, and even in the game that they lost, where they picked Anubis, I have said this many times, I don't think it was about that. Listen, we can't go down that rabbit hole again, do we?
It's just that Anubis is kind of like the meme of Smite. He's the Goobus of Smite, right? You're looking for a meme. Well, there's your Goobus.
Goobus? You think it's Goobus?
It's Goobus.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's Goobus. But he just has the application. He's there. He exists. And we do see him from time to time. I like when the alternate regions, when you look at China and Latin America, they'll play him occasionally. The best gets caught up right now, able to heal up some of the initial initiation damage. And he'll just dash away. Hades.
It's Hades right there for you. Using his clear before taking all that poke, so having to retreat under the safety of his own tier 1 tower. E United with a pretty comfortable lead thus far. About 2,000 gold, 7 minutes into the game. 3,000 experience as well. Panic Cat getting the slight better end here against Zadman. Level 9 to his 8. Going forward now, more invades here out of E United, warning very aggressively as the red buff respawns just stripped away just like that.
E United made a name for themselves once upon a time in their first iteration as a team that was really about all about the objectives. Well, this game is absolutely playing to their identity, and it's interesting. Skaz gets chased down. Taco touched it on the desk. It's interesting because Pain de Vion for so long was a banner figure for this team, right? You switch him out for another player, coach-esque player like Polar Bear Mike, and the team identity stays the same. They're looking for team unity instead of individual prowess. They're looking for objectives. I call the red buff as an objective, right? You're looking for those hyper-aggressive objective plays. E United are still E United despite a change of their lead singer. You can't do that often, but they're doing it here.
Aggro put it best. He's that locker room guy at best, getting surrounded here by 3 members, forced to retreat towards the
Vince's
right.
going for it. Viriziel's up. He wants to continue for it, totally. Letting on the best would be a good idea, but this one's better. 2 players get hit, and now Sam for Soccer in the sky, looking for the kill out of the Thor. Won't find it. Divios makes the rotation from the short lane, and Viriziel from a distance snipes down Sam for Soccer. Benji takes out the best in his ultimate, and it's 3-zip E United.
Oh, nice rotation from Zadman trying to catch
That's
up.
one.
Benji gets taken out, so that's going to be 2 for 1. Great positioning of the Dharmic Pillars out of Polar Bear Mike, catching Sanford Sarker out of position. Not only that, he also charged at him, catching him at that line, which also set up for a very easy double tap out of Ariziel. Despite having to disengage as a Thor player, you're still able to stay relevant in the team fight. Just throw those hammers, because those things, they chop.
Yeah, if you get those double taps. Ooh, nice little dodge out by Panic Cat. You see how he's able to pull it and leash it to get around the Zatman's ricochet? That was fun. I like that.
He's out of his cage.
Despite all of his rage. He doesn't even have
But he's
one.
not a rat, though.
Ah, totally picking it up. Shouts to the 90s. Either way, at 9 minutes, E United are smashing Pumpkins and smashing Team Eager. 2,000 gold in the lead, almost 3,000 here, folks. A Gold Fury, an early first blood, and then a nice, clean team fight afterwards. They do wind up trading out a solo laner, but that's what you get for being a solo laner. Solos and supports, you got to expect to die.
Absolutely. They're the victims. They're the scapegoats. Just got to blame them all.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent analysis from Anatoly.
I got your circle here, circle there. This guy went over here.
Is that your F-Dot impression?
No, that's my John Bannon impression.
Okay. Sam for soccer needs some sort of impression. He's going to be able to walk away, maybe a little bit depressed, but he'll continue as E United wind up staying aggressive. That wasn't the same, but I'll go for it anyway. 10 minutes on the clock. Fire Giant waking up right about now, which means the Portal Demon also going to be waking up as well. So that's another objective for E United to look at right now. Maurizio landing down in the enemy jungle. Zapman in trouble. Panicat looking for the ultimate. But here comes the best.
A lot of damage, a lot of AoE. The suns come raining down along with the Pillar of Agony. Best gets traded out with his enemy hunter, Panicat, but in the sky. Sanford Soccer along with Benji.
There's
now
nice.
landing in, forcing the purification beads. It's going to be a wash 1-for-1. Panicat went really deep there, wanted to kill Zap so hard there, but Aurora was there for the shield.
Yep.
Best was there to keep Panicat in place with the Pillars of Agony, and there was just nothing for Panicat to do after that.
But Best does wind up paying for his transgressions there. Usually that Hades ultimate, if you watch strong Hades players, that Hades ultimate usually has to come at the end of a team fight. When it comes to the beginning in that scenario, you know that you're dying. And I don't think that was the wrong play. The Best was just a facilitator there, trading himself out for the hunter. But in the sense that usually that's why you see it later, because everybody's tools are already down. Chaos just ulted him in the brain.
But Panicat, he used his dash, he used his Petrified. There was no opportunity for him to escape the Pillars of Agony, and that communication between Team Eager, recognizing that this is why we see the Hades ultimate very early in the team fight. Despite only catching Panicat, that's all you really need, because taking away a hunter from an enemy team, now you're taking away a lot of their DPS, and you can look to really just extend the team fight even further.
I mean, if you take away a different player, that might be Gold Fury, right? So you got to get the Hunter and Chaos are the two players that are going to be doing the majority of the damage to the objectives. So if you're not able to really do that, then, well, what was the team fight about? Existential.
Oracle's going in the way of E United. 12 minutes into the game. United get the first goal here with a very early one at 4.5 minute mark with that Dharmic Pillars from PBM on this Erlang Shen. They haven't really taken a second attempt here up until maybe right now.
Erlang Shen doesn't even look like Ganesh.
Did I say Erlang Shen?
Yeah, they're not even related in this. Like, I can't even find the connection.
A little bit of a brain fart, but Varizzo diving into the backline, catching Sanford Soccer without his purification beads.
Oh.
Not even able to get in the sky in time.
Oh, man. That was... That's what...
Thor.
You just get Thored. Sometimes you get Thored. The full combo just perfectly executed. Animation cancels out the wazoo. That's how it's done, folks.
Divios in the back line. He's made the teleport happen, waiting very patiently.
Divios. He's just going to wait way too long, actually. Divios is way too quiet. At some point, you got to make the noise. Divios ults after the fact. Was there just no communication there?
It seemed that everyone from Eager was just too far away. Based on where Divios was positioned, he couldn't really see the health bar out of the Gold Fury, it seems, and no one from Eager took that initial step. There needed to be a collapse as a unit, and because that hasn't happened, United walks away with a second Gold Fury very cleanly, now about 4,000 gold in the lead.
Wow, that was a really big play for E United. That's a dropped opportunity from Divios. I mean, he can knock them all up, effectively leashing the objective. Ooh, nice play on Benji, but it's not going to be enough to kill. Level 14. Here comes Thor. Double tap executed. Here's the spin to win. Zerga's Barrage will finish it off. Varizio. Nice play by the jungler. This is the... Oh, wow. Varizio, this is old Varizio.
Taking advantage of Divios. His ultimate was down from that gold fuel exchange. He used his knock-up to stop the bludgeon from Benji's. As a result, he had no way of surviving. Portal Demon going to get started and absolutely melted here. E United cleaning up even more gold with more objectives.
Very well done by E United. A big part of this has been a return to form for Mariziel, who I still feel, I keep going back to this one moment, Sanford Soccer in trouble here right side. Mariziel shows up again. Here he is, Bluestone Pendant, making it happen. Mariziel in the jungle on Thor. Just a crazy game. 4-0-2. He's been a part of 6 out of 7 kills.
And Zatman's done with these team fights. He's going to commit to split pushing in the duel lane. He's like, all right, you guys are just a little bit too much getting caught out of position here. Now, to be fair, if you're getting ganked by a Thor, are you really getting caught out of position? Not necessarily. You're getting dove between your tier 1 and tier 2, but still securing himself and his team 500 gold in the bank is out.
Really important play here by Panicat that I want to point out. Usually when we see hunters freezing the wave like this, it's because of an experience or gold denial effect. But with the tier 1 tower down and the wave pushed up so far, Panicat wants to just look for the last chance and not really wind up killing it itself so that the wave can be pushed up that far, forcing Zatman to be unsafe to get experience.
There's pros and cons to doing that every single time. There's offensive and defensive capabilities. If you're behind, you definitely should be doing that because you're trying to deny it and separate the distance. And separating the distance is difficult, so he's going to be able to dash away. And whether or not you're ahead, you still want to be able to deny all that golden experience. But by doing that, you're dictating the pace of the game, saying that there's going to be no team fights while I'm doing this. Not going to be able to get into the action.
And that allows the United to really choose when the game explodes. By keeping the game sort of stuck at a standstill, right? They're able to say, okay, we're going to wait for Mariziel's ult to come back up. And then we'll push, and then we'll make a move. But for now, we're just hanging.
And just waiting for Goldfear to respond. 2 more minutes on that objective. Portal Demon was taken earlier on as well, and there's no way Eager's going to be trying to sneak away a Fire Giant, whether or not Panicat is sitting in that duel lane. So that would be a smart idea for him to just constantly zone away Zatman here, who's actually have a 1-level lead here over Panicat.
And that goes to show that that's just the farming coming out from Zatman. He's avoiding the fights, he's not committing to the fights like Panicat is, allowing him individually to get off to a different start. Divios in trouble here, about 75% HP. Ultimate out of the Geb. It's only Polar Bear Mike who drops the pillars in response. Suns come down as well. Best is slowly making his rotation, waiting for all of the opportunities to be spent by E United. Mariziel up in the back line, Scream, and the ultimate gonna get one. Benji in trouble, landing down as Mariziel to save his jungler, and the best gets credit. Well, the best dies. Mariziel gets credit, and it's Pandacat's turn to split push to victory.
United is winning a team fight on the right, 4-on-5. Benji forced to use a defensive Eagles rally away. Panicat, he gets a tier 1 in the duel lane. He's now looking to push to tier 2, but it's Sanford Soccer now making the rotation. The question is, can he stop it in time? Looks like not.
No, not at all. Well, I mean, he'll stop the tier 2 count finish, but that's about it. Panicat's still going to go ahead and collect tier 1 and red buff, etc. So E United making every situation count here. And again, gotta tip my hat to the jungler, Mariziel. There was a point where Panicat left the team for a little bit. He took a leave of absence, right? He was coming back, but he just wasn't there for a split or so. And Mariziel tried to overplay his hand almost. He knew he had to be the star because Panicat was a star at that point, and it changed his playstyle totally. And I think it changed it negatively. Here, this is a return to the original Mariziel. And I think that's why we're seeing United partially succeed here.
His old staple Thor pick, whether or not he's building defensively with his former breastplate of Valor selection, is now shifting it to the Shifter Shield that has a little bit of a buff increase in terms of physical power. So it's a great item choice here for a lot of these gods that has a lot of good scaling on their abilities.
It's 70 power.
75, I think.
It's 75 power. It might be 70, but either way, I mean, it's over 70 power, let's put it that way. It's incredible. It's just a large amount of damage coming out. Golden Fury half HP. Look at Mariziel making the flanker out on the backside. He's got the best in his sights. The stun is good, but only one side of the hammer will hit. Aurora, on the other hand, he's toasted. Chaos making it hurt.
Fury being landed on by Mauricio after that easy clean pick onto Aurora. No more Geb shields for Eager, and this 5-on-4 fight's gonna get started by Benji.
And that one's going to go the way of E-United again. 8,000 gold in the lead. Now fighting in the Suns and the Darwin Pillars and the Pillar of Agony. The best goes down. Chaos puts double digits up for E-United. Make that 11. Panic Hat make that 12. It's a baker's dozen as the Hunter gets the double kill. Down goes Sam for Soccer. It's a deicide for E-United. And with the Gold Fury already down, Tolly, they're heading east.
No one dying from E-United. Benji walking away with a sliver of health here. Panic Cat's going to start up this Portal Demon, and what a comfortable...
No Portal Demon. They're going for the truck. Get out of here. Fire Giant is the target. The ultimates are down, so if Team Eager shows up, they'll be able to take it. But look at where they are. Literally dead. Gambit's just hanging out by his tower, knows that he can't do much of anything. Fire Giant goes down, Portal Demon goes down, all before the 20-minute mark. And as we pass that moment, it's 13-2 here, folks, and an 11,000 gold lead for E-United.
It was only the support alive to be able to defend that Fire Giant. Smart, calculating play here out of E-United. However, back in the day, supports were actually one of the scariest people to contest any sort of objective whenever Hand of the God used to be able to secure some of these objectives at that 25% kill threshold. But now, all the Geb can really do is CC you with the Cataclysm and then try to find that knockout, which does a decent amount of damage if you could position yourself right at the feet of the Fire Giant.
Yeah, even still, I think he was a little too far away. Even if he like rolled out and everything, I just don't think he was gonna make it.
Yeah, I think the blink was on cooldown as well as I was looking at it, so not really in a great spot to get in position for Aurora. And with that, 5-man Fire Giant squad out of E-United, 13,000 gold in the lead. Zaman's gonna get dove.
Split push door, split push door. He takes to the sky looking for Zapman. He misses the ultimate. Zapman might get out. Aurora finds another ultimate out of him, but Panic Hat on the backside looking for Zapman. Takes him down. That's number 14 for E-United.
For Soccer gonna get stunned out. Aegis Amulet being used just to buy a little bit of time, but the Sunder will clean him up. Best gets the shield from Aurora, but it's not enough. Chaos takes him out as well. A quick surrender out of Eager.
Yeah, just thinking about game number 2 here. Had no intentions of staying there. United 14 kills up. Find the victory. Honestly looked easy.
It did, because Mauricio has been dictating the pace of that whole entire first game on this Thor, making a statement here. Sanford Soccer on the canvas house just couldn't really match up, and Hades get punished really hard, really early by that early level 1 rotation from Benji.
Yeah, Hades is a great character, but needs additional help. If you look at the Annister tape, Andy was very rarely the one going in first. Really just looking at that Gold Fury play, everybody else really helps him out when he's playing the Hades. Right there, I mean, when we talk about Thor being able to dictate the pace of the game, that's the textbook game. I'm going to go back and refer to that VOD for players wondering, what do they mean when they say that? So, excellent performance out of the Thor from Mauricio. We'll see if he plays it again in game number 2 in the picks and bans. E-United versus Team Eager. This time, Eager will have the first pick, and they will ban out Nemesis.
I don't expect E-United necessarily to ban out the Hades, unlike Noble banned away against that in their earlier set. But banning away the Ganesh, E-United really respecting the damage that this god can do to objectives with the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, and not just the objective play, which was, sort of the cherry on top of the already strong stuff coming out from Ganesh. So, not going to be the case for either team here. Susano and Tara will finish up our ban phase, and Team Eager here looking for their first selection will go in the direction of Osiris, letting Divios take the heavy hitter.
The Baby Rage Divios likes to play a lot of these aggressive gods in the soul lane. Going to take away the Osiris here. Surprisingly, E-United taking Bologna right here, right now, despite having 2 more selections after this one before the secondary ban phase.
Fafnir, strong as always. Polar Bear Mike will be bringing him into the support role. Love this character. Just a lot of control when it comes to objectives or anywhere else. He just has a lot of control. Thoth will be the mid lane choice for Team Eager. This a little bit more in the best wheelhouse. Along with Medusa for Zapman, but the Hades is a great pick. I like the Hades. There are some intricacies, and not to say that the best doesn't understand those intricacies. I'm sure he understands them very, very well, but the execution just is, that doesn't seem like a character for the best.
I just think that Eager's composition the first game was too passive the way that they wanted to run it. Vamana in that soul lane, Hades paired up with the Camazots. There's just not enough oomph that the team really needed to. Because they got behind too early, too quickly, it was just spelling doom all over the board.
For me, the best likes those long-range poke characters. Get you through a wall, find you when you're not looking.
Yep.
Hades is all in all the time. The best is kind of... The best is the kid that goes, the best is the kid that puts his hands around your face and says, I'm not touching you, and gets you angry, right? That's what the best does. So you give him a Thoth, you give him a Hebo, and he just pokes you, and he goes, hey, I'm not killing you, I'm just poking you, right? Hades has to full commit, a little bit different mindsets there, so. Najah will be the jungle of choice for Sam for soccer. I personally love this character. What are your feels?
I think Najah is going to be great here with the Thoth selection. And Thoth gives you a lot of that burst damage. You have a lot of hang time to be able to buy some time, but what goes up must come down. So Najah will definitely be targeted upon landing here. There's a lot of damage for E United as well.
Cupid will be the selection as soon as Najah falls. He'll likely fall into a Fields of Love. We'll see if that's the case. E United, Team Eager, will take it to the battlefield. Game number 2 here with these 2 units, and we'll head there, right? Well, I guess in 3 seconds.
So far, though, both of these teams splitting in week number 1, with E United finding the first game of this set. Eager looking to make a bounce back, and I'm expecting a lot of early game aggression. You're looking at Najah for Sam for Soccer. You're looking at Osiris for Divios. This would be a great idea to pair these 2 gods together and look to command this side of the jungle.
You know, it's interesting. I said this game that the best didn't really feel like a Hades player, and I said game number 1 that Chaos didn't really feel like a Soul player. Now, I'll eat my words on the Soul, and I'll tell you why. So Soul is much more traditional mage these days than she once was. She was sort of a, magical hunter, right? Now, she's a mid-mage that the passive affects her basic attacks. And Chaos played her like that, which is why I think he did very well.
Nice ring bounce from Sam for Soccer too, but it's going to take a lot of poke damage in return here. Divios looking to slow down Varisial. Has a lot of damage mitigation with that passive stacks. At 8 stacks, it gives you 16% physical damage reduction, which negates a lot of Varisial's poke.
Sam able to dish it on back thanks to the ring mounts, and he'll take a little bit from the minions, but he does have a heal at a couple of levels, so no harm, no foul. That, on the other hand, different story. PBM gets plucked back, can't find the screen, but the dash is good. Basic attacks will be good enough, and there it is. Zapman threads the needle. Fantastic play. First blood for Team Eager.
I thought the stun was going to actually save the life of PBM, but not this time around. A very aggressive play here coming out of E United, invading the purple buff, stripping it away because Eager going for their own red buff here, leaving the purple left unattended here, but a nice plug from Aurora, really taking advantage of PBM that didn't have his dash, or his jump rather, available.
Yeah, it was just perfect play coming out from the Team Eager dual lane, punishing the support for being that far ahead at such a low level. And then Divios punishing the enemy solo laner with help of the jungle. That's going to be a kill on the right side of the map and the left side of the map. 2 kills in total for Team Eager.
This is the early game aggression that Eager needs with their draft. Najah and Osiris, I was talking about it before the minions met in the lanes, how these 2 gods are so impactful in the early phase. You have all these slows here between Osiris and Najah. Then you have that sash, which could potentially crit as well. And these crits in the early game, they do a lot of damage before the defenses come online.
Right, and obviously the crits, but don't forget the few protections that you have get stripped away with the ring bounce. The ring bounce does everything. That tooltip is so big, speeds you up, slows them down, strips protections, does damage, builds up your passive. There's actually more that I can go on, but we'll cut it at that. So Najah, making sure you hit those ring bounces is really important before you engage with the rest of the other abilities.
Pretty good ability. And going forward now, Eager with these 2 kills, they're able to even strip away the red buff on the left-hand side. Zatman now sitting at level 5 this time before Panic Cat, whereas last game it was a different case. The question is, how aggressive is Zapman going to play with this Medusa compared to Panic Cat? Because the Fields of Love can easily stop a lot of the action here from Zap.
Right, and because of that, he went into the purification beads first, understanding that his character is built off of a dash, and Fields of Love is going to shut down that dash, so beads, turnaround, dash is exactly what he's looking for. Sam for Soccer on the Najah, also adept at killing groups of minions, so the Gremlins go to him rather easily.
I think against a Cupid player, a lot of players make this conscious decision between like whether or not they want to take the damage from the Fields of Love or whether or not they just want to walk away as much as possible, because despite, you know, purifying away from the slow and the cripple, you're going to take a lot of damage from that Heart Bomb and Fields of Love. The Petrify from Zatman alone can give him that CC immunity, so I'm rather surprised that he elected to still go for Purification Beads and not for the Aegis Amulet to negate all that damage.
It's the fact that there's going to be follow-up stuns, right? You could Aegis yourself out of Panic Cat's nonsense, but then Viriziel's going to come from the sky, and normally that's thought as well at level 12 you get the second one, right? But with a Thor, he's always going to be in your lane. So I actually agree with you, but I respectfully disagree here in that the Thor changes things. Against a Cupid, I'm an Aegis guy, just like I am against a Kraken Man, right? A Poseidon. Why does Kraken Man come to my brain first? We need the
he's great
superhero
for parties, you know? Like, hey, who are we going to call for this party? Get the Kraken Man.
4 minutes on the clock here, and Team Eager is up 2 kills. Damn it, Tully. You get me all the time. You get me all the time. We have too much fun here. Aurora looking to have some fun himself, but the Sobek into the Cupid matchup's so annoying because you sit there and you go, yes, I got the pluck, and then Cupid dashes away further than where you grabbed him from. That dash from Cupid, so long. It's like the size of a football pitch.
A football pitch?
Yeah.
What kind of football are we talking about?
I'm
Because
European.
there's different dimensions.
I'm European. Talking Hindu man language now. It's long.
In the dual lane, Eager, very good lead here. 2,000 gold.
No,
5 minutes
see,
in.
I just reset the game like 2 minutes
So
ago.
Sobek here.
So when it comes to, you want to reset the game like 7 minutes, not 2 minutes. Come on now, Tully. Come on now, Tully.
I'm just lost now.
Standard stuff coming out from these guys so we can afford to have a little fun. They're all just kind of waiting for their next opportunity, which if I'm Sanford Soccer, I want to make this happen. Like, last game we saw Viriziel forcing these engagements. I want to see that out of the Najah. Najah can be a character that also sets the pace of the game by way that he just deletes characters and then runs away to a different spot before anybody shows up. That could be a very valuable tool, and we're seeing him kind of sit on his hands here.
Just waiting for the right power spike items out of not only himself but his teammates. We're looking at the best here playing this Toth, going for the Doom Orb, so he doesn't have that much mobility to be able to rotate at the same rate that Sanford Soccer is, with his finished boots, with his speed buff on top of it. So it's difficult to make these solo plays out of the jungle, relying on the boots to be finished first.
I mean, you say that, but Thoth doesn't have to go anywhere. Divio's going to follow up, get the kill. What'd you say before? Cool guys don't look at explosions?
That's right.
The hot turnaround from Big D.
That's all he needed. Was that hot flail coming out from the sky. Nowhere to go for Benjin. This is why Divios prefers the Osiris, but now in the sky is Viriziel. I'm surprised he's even looking for this game, considering that the ultimate is available out of Divios.
Missed!
Even if he connects on the ultimate, he gets off his full damage. You're looking at a level 8, level 9 Thor, and that's not enough damage to kill about a 60 to 75% health Osiris that still has his ultimate that can walk through your wall.
Through the wall, that's the biggest one. Yeah. That was a little bit suspect, despite his fantastic game number 1. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe he's just playing off the hot hand. But what you were mentioning before about the Thoth in the mid lane, I disagree. Sanford Soccer goes in, Thoth stands still. Sanford Soccer hits him with the stash, Thoth stands still. Sanford Soccer hits him with the ult, Thoth stands still. And then when he comes down, he gets hit with a big ult, big bang. Love to see it. Not gonna happen. Left side, that will. Panic Cat, Dubleon, see you later.
The Heart Bomb doing a lot of damage just like that. The CC was there. Despite the Purification Beads being used
What
and
is
trying
Divios
to
doing
retreat
here?
under the safety of the Tier 2 tower, it wasn't enough. Being left alone in a 1v4, having to use that ultimate defensively. The shots coming from best from the side, it just doesn't really matter. United getting 2 clean kills, walking away.
So Divios, I like that play, but I don't know why he ganked the duo lane. I like that he showed up to prevent the Gold Fury, but why did he go in?
There was power spike play item here. He finished off the Gladiator Shield. All right, I'm level 10. I have this bridge item here. I'm going to absorb a lot of abilities. He just got caught out in the vision here. It seems that United was well aware of this teleport play from Divios, and they all positioned themselves around him, and no one else from Eco really helping Divios out.
Very important play. If he's not there, if he doesn't make that rotation, United get the Cold Fury probably for free because they just killed the dual lane. All that's going to make the, you know, I mean, I like that play from Divios. I was just curious as to why he went in, but thank you for illustrating. Glad Shield, an item that we've seen picked up a fair amount recently.
1,700 gold, providing a decent amount of power, good amount of protection. Diva's getting caught this time without the ultimate. Much cleaner attempt from Barizio, considering Benji was there with him.
Much different story than last time. In fact, completely different scenario than the first gang. Here comes a flip from Chaos, and he's stuck in the Fields of Love. He's got to walk away. That's his teammates' Fields of Love, so he's not that concerned, but got to be concerned about Aurora, however, finding the last hit.
Surprised Best even used that final judgment, dashing in, trying to find the stun. Sanford Soccer misses the ultimate, but it's not going to matter as Aurora cleans him up. This time Barizio making the rotation, but he doesn't connect on that double tap.
That's the 1 out of 10 missed Naja ults don't matter. That's the one. Every other Naja ult this game has to hit. It's like a Hebo ult where even if you don't kill the player, taking them out of the fight is important. When you're looking at Barizio, right? The sash hit is going to interrupt the spin to win. You're going to take him to the sky so he can't really put down nonsense by way of his wall. You're going to want to take Panda Cat out of the game so that he can't hit people with the Fields of Love. If those ultimates miss later on, Toli, you're in a world of hurt. Hopefully that's just Sanford Soccer sort of shaking it out, getting it out of his nerves, right? You kind of have to miss once in a while. Wasted in a position where it's all good.
It's not just his ultimate that was wasted also, because Aurora was already in Lurking of the Water that was going to guarantee the death of Chaos, but despite that, Best used his final judgment trying to clean that kill up, an ability that doesn't necessarily need to be used when there's a target such as Chaos on the Soul. That's Disapparate is down, Purification Beads is down, that Soul is not going to get away. You might as well save your ultimate to pair up with Sanford Soccer on a secondary kill.
Question. Just another hectic team fight or lack of trust?
I think it was just a hectic team fight that was just going down. It's definitely not a lack of trust. Eager have been playing together for too long at this point to be not trusting each other.
Oh man, PBM jumps away, just barely escaping the sash from Sanford Soccer. The Naja so far, keeping up, not doing what it can be doing, but definitely not falling behind here. Cold Fury down to 25% HP. It's even lower. Divios owning, and that's going to be that. Nice play coming out from Team Eager. No vision on the side of E United there. It's up on top where the players were. So E United didn't know the Gold Fury was going down. They're now down 2,000 because of that play by itself. Right side, different story, pushing up the tower.
Divios teleporting in, able to deter both Benji and Barizio, forcing out two defensive ultimates. Aurora making the nice rotation with the Sunder play, stun onto Benji. Ring bounces to slow him down and poke him out just for good measure. And Eager, they looked pretty silly in the first game, but looking the complete opposite in game number 2.
And when we say comfort picks, we usually mean just a character that you've played forever that works out for you. The best, yeah, I guess you can call Thoth a comfort pick, but it's just more his style, more his identity. Stick to what you're good at, not emulating what somebody else is good at. And by no means am I suggesting that Divios saw Andy and went, I can do that. That's not what happened. But Hades has been talked about a lot recently, and it's just not a character that I see the best on. Now, he's going to have a game where he carries on Hades, because that's how that works. But I just think that the Thoth is much more his style, and that's why we see him be a little bit more successful this game.
Oh, Divios. That's the downfall of every Soul laner. It's like, I got the speed buff, guys. It was worth.
But was it?
Not really. They did get Portal Demon while Divios was zoning, quote unquote.
It's worth. I like how you say zoning. Basically, Divios went for that invade and said, hey guys, it looks like I guess I'm kind of zoning because they're all here. And his team make the play after the fact.
Got the speed buff.
And the Portal Demon. That's a win.
I like the fact also during that Gold Fury attempt that because of how much vision Eager had, Best was channeling his ultimate, but then decided to cancel it because nobody else was coming around the corner anyway. There was just, the map was lit up like a Christmas tree for Eager to be able to really secure that first Gold Fury of the second game.
That's why they were able to find themselves strictly on top. what was that, 3,000 gold or so? Yeah,
Not too shabby.
Nice lead.
You know, Divios found a solo kill earlier on against Benji, but now, because of that death, he's been lacking that farm, and now there's one level disparity. Well, now it's just hitting level 13.
The big disparity here for me is the mid lane. Yeah, we can talk about 2 levels between Sobek and Fafnir, but look at Chaos and the Best. The Best is up 2 levels. Even Naja's killing it.
That's a pretty big deal for mid mages, especially when Best is going for such an aggressive build with this Doom Orb, not getting punished quite yet, able to fully stack it at 50. And it's very difficult to really punish a top that has so much distance that he can cover between setting up the wall, dashing through it for that extra distance.
And yet we still don't see the Sam for Soccer setup for the Best, and that's the strategy that works. Technically it works late game, but the laning phase is when it really excels, because when you land in a team fight, you're going to land into everything everybody wants to shove at you, whereas when you land in the lane, obviously your main opponent is already taken up with you, etc. So I would have liked to see a little bit more aggression early on from Sam for Soccer, but at 15 minutes we're sort of exiting that area.
He's going for what looks to probably be a wing blade here, trying to get a little bit more health under his belt and try to get in a quicker position for some of these ultimates. He has the physical power from the Shifter Shield as well as Thor being played by Verizil, but the utility now from Sam for Soccer should allow him to make these aggressive plays.
Best here in the mid lane, trying to find his way into the left side of the map where his team are grouped up, but can't. Just zoned out.
And still going for different options between these two soul laners. We're looking at the jungle build, but now we're looking at the solo build here. Gladiator Shield and Height of the Urchin from Divios. And a lot of soul laners have been going for what Benji's been going for, which is the silver breastplate instead of the Mark of the Vanguard now. Because for an extra 150 gold, you're getting a little bit of mana, a little bit more MP5, more protections anyway. And this is that bridge item that you need to get off your Mystical Mail.
And that's an item that will continue to grow, whereas Mark of the Vanguard is just stuck there.
That's true. You can go into hide enemy in line off of this silver breastplate. You don't always have to go for breastplate of valor, and that late game option to try to zone away a hunter should favor out Benji between hide enemy line and the Scourge provided.
Yeah, I mean, Magmar is just going to stay Magmar. He's not going anywhere. But Charmander turns into a Charizard.
We're in a different generation, apparently. Because I don't know Magmar. Is that third or second?
That's the OG, man.
Magmar?
Oh, yeah, that's the OG.
Okay. That's just one of those Pokemons that nobody ever talks about just because how, like, deformed it looks almost.
Wow. I mean, yeah, even in Pokemon, I was that guy. Listen, I like my Hades. I like my Hebos. I like my Magmars. Roar. Looking for the Verizio flip. Might be in a bad spot. Yeah, okay. Quickly realized he was in no man's land. Had to find the dash backwards. It's Naja. Been very quiet for a character that kind of needs to really make a move in the earlier mid-game.
All it's going to take is just that one clutch ultimate out of Sam for Soccer, though. I'm not too really worried about how quiet he's been this game. The important factor is he has no depths. He's been a part of 3 out of the 6 kills from Eager, and now with this finished Winged Blade here, having Blink as his second relic, this should allow him to make some of these flashy highlight plays.
We'll see. We'll see. And at the end of the day, Sam for Soccer, or rather the Naja selection, is just like is one of those guys that those basic attacks start swinging. You have if you decide to go crit, you just start smashing. You can hit for like 1,600 on the last hit of your chain.
Especially if somebody from Eager gets that Shogun's Kusari, whether or not it's Divios or Aurora. It'll synergize pretty well here with Toth as well to get off some of that burst damage a little bit further on. But surprisingly enough, Divios going for that Stone of Gaia to prevent himself from getting knocked up, pulled, grabbed, any way you look at it.
Stone of Gaia, what an item.
I think that's an interesting thing here because you're looking at the draft from E United. There's not too many of those aspects in their kit, with the exception of Chaos's Supernova. So once he does jump on in there, he's not going to get knocked up by that initial tick, which is going to allow him to keep on aggressive. Not only that, he gets a lot of health regen from this item.
That's the key. That's the key, I think. There's just a lot of you can stay afloat forever. Between the health regen of that, he obviously has the health chalice that he hasn't turned in just yet, or you likely won't. He's just going to be ticking up permanently, always, all the time.
And he could still stay in the team fight, throw some of his flails over walls if he needs to, if he gets a little too low. Utilize that Stone of Gaia as kind of a miniature fountain.
Sure. And here he is, just taking the fight directly to Benji. That Stone of Gaia and the health pot ticking, and he's going to occupy Benji while the rest of his crew takes out the Gold Fury. Ultimate by Cuban might be good. Panic Cat sticks to it. Beautiful save. Ye United are able to take away the Gold Fury. Well done by Panic Cat. Heads up play by the Hunter.
Mauricio diving into that Hunter out of Zatman, caught in a really awkward position, forced to hammer away the Stellar Burst out of Chaos, doing a little bit of poke as well. In a bad spot is Benji, as he's going to have to use Eagle's Rally, but getting chased by Lord of the Afterlife. The rest of Eager going to collapse on the Soul Laner.
Sam for Soccer tried the blink, couldn't find it, but just coalesces with the rest of the team and dishes out the damage alongside everyone else. Still second for the body on the player damage, but it's a team game, folks.
Eager took a lot of damage, though. They have to be a little mindful here, though. But Bass, he's being very aggressive here, diving the tower. Going to take 2 tower shots for his troubles just to stun out Chaos.
Yeah, the tower is still alive at the moment. Aurora in trouble as well.
He had to try to save his mid laner, and Aurora, he's going to be the one that's going to get punished now. Nice kill by Panic Cat, and Portal Demon is going to be the next objective out of a United. They stole away the Gold Fury, and now going for this play instead.
This is a nice swing for E United. Team Eager were previously leading by over 4,000 gold, inching up to 5. That Gold Fury really would have taken them to the next level. But E United snatching that Gold Fury away and getting the Portal Demon basically ties the game. Still a 1,300 lead for Team Eager, which is something worth noting. But E United, this is a different story. This is going to turn the game, tie the game, and then push it to the next level. Where is Eager? They're not here. There's no vision. This is E United.
This is an E United call. Even Mauricio going into the sky just to spot out anyone approaching from Eager, communicating with his teammates. We're all in the clear. Let's go.
That's just proof that Pain to Beyond was just another part of this team and not he was the heart and soul of the unit, sure, but Polar Bear Mike can pick up the reins and do that. E United maintain their identity, and they're going to come back from this deficit. This is a lot of fun.
It's Mauricio that makes such aggressive calls. Respecting that out of your jungler is always a good team dynamic. And with 5 members from E United having the fire chant, they're looking to siege this tier 1 mid tower.
Easy tower damage coming out, down to about 90%. Not very low at all, but E United looking for a second push. Panic gets stunned, and we'll be able to walk backwards and regen.
It's all about the poke that they did onto Aurora. They did about 40% of his health or so, but now he's regenning it mostly up. Benji's going to be able to do those oracles while the rest of E United is just going to sit around and wait and farm it up. They saw a fire giant for another 3 minutes around their waists, so they could still look to continue to farm before they group up as a 5-man unit.
At the same time, though, they want to make sure that they don't lose the opportunity and find that tier 1 tower, so need to make sure they actually do something with the fire giant that they so effortlessly took. Very smart play to give the fire giant that direction, but if you don't do anything with it.
Mauricio is in the sky. He's trying to catch onto Divios. Not going to be good on the anvil of Dawn. Tectonic Rift is going to stun him out as well. The Petrify even being used by Zaman, trying to save the life out of Divios, but he was perfectly fine.
Yeah, Zatman could not reach that one, so unfortunately, one Team Eager ultimate going to be down for them. And Zatman going to go ahead and lean back in his lane and just look for the farm.
Something we haven't seen in quite a while is the sprint pickup here out of Aurora. I like the idea here, trying to run away from the slowing, crippling fields of love coming out of Panda Cat.
Yeah, it's the entire point there. I love the selection, actually. And it's also going to help out some of his teammates, especially if he upgrades it, right? That's how you're able to really get that gas pedal, that Fatalis effect, and you're giving it to your Medusa. And like I said,
the Naja.
Late game, that Naja starts to swing with that attack chain.
The crits are just do a lot of damage, especially on the 4th hit. If you have a Deathbringer Naja and you crit on that 4th hit,
right,
sometimes you could crit like 1,400, 1,500 on a squishy target that doesn't have defenses.
Yeah, that's what I said. You'll regularly see the minions go down for 1640, 1650 as you clear out the jungle, and then, you know, you get one of those crits on a mage. Oof.
One hit.
Ooh, yes, please.
It's like you're playing Mercury almost at that point.
Yeah, that's very late game, and still no Deathbringer just yet. We're likely to see either the Titan's Bane or the Jotun's Wrath here But Sam did go the blink at level 12, so we will be looking for some of these big plays as the game progresses into its latest minutes.
Still a quiet game coming out of Eager here. Now it's United still with Fire Giant for another 50 seconds. There's 3 members here in the mid lane. Goldfear is about to respawn in 10 seconds. I think the call for United is to maybe burn this Goldfear as quickly as possible.
Might be the choice. United are certainly in position for it.
Sanford Soccer and Divios are caught on the right-hand side. Goldfear is responding. This is going to be a 4-on-3 for E United on the left.
Yeah, this looks like Team Eager going to take the fight, but there's the girdle, and Zapman gets a player with the stun. Polar Bear might get a turnaround. Aurora misses the opportunity for the pull. Benji now in trouble, and the ultimate Knight of Cupid going to be put down on the south side, forcing the Team Eager support out of the team fight. Now it's Divios surrounded by 4 members of E United, still just occupying the time, not getting a kill just yet. Benji comes in for the damage, not going to find it. Verizil dancing on the right side very safely, and a lot of damage, a lot of talk, but nobody dies.
Great damage coming out of the best, hitting 3 members with that final judgment. I don't think it was fully charged here. You want to be able to dismiss it to get a lot of damage off. The hard bomb is going to connect into the back line as Divios uses that Lord of the Afterlife. Aurora was forced to retreat earlier on. Now he's in the action. Divios is still staying in the action, utilizing that Stone of Gaia health regen.
I loved that play coming out from E United, just making sure. That one I didn't love either though. Oh, I didn't like that one. Benji falls down. Verizil able to capitalize. Oh, wow. That's a 1-for-1 so far. E United hiding in that the left corner and then coming back around to make Eager sort of let go of the Gold Fury. I loved that play. I didn't like Benji walking up by himself.
Oh, Divios, no Lord of the Afterlife for you. The hard bomb will confirm it. Zaman and Divios still dead for a good amount of time. United with a 4-on-3, trying to secure themselves the second goal here of the game. Verizil taken to the sky, just being that satellite, gonna stun out Aurora and buy enough time for this objective to go down.
And there it is. That's another one for E United. Panic gets the last hit. Very well done. And that starts to separate E United from Team Eager one more time. 2,000 or 3,000 gold in the lead at 25.5. 15 kills. Team Eager owns 8, so nice and even here, 8-7.
This lead is inconsequential. There's just no big deal here coming out of Eager being a little bit behind here. It's 25.5 minutes in. The experience is very even here. Only a separation of 900 or so. Everyone has their second relics. Everyone's getting to that 5-item slot build. And this is where things can turn off of that one team fight. That one little misstep that you go a little bit too far, get instantly punished. I like how patient PBM was with his ultimate, recognizing when Aurora was going to look for the pluck, uses that draconic form, but it might have been a little bit too early because I felt the coerce, there wasn't too much value in that one engagement.
Yeah, he wanted to wait for it to be a little bit more relevant. Through the wall comes the best.
Sanford Soccer ring bouncing off the Fire Giant to confirm all those bounces. A lot of damage Benji took as well as Panda Cat, but the sustain.
There's a blink ult. He takes one to the sky. When he comes down, everybody will be girdled. Panda Cat just barely alive, forced out of the fight. Everybody else now with a 5-on-4. Benji 25%, relatively low. Panda Cat heals up, looking for more. Verizil gets Sanford Soccer. Zapman gonna be up next. Berserker's Barrage, and that's 2 for the Thor. Immediately taken out. It's 9-9. The best ties it up.
Or having to retreat under the tier 1 tower. Goldfear was taken by E United. Now going for that portal demon. Not going to be stolen away by Divios, despite his positioning. A nice little attempt though, but still United slowly climbing back into a nice little lead here. It's a 2-for-1 in their favor and an objective.
Look at that. 3,300 gold in the lead. Just hard fought back. Just hard fought back. Well done. Team Eager just taking this game in the beginning, and United bounce and take a bite. And then Eager say, all right, we're going to continue going in our direction. The United says, no, not at all.
Another Fire Giant attempt coming out of E United, this time almost 28 minutes into the game. Still dead is Zaman for another 10 seconds. Benji going to bait it out, going to get plucked into the back line. The Tether going to confirm the stun, unless he used that Eagles Rally, but it's Divios that's going to get caught instead.
No, he's in trouble. He can't escape. Fields of Love will confirm it. Panda Cat with the kill. Aurora now half HP.
Divios.
Nice knockup. Oh, but he gets his dash blocked by Panda Cat, who winds up finding himself in trouble. But Aurora was actually just trying to get on out of there. Sanford Soccer is still local.
So unfortunate for Divios. His ultimate just came off of cooldown as he died in that engagement. Would have baited out quite a lot of cooldowns there to allow the rest of his teammates to follow up, considering that he could still stay in the team fight with his teleport to be able to bounce back into that one. Because of that, Eager, they don't necessarily lose anything as Fire Giant is still available here.
Yeah.
But knowing E United, I wouldn't be surprised if they even go for this one.
Oh, I could definitely see it. United, and man, it's been very interesting to watch because I feel like Polar Bear Mike has built up to this spot. I always talk about Polar Bear Mike being this sort of leader in training, and we sort of watched him come on as the support for Eager and be just talked at by veterans, right? And then we see him play for a couple of teams briefly at most, but just sort of talk to. And then here, this is his recital, right? This is his opus. If he's done all of the work behind the scenes to be a leader, this is his chance to say, I can do it. And right now, it looks like he can do it.
Barizil in the sky, still looking for something for his teammates. He's going to dive in the backline, forcing the beads out of Sanford Soccer, walking away. The Eagles rally will confirm it. Divio's trying to deter it, but it's not enough.
Two for Benji.
Two!
And he's going to continue as everybody's stuck right up there, but Team Eager shoved out. And again, got to tip my hat to Barizil for this one. The Thor combo is standard. We'll talk about it in a minute. Fire Giant half HP. Divios is here. Fire Giant 10% HP. Already 2 zoned out. Can't even think about it. Varizio slays the Fire Giant, and Benji very low. Zapman gets the kill on the solo later, but Panda slaying Divios. Sit down. And Varizio gonna look for the best. Nice Aegis, but that's just temporary. Tier 2 tower going to be aggressed on here totally. E United looking clean.
Fire Giant on 4 of their members. I like the play that Barizil had by teleporting through the wall just to find the stun here against the wall. Both hyper carries, Zaman and Best taken out. E United get the tier 2 tower. They're looking to go even further here under this Phoenix, and with the damage coming out of both Chaos and Panic Cat, this should be a very clean Phoenix.
Oh, Sanford Soccer one more time, misses, finds the sash, and then finds the death. Marizio, 6-2 and 8. This guy just carried game 1. Game 2, he had some help, but still carried game 2. Marizio for a long time has been in a slump and has not been the guy that he stepped on the scene as. This game, this set versus Team Eager, he's made a statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Barizio's back. Well done. 2 games to none. Eager falls to E United.
And despite the splits that both of these teams had in their first week of competition, E United getting those 3 points is going to be so important moving further towards Valencia.
Here's the question I pose to you before we head to analysts is, was this set an example of Eager stepping down or an example of E United jumping up?
I think it was more of E United jumping up. Eager's always been able to really make plays whenever they can, and there were some plays that they've been able to make. Davey was finding that solo kill, some plays coming out of the best with those hot ultimates, but the way E United was just constantly kiting, constantly repositioning themselves, their draft also with the sustain from Cupid really kept them alive in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see this one. Definitely want to keep my fingers on the pulse of both of these teams. Was United just really hot today? Was Eager just kind of cold today, or is it somewhere in the middle? That's what I'm going to be thinking of this weekend. We've got one more match coming at you. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Well, you saw some replays from the end of North America there, but it's now time to head back over to Europe real quick for the final game, or the final set, I should say, of today. Taco joining me. Energy versus Obey. It's a big one. Last time we saw Obey face off against Energy in the split was in spring. Obey came out on top in 2-0 there, and then we saw them in Masters as well, where Obey came out on top. Is Energy going to be able to do anything here, Taco?
Pretty big headliner game to end the day with, and really, it's very hard as what you can. It's very hard to expect anything from Energy in particular. You never really know what's going to happen. They've teeter-tottered between not really having the greatest performances ever, but at the same time, they're still world champions. They're still a very strong squad, and I think overall it'll just be a lot of fun to see how they face up against Obey.
Okay, we could have said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, instead of all that ramble, right? P's and B's, pretty please. I'm going to steal a Tom on. You're a woman, you like to ramble. I can't say that. That's sexist. I'm not sexist. I have a wife. She makes sure you're not allowed to be. Obey will be first pick, first ban. Kamazot's off the table. Are we expecting Ganesha bans? We've seen a couple of Ganeshas today so far.
And you don't have to go any further with that one. Immediately taken away by NRG. We've seen it from NA, but EU's not having any of it.
No, they don't want to mess around with that whatsoever. Obey will ban away Hoyi and Kamazot, so a little shot towards Emilito on that Hoyi. Kamazot's in the jungle. Clearly, you don't want someone like Adapting getting a hold of that. But you also don't want Pretty Prime getting hold of the Morrigan, as he's shown so many times before how good he can be on that character.
A little bit of target bans, but at the same time, they're just strong bans in general. Hoyi is a very dominant ADC, and you don't want to allow Emilito on that Hunter at all.
But it does let Fafnir through, and immediately we're going to see a Millsy pick that up for Obey's duo lane. Sol over for Energy Esports. Now there's a couple of options for him, obviously. Balloon's available, Osiris, Raven, Circuit, which we've seen banned now and again against some of these teams. But it's going to be the Osiris pickup.
I like the Osiris pickup, especially in the hands of Dimmy of all people. Dimmy is a very talented solo laner. It's a very favorable matchup no matter what he's against. So if Obey were to opt for the Bellona selection to try and combat that early pressure from Osiris, and there it is, the Bellona lock in to try and deal a little bit of death's toll aggression either way.
Now, if you're Energy here, do you look to lock in a support character potentially to make sure you get a priority one like Capri here, or... I'm trying to ask you questions, but I'm taking so long asking them, they're already getting locked in.
No, there's no surprise in that at all, because what I was just about to say is that, yes, they would want the support, because otherwise it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest for Obey to just ban out supports. Like, why not?
Really close game between these two. Obviously, Obey technically classed as the #1 team over in Europe right now, although you cannot discount Energy being the world champions 2 years in a row. Is the glory years over for Energy now? Are we coming down to the lull of them being a regular European team? This is a really good way to find that out.
I don't think the glory years are over for them, but I do think that they've lost a little bit of their edge that they once had.
And why do you think that is?
Oh, it's just you get bored being #1 for so long. It's hard when nobody's contesting you until recently that the rest of EU has really started to step up and give Energy a run for their money. But Energy is still the same talented squad as before. This roster still has more than enough potential to bounce back from anything.
I've said this before as Nox gets locked in for Pretty Prime in the mid lane, but I'm waiting for that Nox-Ganesh combo to come out eventually. Double silent, Ganesh will be able to set up nicely for the root combination from a Nox, and then Ganesh can follow up again with the ultimate. Be careful to ever see those two on the same team, but Najah does pretty well for getting some nice combinations with the Nox.
And then Najah pick is also a little bit risky here, however, because they are facing it into the Raven, Terra, and Osiris. Those are 3 members I would never really want to mess around in the Najah. A very risky pick there, but it's going to be up to Twig to see whether or not he executes this combination.
Taco, we've seen this before in the games where you see things like Nox and Najah. These are high skill dependent gods. You have to learn your abilities time and time again, because if you don't, you're either out of position or you're dealing no damage. There's a lot safer god options available to people, But going for a risk-reward comp like this, the damage output is a little bit strong on these if you can connect the abilities.
If I had to look at a team that had the execution capability, I would certainly be looking at Obey or NRG. Both of these squads are more than capable of pulling off this combo, and especially a tag team like Pretty Prime and Captain Twig.
Now, normally with someone like Naja, you'd like something that will have some follow-up after the Naja ultimate to be able to confirm the damage. But what can happen here is Pretty Prime can lock them in place with the root. Easy sash, easy ring toss, easy fire wheels coming out for Captain Twig. Can set them up, and Naja's one of his go-tos of old, but now with the ring toss buff a little bit stronger, a couple more bounces on that ring toss, means it's a little bit better with the wave clear and the poke potential.
Not to mention that Twig in general might not even necessarily be looking for the Sash ultimate. A lot of more experienced Najaz will just try and force out actives early on.
We're talking about forcing out Obey, trying to force the situation on the left-hand side here. Sunder from Emils, he didn't really find a home there, neither did the Hammer. Actually taking a bunch of damage from Rafa and the knocker from Emelito, but only being level 1. There's no extra taste potential, but Ataraxia did lose his beads early on here. This was a standard start out of Energy Tackle. We've seen this multiple times before. They start their own red buff and then forego the first wave of pressure.
A very even trade out though for both sides, considering that sure, Ataraxia might have lost his purification beads, but Emelitos were expended as well, so it's fairly unsafe for both of these hunters right now, and if anything, Ataraxia should be happy that it was only a level 1 engagement, and Energy probably came out on top there as well, considering they were able to secure the red buff.
Well, they were for now, but they're going to lose those oracles on the left-hand side as Twig is fighting against 2 on the right-hand side for those harpies, and it looks like Energy did strip both of those away. One thing we've not mentioned just yet was during the picks and bans, Jingwei. How is Jingwei right now, and is Emelito in the right sort of position to be playing it here?
I think Jingwei has always been viable even after her nerfs. Just a lot of people didn't really want to mess with her because there are other hunters that are probably more in favor than her, considering that their kits are just a little bit stronger. But now she's not what she used to be, but she's more than a strong contender.
Isn't she back a little bit more because of the crit coming back in, like Rage and things, and because she has crit in her build? Is that one of the potential reasons?
Yes, crit being so cheap right now, Rage in particular, it just makes it a lot more favorable for a hunter such as Jingwei.
Well, over in the solo lane, Maniac versus Dimmy, a match that goes back a couple of years. But now that Maniac's back in the scene again, playing in the solo lane for Obey after Variety left this squad, Maniac's found a home here relatively quickly. I think a lot of people expected he may have a bit of a warm-up time to coming back to the solo lane, of finding his footing again here. But I guess he's been lucky at the same time that the meta has kind of fallen back to his favor of where he was from when he was originally playing the role.
The meta's been in his favor as of late, and he never really stopped playing. Sure, he wasn't in the competitive environment, but he was still contending alongside of the ranked area, and he's getting... it doesn't even look like he's come back.
Yeah,
it looks like he never left.
He's lost a beat, hasn't he? He just continued on.
It's incredible to see, and I think a large portion of that is just attributed to when he initially left, it was because he didn't have the same kind of passion and same kind of motivation as before. Now that he's come back with the same drive, it's played heavily into his gameplay because there's no difference almost.
I think a lot of fans who were looking at Obey after the World Championships, and you saw that they finished second with Variety and Frezzy, I should say, on their team. But the difference was Millsy was technically an upgrade a lot of people saw for Obey, but everyone was kind of suspicious about how Maniac would do. Was it a side grade after Variety or a downgrade after Variety's season was just so strong?
Emilzy already showing just how much that aggression has played out, except his is a little bit more calculated than Frezzy's, so Obey, certainly an upgrade picking up Emilzy, and then on the side of Maniac, he's done an excellent job at filling the hole that Variety left behind.
Now, we did see Emilzy there, has that Sunder at the start of the game, he was looking for the pickup, but one thing we didn't mention is what Rafa started with here, with the beads pickup on a Terror. Very worried about the all-in potential, I guess, you know, the silences, the roots, the sashes, and if he does get hit by a Sunder, every tank will fall down relatively quickly.
But Rafa having the purification beads is a little bit more selfish, considering that maybe a Shell or even a Spring could have been a potentially strong pickup for his team. However, I do like his selection to be a little bit more greedy, because if you're not getting picked non-stop on the support, then that means you can still be a lot more useful to your team.
You
than
can be
just being
farming,
dead off cooldown.
getting experience, collecting gold still. You don't do damage if you're dead, I guess. You don't actually help peel for your team or CC for your team if you're dead either, so maybe the beads are the right option. We'll see as this continues. Over on the left-hand side, we'll get those oracles. At the same time, you can see Emilzy has finished off his traveler's shoes now, so he'll be getting a little bit more gold and mobility for himself.
And I like how Twig keeps consistently trying to aggress and just poke at energy. He doesn't really want to let them get anything for free. And even though he's not necessarily securing the contested farm, just the fact that he's able to show presence for himself just keeps energy on their toes, really.
Well, gold lead at the moment is just slightly in favor of Obey, but we're following adapting along as Ataraxia hasn't knows he's got a rotation coming. Rooted in place, then he'll use his dash. The Terror already used as well. And the Piggies will be happening for adapting for a second, allowing Ataraxia to live. It cost him his ultimate, however.
2 ults for the cost of 1, and that's a win every single time.
Ooh.
Other than the fact that it does force Ataraxia away. Dimmy, he was looking for it
Yeah,
there.
like the idea.
Maniac wasn't really, I don't think he was fully committed to that dive at all, but I do like the safe decision by Dimmy to use his ultimate just in case, because had the bludgeon connected, I'm confident Maniac would have committed.
I'm pretty sure if Maniac would have expected that, though, the Eagles' rallying response could have come out and maybe Maniac would have found a kill. Always mind games in the solo lane of when you use the abilities, when you've got them off cooldown, and just how much survivability you've got, or burst potential as well.
And back to what I was saying about Ataraxia in this dual lane. The gank by adapting, I think he executed that pretty well, but Ataraxia's response was perfect. The fact that he didn't expend his ultimate and just recognize that he was able to escape off his dash alone, that's to a T perfect Hunter play, because now adapting can't just sit in that lane and look for the free farm on him with his beads being available.
Well, still no kills in 6 minutes. A bit different story from what the rest of the day's been. Lots of kills, lots of action every single game. But Obey have managed to get a nice little substantial lead at the start of this one with just superior farming. No kills involved, a couple of beads burned between teams or relics. But for the time being, both seem to be happy to just wait this out during the early stages. Does this benefit a certain team?
I would say in particular, it probably favors Obey a little bit more, especially with Maniac chunking away at Dimmy's health like that. But really, it's just Obey trying to gather as much farm as possible to look for that all-in burst potential.
Obey could be in trouble around these oracles here. Adapting swings around the back, and Dimmy's coming on the way too. Twig will take him to the skylow to buy him a minute, but look at the people waiting on the ground. Eagles rally for Maniac, will deny the opportunity, and it's Adapting who's actually in trouble, forced away. But Amelito's rotation over is helping out the boys of Energy Esports. Rafa's one hit and still standing, and Millsy will pick up Dimmy, however, as Rafa will manage to escape. Obey aren't done. They want to pick on Adapting if they can.
The bludgeon doesn't connect though, and now it's just Twig versus Emelito. Emelito has the Jingwei ultimate to escape, and it looks as though everybody else on Energy will get out of that just fine. But why is Maniac always against 4 people and just fine?
He doesn't care, that's why. He just goes in and expects his team to follow up, and that's what Obey just did there. First kill goes over towards a Millsy, granted not the target you'd really like it on, but they lose the speed buff. Adapting secures that. They get first blood to Obey, and not only that, they strip the red, the purple, and I think they're going to get this gold fury as well. So a big gold swing the way of Obey early on off that one team fight around the elementals.
You say that Fafnir isn't the ideal target for a first blood, but I don't think there's a single member on the side of Obey that I wouldn't want to see a first blood go towards. Fafnir has so much aggression early on, and he deals so much damage, especially with that coerce buff. Forcing out NRG just led Obey to easily secure that gold fury.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm always down about that 400 gold, because that's what I always think about. It's like that's the most costly, decent amount of gold you can get for a kill in the game of Smite in a single game. 400 gold's a lot, and when you're Fafnir, and you've already got your travel issues online, and you're already working your Thebes, I'd rather potentially see that go towards like a Pretty Prime or the Naja in the jungle just to help finish off the tier 2, tier 3 of their item.
It would have been nice, but I just see Fafnir as kind of like the mobile Ares. He's 100% one of those supports that can actually carry a game from the start of it. And Obey, it's not like their draft needs any assistance, but just having that nice little damage boost on the side of the Fafnir never hurts.
Well, one thing we have seen today is Raven jungle, and we've also seen Osiris jungle, so it's a bit of a mixture of where everyone's going to... We've also seen Bologna support, so what we're hearing about the Warriors right now, at least those 3, is they're pretty multi-talented at going into the role and making some use for themselves, even if they're not successful as a team with those picks.
You can't really go wrong with Warriors right now. They just provide so much damage and tankiness in team fights that...
But Sunder OP tackle.
Sunder. There's only one in the game right now, so that's probably what the downside is for NRG right now, is they forgot to build their Sunder.
Oh, you reckon?
I think so.
Okay.
I think Raffer meant to build Sunder, but he accidentally clicked beads instead.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. I've seen some crazy things come out of Rafa in the support role, but I'm pretty sure he's generally on point with his legs. He's bought Hog a couple more times than I've seen him buy Sunder so far. Solo lane matchup, Maniac versus is the Osiris. He's going to go on for days. Dimmy and Maniac happy to just wail away on each other, as everybody else now just kind of hanging back with the Gold Fury being down. There's not much to really contest.
Maniac certainly favored in that strict auto and hand trade, just because the one providing the protections on the Bellona is just almost always going to lean in his favor.
Do you know what? I had a feeling there where Prime might just look for the ult combo with an Eagles rally into an ult coming out from Nox, but it's not happening just yet. Maybe now's the story. Different though, with the minion wave being there, they're not going to be able to find it. However, Millsy has pulled the Portal Demon on his own right now with the support in tow of Ataraxia. Free Portal Demon.
No idea.
Nobody on Energy knew what was going on.
They had no idea that that was happening, and it's because of the way that Obey split up their lanes to farm them. NRG just thought that Prime was looking for the gank on Dimmy, so they kind of anticipated the air, and then they thought that Ataraxia just back to base.
Talking about Ataraxia there, was it wise of him to go for that Portal Demon over losing a whole wave in the duel lane? Because he left the whole wave there as it went under the tower. Kronos have rotated all the way to that Portal Demon. So is a Portal Demon worth one wave, would you say?
I definitely say the Portal Demon's worth the wave, just because you give not only global gold to your team, but it's just having that route available in case Obey do want to look for any aggression in mid lane. They can very easily back out and then choose to re-engage.
I guess I'm thinking more about the risk-reward factor of like, hey, do I go for the Portal Demon that may get contested and we might not get, versus a free wave of experience that's just going to die to the tower at the end of the day? It's always a trade-off in Smite of what the correct call is, and sometimes you don't ever know because you don't see the other version of the call.
And it's paying off right now for Obey. They already have a 3.7k experience lead to their name. Maniac, though, in a little bit of danger here, taking probably a lot more poke than what he was anticipating.
I will say Maniac hangs around a lot more than most people. When you think you've got him beat, normally you'd expect someone to escape. Maniac will take an extra shot or two more than you'd normally expect him to, and that's when you go, hang on a second, why is he still here? Why am I nervous now? It should be him that's nervous. Am I getting rotated on? Has he got support coming? Is he about to ult in place? Like, what's going on? And that's one of the reasons I think we saw Dimmy and Adapting both back up for a second, like, hang on. This doesn't make sense.
He was kind of just letting himself get slapped in the face there for a hot minute, but I do like the choice by NRG to fall back, kind of sniffing out that gank or that rotation from him.
Now this experience lead that you can see Obey have, they do have a gold lead too, but the experience is quite important in the early stages. Get yourself to that secondary relic that comes online at level 12 and actually just give you base scaling, base stats that come in online a little bit earlier. Very strong for mages, for example, who just want those base levels to get to their maximum potential.
I'd say the experience lead is also so important because NRG probably have the stronger early game draft. You've got the Osiris, the Robin, a Soul, and a Jingwei. All of those gods are excellent at farming early on, and so for Obey to already have the lead that they do, it just goes to show how well they're not only distributing their lane farm towards each other, but their objective control has been very strong as well.
Bit of a difference in those two solo lanes. There you can see Gladiator's Shield online for Maniac, whereas Dimmy potentially looking for the Mystical Mail start here. How are we feeling about these builds? Is it based off the matchups of the enemy team really here?
Dimmy doesn't really need to worry about anything else other than doing what Dimmy does best, and that's disorienting the backline in team fights. That is what Dimmy loves to do. He won't necessarily win the laning phase. He doesn't care about that, though. He cares about providing the most assistance to his team, and so if that means rushing the Mystical Mail and then looking to just jump into that backline and face take a couple of autos from Ataraxia, he's fine with that.
Well, God Fury is available once again. You can see Maniac going back towards the solo lane, has teleport available, which is a different story for Dimmy, who just uses teleport to go back to lane earlier on. That technically means that Dimmy's going to have to manually rotate all the way over here, and Maniac could get some free farm on this side for a while before having to turn up for the contest.
And I think Dimmy's actually aware of that, which is why we see him hovering around the mid lane territory, because he knows that Obey are probably trying to secure yet another Gold Fury, and since Maniac can so easily teleport over, Dimmy kind of just has to spread his own map awareness to ensure that he can make it in time if that happens.
And talking about Dimmy, you can see he has picked up Sunder to go alongside that teleport, as has Maniac. So a couple of Sunders now online as the Oracles are going to go stripped by Obey very quickly. Sashing from Twig onto Rafa. Rafa going to pop the ultimate immediately, a little bit nervous there by the sounds of it. The ricochet bounces coming out from the ring toss, I should say. Did some decent damage, forcing Yaman back to the safety of his tower with the Disapparators. And Melito will escape at the backside on the left.
I don't think Raffer popped his ultimate there. Probably was thinking about it, but it looks like Twig, he's just looking to force some beads. Now he's got the Terra ultimate online, but the Gold Fury's already gone the way of Obey, and now the team fight's headed their direction as well.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that, because Prime's already dead. Ataraxia very low, running towards Yamin. Dimmy coming around the corner. Ataraxia's in trouble as Adapting comes over the wall. Gonna get cleaned up by Dimmy with the Sunder, and now Dimmy's turning his attention towards the next target. It's Captain Twig. They're ignoring, though, Maniac, and Maniac just bludgeoned half the health off of Yamin. Maniac will get a kill now onto Adapting, And now Dimmy is 2v1. Gold Fury goes the way of Obey. The team fight pretty even up to a point, but I think they just left Maniac unchecked.
That's still entirely in favor of Obey, though. 4 members dropped on the side of NRG, and Obey might have lost 3, but they got the Gold Fury. And so because of that, Obey just comes out on top every single time, and their draft is a lot more oriented towards this mid to late game stage. I mean, sure, NRG have the Soul, they've got the Terra, and that's always primary targets for the mid to late game when you're looking for shred potential. But Najat and Nox, I mean, come on.
Yeah, Pretty Prime was the one that ended up securing that Gold Fury there, now level 13 as well. The player damage, you can see it's pretty much all Maniac and Dimmy on the Osiris. Not really surprising when those two are going to be beating each other down in lane to Kingdom coming back the whole while on. But then you've got Captain Twig sneakily catching up towards Dimmy at that 7k mark.
Did you see how much that bludgeon chunked, by the way, from Maniac? That was just completely deleted the health bar.
Yeah, it was really, really painful. I was really surprised by how much actual damage output came of that. Portal Demon has respawned again now, and already you can see Millsy's hanging around there, getting wall coverage down very quickly to make sure that Energy don't sneak it, and also to make sure if Energy do go to place wards themselves, or leave it exposed like they did in the last rotation.
Also, Maniac's been a part of every single kill so far for Obey. That's fairly impressive considering it's already 16 minutes in. It just goes to show how well he's able to spread his rotations around.
Well, Twig was looking for a ring toss there and then tried to juke out a couple of abilities with that speed buff on around his waist, I should say. Just give an opportunity to juke a little bit more. Maniac on the right-hand side dealing with Rafa and Dimmy. Now looking to collapse on potentially Adapt. Seems a little bit far forward. You can see the overhand kick is down, but there's an Eagle's Rally to follow up. Adapting forced under the tower, still has ultimate available. Ult onto Maniac, but Maniac's just so tanky he can survive the whole thing. The burst damage from Prime on the backside is there to support the team and reduce the damage output of Energy Esports, but the problem is that Obey are collapsing nicely as time goes on. Maniac's still in trouble this right-hand side. He's got no Eagle's Rally this time round. He's tanking the tower as well. One more hit and Maniac will fall down, and now Energy have a 4v5.
But it took so much time for Maniac to actually fall, and now Ataraxia, he's turning entirely to Dimmy. Captain Twig able to clean him up, but Emilzy, he's still in his big dragon form. He's looking to just shred Emilito next, and the rest of NRG just has to fall back to their T1 tower.
And what you saw there at the end was when Dimmy died, he just got CC chained to high heaven. He couldn't escape, couldn't move, and Obey just bursted him down, made it a 2-for-1 in the end. Now they're going to fall back towards the Portal Demon. Emilzy on zone duty, or at least just trying to slow down Energy from trying to contest. Portal Demon to Obey as well.
I have to say, that commit onto Adapting was so extended, and Adapting honestly played that really well. I don't know if you noticed, but the overhead kick from Adapting actually immuned the Najah ultimate from Twig. Had that ultimate actually connected, I think that NRG would have lost that fight, and probably a lot more members than what they actually did.
You can see the teamfight recap at the bottom, all the damage from the couple of abilities that came out from the Obey members there. 875 I saw was pretty high, but 1500 I think I just saw him Pretty Prime in the mid lane with that ultimate. Ooh, that's swinging now. That's what you get with the Spirit of Desolation. And then in tow, following that up now, you've also got what looks like it'll be a Book of Top.
Every single... he might only have a few items online. Hold that thought, though. It could be Dimmy looking to get the aggression factor started with NRG. I don't think they have too much taste, but they're looking for it. Emilito's trying to dash forward onto Maniac.
But it's always Maniac that's the furthest forward as well. He's happy to take the brunt of this damage and allow Obey to maybe find wins elsewhere on the map, like that left-hand side where we just saw Ataraxia take down the Tier 1 tower, and like the mid lane where we can see 3 members now taking down the Tier 1 tower there as well. Energy are being pulled from pillar to post now in favor of Obey.
It just seems like Obey is really disorienting Energy so heavily, causing them to rotate to areas they don't necessarily want to be in. And sure, Emilito has it to his advantage with the Jingwei passive, but unfortunately, he needed to be defending that T1 tower because now that that part of the map has been opened up for Obey, it just leaves Ataraxia to rotate even more easily to the rest of his team.
And not only that, it makes it very difficult to set up a defense for the Gold Fury now on this left-hand side, especially already after losing 2. There's less than 10 seconds on the next Gold Fury respawning. Where are Energy going to try and siege from? I mean, they've got no Tier 1 tower in mid or the left-hand side, which means ward coverage for Obey could spell demise for Energy around the next Gold Fury.
There's already a 9k gold disparity, and immediately Obey looking to group up again onto this right-hand side for the counter engage, but Their rotation comes out a little bit later than NRG's, but NRG's already dispersing.
Yeah, both teams hanging around the Fire Giant side. Now, even though the Gold Fury is available, Obey can afford to lose the Gold Fury, and Energy can't really afford to leave the Fire Giant exposed by going to take it themselves. So Obey keeping the pressure on the right-hand side of the middle of the map actually works in their favor.
Obey still need to be careful, though, because if they just full commit to the Gold Fury, Energy could very easily look to just try and all-in on the Fire Giant.
You say that, but I'm looking at the Gold Fury right there, and it doesn't take long for a Kernanos to bring that one down pretty much on his own. The rest of the members of Energy were actually in base, most of them at that time, so they weren't able to try and commit and find a cheeky Fire Giant in response.
You know what I find a lot of fun in this game, though, is that build from Ataraxia. The Ninja Tabi into the Shifter Shield, and the reason why this is able to work out on Kernunos especially is because... Kernunos?
Kernunos?
Kernunos.
Kernanos.
Kernunos.
There we go, we got it right. Kernunos. So why do you like the Shifter Shield?
It's still the additional, it's pretty much identical power to Transcendence. The only difference is that it gives you a little bit of a bonus whenever you fall under that health threshold. And having the 75 power still available to you when you're above your 50% health threshold, it's really strong overall, and it works out with him because of his passive.
Is it worth going lifesteal with the Shifter Shield then, so you can make benefit of the extra power, and then when you get low, you can heal it back up again?
You don't need it on current.
Okay.
He 100%
With the lifesteal he's got in his kit anyways, fine.
Kit.
Makes sense. Well, tier 1 on the right goes down. Raph is going to pop the ultimate early on, looking to siege down and pick Pretty Prime, who dashes away. Crushing walls from Rafa do not connect there. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, you can see Adapting's fight after the hammer hits him. He's forced to ult defensively again, but the Eagles rally for Maniac to follow up. And the snipe from downtown from Prime didn't really hit. The ball will, however, but Maniac versus Dimmy's going on, and Dimmy's doing good work, but the crits are starting to come through, and then once the CC chain connects from the silence, Ataraxia gets credit for the kill. 4v5, but the members of Obey have taken quite a bit of damage.
Just nowhere to go for Dimmy, just completely surrounded by the entirety of Obey, and his team couldn't even provide any sort of assistance because of that knock silence.
Speed goes the way of Obey too, and they're going to fall back towards the Fire Giant for a second. Captain Twig happy to find the jungle because he will get some sustain off of the Bomber's Mask as well, or potentially bait in Energy again. Bad news is, though, multiple members of Obey went towards the mid lane and didn't stick around for this. Maniac slided out of position, but Yamin's taken to the sky. Disapparate will save the life of the mid laner. Unfortunate timing from Twig, I should say, but then the ring toss saves the day.
That was beautiful. Man, El Melito actually just found a death to Ataraxia on the backside there.
10-4. Obey just won multiple fights in the jungle. They could look for the Fire Giant right now, but I guess they're a little bit too low, and I think that's why you see Ataraxia healing up. Portal Demon's coming up. What do Energy need to do here, Taco?
First of all, that was just so sick by Yamin. The fact that he was able to get the Disapparate off in time from the Najal, and I just had to say, like, that was just awesome.
I'm going to give the credit to Twig, right? You know why? Because Twig left the blue buff standing on purpose, knowing that if he didn't manage to kill him, he could ring toss and bounce it between the blue buff. He's a genius. He's a genius.
Genius.
Twig knew everything that was going on. It was calculated to perfection. Yamin didn't stand a chance.
Oh, neither does this Portal Demon against Obey. They're already shredding it. And Energy, they can't even get close before this thing's expended.
It's true.
It's just gone.
It's true. Portal Demon now down, and now power play once again, if it wasn't already, in Obey's favor. They just look so good this year, Taco.
This is probably one of the cleaner games from Obey. A little bit of awkward moments around that 2-2 fight from the initial dive onto Adapting, where a couple of abilities were missed. I still think it's very fair, and Emilzy, just perfect zoning out of him.
Well, Fire Giant is down. Obey picked that up, and Dimmy engages into the squad on his own, but he's not got any support in time to turn that one around. Another kill the way of Obey, and now they're going to siege up the tier 2 on the right-hand side. You can see two members of Energy doing what they normally do when they're behind and try and split push to answer back some of this gold. You can see Adapting and Emelito trying to take a tier 1 tower, but if the race is on for Phoenixes, I tell you what, you're not going to beat a Fire Giant team like Obey at this one.
I don't think that they're looking for a favorable trade out. They're just hoping to get at least one Phoenix, but it's already Maniac teleporting in. He's completely crushing their dreams.
But not just him. Guess who else was hidden inside? Pretty Prime came along with the ride with the teleport, allowing the 3 members with Fire Giant on the top side of the map, Obey, to now siege down a tier 2 tower. They could just backdoor it because there's no real members of Energy here to defend.
At least Energy lost the favorable Phoenix. If they're going to lose a Phoenix, they're very
Right
lucky
one.
that it was happening in the right-hand side because it leaves them room for a potential Fire Giant defense in the next go-round. But I'm not sure how much longer this game is going to last on the side of Energy with the way that Obey have completely taken control.
I mean, 17,000 experience and 16,000 gold. That experience still matters because multiple members of both teams still not level 20 in this game. And every minute of that experience adds up to 3 damage experience.
But Emilzi's literally on par with most of the members of NRG as far as experience is concerned. And anytime a Fafnir is the same level as the majority of your team, in fact, the
Your
head of a
carries,
couple of
basically.
members, it's rough.
Yeah, you're going to have a bit of an awkward time there. Was it anything obvious that stood out from Energy's play today that was awkward or like shows that they lost it? Or was this just Obey outplaying them?
I think that this was a combination of Obey outdrafting and just having better initiations from the start.
Can you really say outdrafted though? Because I mean, Energy got Osiris, Raven, and Terra, and you can't say they got outdrafted, can you?
I would say that they got counter-drafted then, is
Okay.
a better way to put it. I wouldn't say outdrafted, that's a little bit exaggerated, but counter-drafted for sure because this Nox is completely shutting down the initiating factor. for
Well, here we
Energy.
go. Energy's last stand on the left-hand side. They're going to engage straight away, looking to try and turn this game around. 2 of the big tanky dealers are in there, but they're both in the silence right now. Dim eats a lot of poke as does Yamin. They do get the kill on Ataraxia after. In comes Maniac over the top. They're looking to clean up Yamin, who's trying to live for as long as he can. The Aegis is already down. Yamin still survives. Dimmy does not, though, as Emilzi and him collapse too. Into the sky. Twig takes one.
And immediately, Twig is already looking to shred down Rapper, who's trying to escape on that backside, but Maniac finds him in the backline, and now it's just Emilita left to fend for his own. No chance against the burst from Pretty Prime, and Captain Twig easily cleaning up Yemen.
Can they end off this push, do you reckon, here? The T2 down. They get the Phoenix on the left-hand side, Findings on the right-hand side. Only adapting here to defend. We're under 30 minutes.
It's a Fafnir. They can end. No doubt. And NRG
surrender.
aren't even going to wait for it. They could tell that Titan didn't stand a single chance against the Fafnir and the rest of the squad.
So as you were saying there, after game 1, you thought Energy's draft was good, but they got outdrafted with the Nox. The Nox was the issue.
I think the counter draft was just incredibly strong by Obey.
And was
I
it
think
just the
they-
Nox that was the
They played
counter
it to the T. It's not just the Nox. I mean, just the way that they played every single selection on their side was overall more impactful than that of NRG. There just wasn't as much cohesion as you would expect from this squad. Typically, they seem a little bit more put together, but it was just unable to really, they couldn't really get anything going because as soon as Obey sieged a little bit of map control from securing the first Gold Fury and then the Portal Demon off the get-go, it just made things so difficult for them to combat into.
Well, let's get into game 2 then and see if Energy can turn things around now. Energy really starting to slip from the top of grace from Europe now. Obey starting to take all the limelight for themselves. That pick and ban phase was very interesting, but this is Energy, and we do know that in times previous, when they've had a bad game in game 1, they do have the strength to come back if they can find it in themselves. What would you change from them in picks and bans?
I want to see a little bit more CC lockdown from NRG, and also I think that it was a little bit too greedy, although I like the concept behind Raffer to pick up the beads initially because he probably would have been focused out. It's like a double-edged sword.
Sure.
It's like if he didn't have the beads, they probably would have looked and placed a lot more emphasis on the Raffer, but if he had like a shell available potentially to help with some of that team fighting capability, then it might have been a little bit smoother, but you just can't really tell with the way that things are going.
Kamazot's Hoyi banned by Obey, Fafnir, Ganesha from Energy, so a bit of a change up there. Fafnir now banned by Energy. They think the Fafnir was the issue. Obey are definitely going to take Kernanos for Ataraxia, though, if they can, after the game he had then.
I also really like the Bologna selection for Energy. I think Maniac was a huge issue
Yeah, I agree.
for Energy. Osiris is strong, but when it came to the team fights, the Eagles rally on top of the bludgeon damage. It was just so much easier for Maniac to just stick to those backline carries. He was all over Yaman on the Soul, all over Emilito on the Jingwei.
And all over Yamin on the Soul, you mentioned there. Soul's not an easy character to kill. And then on top of that, Yamin's not an easy character guy to kill in the mid lane either. His position is generally top notch. So managing to get to the Soul multiple times is quite surprising when you think of how good the front line was for Energy there.
Well, they're trading things off this time around. It's going to most likely be Dimmy on that Bologna, and then you're going to be seeing Maniac on the Osiris, I'd expect. So it'll be interesting to see whether Maniac is still able to maintain the lane presence as much as he had the team fighting presence as well.
Well, Kepri locked in this time around for Energy, giving over to Rafa. He went Terra last game. They're going to ban that one away themselves with Fafnir banned out. Emilzi's going to have to go a little bit deeper. We've seen Emilzi run Amaterasu before. Would we see him in a comp like this when you've already got 3 physicals, though?
I would prefer not to see it in a competition like this, especially since Nemesis hasn't been banned away yet from Obey. That's always a possible option for NRG. Adapting can play basically any jungler, and it is going to be Susano that Adapting is opting for, and that's a pretty scary selection to see coming out of Adapting.
Bit more mobility on this character, even though he was playing Raven last game. He's got more mobility, more early damage potential. There is the Amaterasu, actually. I was not expecting that. I did not.
I like
Maybe
it.
with the Nemesis, though, being banned, sorry, not being picked, that he thought it was a better option.
I think that that's exactly why that occurred, is because Adapting didn't offer the Nemesis. He felt more confident with the Susano, and I like the Susano more for the draft that Energy has. I think the Susano is going to pair a little bit easier with that Soul as far as setup potential is concerned. You want to allow Soul to get off her Stellar Burst and the ultimate, and so I think with the pull-in from Susano, that damage is definitely going to land.
Well, Rama, last pick for Energy, given over to Emelito here. How do we feel about the Isis pickup? We've seen more and more Isis as time's gone on. Why is Isis back in the meta, Taco?
It's just the objective control. She
Is that what it
has
is?
she has a ton of objective control, and she's really good for sieging. Her ultimate just provides a lot of safety inside of it.
squishy.
It can work both ways. If you're not careful with your positioning and you're being forced out of your ultimate, it could definitely work against you.
Well, you saw the first bit of poke on the board. Yamin credited with the first amount of damage. Remember, it's the first basic that guarantees you the win of the game. If it's a Hunter trade-off, does Sol count as a Hunter, though?
I mean, she got the damage first in the mid lane, and Twig's taking a couple of free shots as well.
They're really trying to pressure this lane early on. You can see Dimmy and Maniac both making sure they're about in this mid lane too, just in case. But this is Yamin and Adapting looking for lane pressure with the Stellar Burst early on. Stop Pretty Prime getting that Wingust online. Adapting needs quite a lot of poke from that Wingust damage and the auto attacks and the minions too. So they actually may go even on this lane push here overall with the second Stellar Burst coming out. Yamin and Adapting will fall to the right-hand side, and it looks like we may see a contest around the Elementals there as well now.
I think they're definitely going to look to contest each other for the Elementals, but Maniac has started, Dimmy has started making the rotation sooner to these Elementals, and with that chunk of health already disappearing for Twig, it's just safer for these guys to go for their speed.
So they do get the big Elemental there. Dimmy hits level 2. The bad news is because Dimmy was there, Yamin and Adapting don't hit level 2 themselves, and it's actually Obey's dual lane, sorry, mid lane and jungle composition that will hit level 2 ahead of them. Left-hand side, you saw what Energy did. They've managed to strip away the purple. The red buff was started by Obey. Energy are looking to defend their own jungle now, as it looks like Obey want to return the favor.
With Yamin still being in the mid lane, it does seem a lot easier for Ataraxian and Milsey to just aggress onto this red buff, and Pretty Prime making the rotation. I'm not sure Raffer wants to try and contest
No,
this.
and he doesn't. He'll just walk away. He might throw out a dart if he can. They will potentially lose the purple buff here as well with 3 members. Yamin's still in the mid lane, just looking to try and steal it away there with Energy over the wall with the Astral Arrows. But a little bit too late, gives Obey another small win.
And that's just already in favor of Obey. Now that they have those buffs on their timers, I can definitely anticipate Obey looking to make an invade off the first buff cycle.
Just want to make you all aware at home as we watch Millsy getting abducted there. No Sunders at the start of this game. We do have a Frenzy, and we do have Sprint on the side of the supports, but not a single Sunder.
No Sunders.
Why is that?
Well,
I thought it was so good that everybody had to get it. That's what I'm reading on Twitter every day. Is 5 Sunders versus 5 Sunders. Why is there no Sunders, Taco? Explain.
Frenzy is excellent for helping a lane that would struggle a little bit more at the start, or even a lane that's even and clear potential. If you pop that Frenzy, you're 100% clearing that lane, no questions asked, and it's just so easy to get ahead of your opponent and then look for the buff invade afterwards, which is exactly what Obey did. Sure, they lost their purple buff to NRG, but their response was on point.
Well, Obey's mid lane and jungle hit level 5 above everybody else. Dimmy just following suit with them, and these Elementals could be a bit interested here for Energy to look to contest, not being level 5 themselves. But with the fact they've got Sol here with the Stellar Burst, they could look to cause some problems for them. Unfortunately, Obey will take the Elementals, however, before Energy can get in position.
I think we also have our answer, by the way, for who has the more favorable matchup as far as Bologna and Osiris are concerned. Maniac losing half his health bar to this bludgeon consistently to Dimmy, and Dimmy is probably a lot happier to not have to be worried about getting poked out nonstop.
And so what's the matchup potential here? Basically, if well, like one from hold down for, hang on, Prime's in trouble in mid lane here. Aegis will absorb some damage, Circle of Protection returned a bit of a heal, but he can't get away from Yamin and the Supernova that will pick up the kill.
And that's the chase rundown factor that you always have to worry about when it comes to Susano. Isis is an incredibly risky pick into this god because it's just so easy for Susano to stick to an Isis.
And also for Yamin to get free damage off on an Isis this too. You get the Stellar Burst Supernova, and that's the real combo that Sol brings to the mid lane now, right? Is the all-in burst potential of the 2-shot.
I think what was really unfortunate for Prime there was his Aegis was still activated when the heal from his ultimate would have procced onto him. I think if that heal had potentially, if he'd received the heal from his ult, he might have lived there.
Okay.
It was still kind of unlikely because of the damage from the soul, but he had a much better chance of surviving than, you know, the Aegis preventing that heal.
Well, watch his gift to Milzy alongside Bomber's Mask in the support role this gameplay in the Amaterasu. You can see Rafa with a different option playing Capri with the low nose mask for the stacks, the extra health you'll get from stacking that up, as well as the bonus gold you get for getting all those stacks to max level. What's the real difference between, why do we see Bombers on Amaterasu here for the support role? Is it just the sustain of the jungle more often than not?
He's looking for sustain off of the jungle, and he's probably also looking for the invades.
Okay.
Invades, if you heal off the enemy's buff, it can turn a fight pretty heavily in your favor, because imagine you're fighting around the buff and then immediately you just get a burst heal because your team secures it.
Well, I see some fighting around the elementals yet again. A lot of pressure from this, and that ring toss doing a lot of good work to energy, but they'll sustain back up for the most part. Sash from Twig was looking for Rafa, but Rafa's big old booty managed to get away from there. God, that Capri model's so big.
Kefri is certainly not one of the gods that we're accustomed to seeing the Sash just come short of, but it happens. And instead, Obey are just going to look to farm up those left mid harpies.
Yeah, Maniac and Demi continuing to trade away in this lane. This has been a battle that we saw in game 1, but they've just reversed gods now, so it's another reverse mirror match between the two. Do you reckon we'll see any changes to this after the patch? Maybe have seen some different gods in the solo lane, or we still probably gonna be around the Osiris, Bellona, Raven meta?
I feel like these two gods in particular will probably still be toyed around with a decent bit, just because they still won't be completely out of things. I think that it'll still provide enough sustainability for people to want to try it out.
Sure. Well, at the moment you can see we're in week 2. There's 5 weeks of this SPL summer split, I should say. The top couple of teams from each region will manage to get their way to Valencia to complete the land there at DreamHack. And that's what they're all playing for this split, is the chance to travel to Spain.
And in EU, the competition is certainly very close, considering that you have NRG, Obey, Enix, Dig, and Rival. All of these teams are fairly close to each other right now.
Would you say the competition in EU right now is more tight for the spot for Valencia than North America, or is it about even?
I would say it's probably much tighter.
Okay.
For sure in EU. In EU, I think so.
Well, 6 minutes in, Gold Fury is available for both teams. War coverage definitely in favor of Obey right now around that area, although Energy have eyes on as well. Milzy pressuring the mid lane onto Rafa and Yamin, but they don't want to get too far forward because he abducts and adapts in on his way too. He's trying to pull a Milzy in. He's got no backup from Rafa or Yamin though, not realizing adapting was going to go as deep as he did.
I think adapting just wanted the poke damage onto Emilzy, potentially force an ultimate, but Emilzy able to realize that the rest of Energy just wasn't close enough to really get off any follow-up damage.
It felt like a damage check more often than not. That's what I can kind of feel about some characters. You'll poke a Guardian or you'll poke a support and just see how much damage are we doing. Talk about damage when you pop a Frenzy in a Circle of Pretension. The Gold Fury does not last very long indeed.
They just have to run. That's all that Obey needs to do right now is just run as fast as possible. Adapting, pulling everybody in.
He pulled forward, but he didn't manage to find anybody else off that, unless Emilito can clean up Emilzy. The last shot did not hit home, and Emilzy will survive. So Energy do not find anything off the fact that Obey get the Gold Fury. You can still see adapting going in on Twig on the left and right hand side here, trying to contest and make sure he can strip away some back harpies, but Obey come out on top.
Adapting pulled everybody's actives there, though. That was an incredible Susanna pull-in. The setup potential was just so strong. Just unfortunate that his ultimate landed onto 2 Aegis members of Obey.
I think the one scary thing about Obey right now is how quickly they are going for objectives. When the call is there, the whole team turns up and it's gone in seconds. They've done it against the Gold Fury. They've been working on it all year, it feels like, to get their objective control so strong. And that's one of the things North America noticed about Europe as general, was their objective control was a lot stronger and you had to be much more aware of potential situations where it'd be stripped away from you.
And being so much better at Gold Fury and just objective control in general is because of NRG, because that was what NRG was notorious for. Around that 12-15 minute mark, they would just immediately turn up out of nowhere, start sieging the entire map objectives, and once that happened, that was just GG. Teams knew this is over. NRG are having their lead now. They're taking control of the game. And
that's
that's what
one
other
thing.
teams have started doing to them.
Precisely. I think that's one thing is like we've seen it with the likes of Cog Prime in the past. You can't sit at the top of the standings forever because you can't get better if you're the best. You can try and improve and continue to improve, but eventually people will catch up and follow in your footsteps, improve and continue to grind on. That's why we saw Cog Prime fall down. Same reason we saw Cog Red fall down. And it might be the same reason why we're starting to see the slow demise of Energy. I'm not saying it's over yet for them because they're still world champs technically until, you know, next January. So they're still in the mix.
But it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to maintain their position and standing at the top, because I think that the rest of the EU has pretty much caught on to their game plan. So whether or not they come out with something new, you never really know with these guys, because they're still a very formidable team to go against.
Well, it's only one kill so far, the way of Energy Esports. Obey getting that Gold Fury did even the game up relatively so. Energy obviously up a little bit more in golden experience. They're doing a better job of farming. And I asked you this in Game 1, Taco. Game 2, is there a team that benefits going to around 10 minutes mark of being even?
I would say that it benefits Energy more. I think that Energy have a little bit of a stronger late game fight, because most of Obey's mid to late game is going to start relying pretty heavily onto Captain Twig, and who Twig is either A, pulling out of a fight, because he could just choose to ult Raffer off cooldown to prevent Raffer from getting his res off on any of his teammates, or he could just one-shot burst somebody like Adapting.
Well, talk about Adapting. He was looking for a Planted Maniac there, didn't manage to find the siphon that he was after. Instead, he's going to disengage to make sure that Maniac doesn't return the favor. And with Captain Twig showing his face on the left-hand side, Emilito decides, no, I'm not going to hang around here any longer. I'd rather be nice and safe on the other side of the map.
Energy have a very strong presence, though, for objective sieging, and I think that theirs is a little bit better than Obey's, because Obey's require so much commitment. If you're dropping the ISIS ultimate to secure those objectives, then that just leaves you open.
Well, Obey are very far out of the way of contesting that Pole Demon, and Millsy was kept in combat by Rafa, trying to abduct him. Amelito could be in trouble in the jungle, though, as Twig finds him, but reinforcements for Energy are here now, and you can see Amelito's running away as the Eagles rallying from Dimmy on towards Pretty Prime. Prime's in a lot of trouble in the mid lane, and the Bludgeon will smash open Isis' head. One kill the way of Energy, as well as the Pole Demon. Win for Energy.
He actually just bopped him on the noggin right
He really did, yep.
And Emilita just easily returning back through that Portal Demon entryway. Maniac forced the
But
pull
not
back.
just him. Adapting's coming, Dimmy's coming, and they're all looking to pressure the mid lane combination. Obey are forced out to the left-hand side of their map, which means they could look for the Gold Fury of potential picks of Tier 1. Bad news is Gold Fury's not up yet. Energy were really hunting their tackle. They couldn't find anything.
Energy want to be as aggressive as possible right now, because they know that they have that Portal Demon to their advantage. And on top of that, the Gold Fury is going to be respawning shortly. And like I was saying right before that Portal Demon engagement broke out, it's so much easier for Energy to have that objective secure. Could be a little bit of a skirmish on the side as far as
Oh, this story's blue, though. That's the main thing that they were looking for on this right-hand side. Steel Maniacs blew away, try and stop him spamming the abilities as Oven, give it over to Dimmy as well, and also get the experience for themselves.
I just feel as though Obey are going to have to be a little bit more careful about choosing when to pop that Isis ultimate. You don't want to just drop it for objective secure at this point, because it's all too easy for Energy to just gas pedal chase down Obey.
Well, here comes a gank on Maniac again. Adapting, closes the gap, pulls him in. Eagles rally right on top from Dimmy. Taking time to bring down Maniac, who should be falling down any minute. It did cost them 2 ultimates, but they found what they were looking for. Obey are going to try and rush the Gold Fury. You can see the mini-map right now, where they're all just trying to head over there as quick as they can to try and answer this back. But Yamin and Amelito are nearby, and they'll know this is going on.
And the damage on that Gold Fury is insane. I'm not even sure that Isis ultimate was needed.
No, I don't think so either. I'm surprised, though, that they didn't really notice what was going on there, Energy, or at least respond a little bit earlier. The bad news is Obey still looking to fight a little bit too much here, and in the end, they do back away. Energy was on the right-hand side, however. Adapting will pick up a Tier 1 tower.
Adapting probably got the call out from his team as that was going to happen, but now Raffer is getting the call out that he needs help. Twig takes him up into the sky. He's not going to have a chance to res until he gets it off, just saying.
But now he's got the ultimate off, but the boar is already waiting for a Mataraxi. Credit for the kill. First one for the way of Obey, as Rafa took a bit of a risky route through mid lane. This is opening a window now for Obey to pressure the Tier 1 tower.
They want to just force down this T1 as fast as possible. Dimmy's making the rotation, but he's not going to be able to do anything. This tower shred is just all too strong from Ataraxia and the rest of his squad.
So look at the gold difference between the teams now, and you can see it's almost back to even. There is still a lead in terms of experience for Energy, but at 2,000, it's not enough to call the game done just yet. Energy still hold the reins of this game, though.
I was expecting Twig's ultimate to do a little bit more damage to Raffer there and for him to just kind of die upon landing, but I do think that was a very smart choice by Obey because the rest of Energy couldn't afford to push into that choke point once Ataraxia dropped the Wild Hunt.
Well, we saw the gold lead a minute ago, but that tier 1 tower in the mid lane going Energy's way for free there. I think it was a small mistake from Obey. They all backed away at the same time. Nobody stayed to defend the mid-wave tower, which means Energy get a free one in response. And now attention will turn towards the Portal Demon on the right-hand side of the map as speed buffs are respawning. And the Portal Demon is the next best thing to get on the map when the Gold Fury is down.
I'm not sure that Obey could have really defended that T1 tower. I think they all needed to just back off anyway because after a siege and a team fight like that, it's just better for them to go and heal up because 500 gold all around isn't really going to hurt you too much, especially when you've already taken the T1 for yourself.
I guess it's just about map vision is what I'm thinking about and positions to like hold on to as a team to siege through. Oracle's on the left-hand side, going to go the way of Energy Esports here, giving them some vision. Obviously, there's no Gold Fury for another 2.5 minutes, so that vision will only be really useful for keeping an eye on cheeky rotations into Energy's half of the jungle.
And Ataraxia is sticking true to the Shifter Shield ADC build, so I'm kind of anticipating Rage to be the next item of choice, considering that's what he built into last time.
No, it's Ataraxia. It's Transcendence next. Listen, it's Transcendence next, and then follow that up with...
A Brawlers?
Brawlers Beatstick. And if you're really in trouble, the last item there, Deathbringer. That's the build. That's the build. Transcendence into Brawlers Beatstick, sell your Bluestone, get Deathbringer, then sell your boots and pick up, I don't know, Witchblade.
I'd be on board for all of that except for the 4th item, Transcendence. I think that's a little bit too fried for even Ataraxia.
I don't know. I've seen Ataraxia do some jank things in the past. You remember Sylvana solo once upon a time?
That's a legitimate strategy. It just needed time to
Yeah,
flourish.
it legitimate strategy that legitimately didn't work. Just the way it was. Now the Portal Demon has respawned. Energy now back in a position to try and contest this one. They're not going to start it up just yet, as both teams do realize how important this will be, and both hunters not involved in the conversation just yet. It's going to be a bit of a dance-off here, Taco.
Obey having the superior ward vision, though, thanks to Emilzy taking away that one. But Energy do have the backside ward. That's a very common ward spot for teams to place because it ensures that if one side decides to pull the objective, they're typically going to pull it closer to their side to try and prevent any damage getting free poke from the enemy team. So, smart ward vision.
Definitely feeling more of an impact from adapting this game on the Susano over the Raven. You can see that he's 3rd on the player damage right now, above Captain Twig, who was 3rd last game. It's been a bit of a battle between the two junglers. Portal Demon's getting very low here. Spirit Ball over the wall, looking to steal it away. Portal Demon goes the way of Energy. Maniac could be in a bit of trouble here, as Emilzy's going to zone away the carries of Energy Esports, so Maniac gets some free room. But Ataraxia's got a little bit too deep. Circle of Protection will keep him standing for now as he's trying to box down Rafa, who wants himself and stays alive. Emelito's in the sky, raining down havoc of snipes, giving Dimmy a kill, and Ataraxia is still in trouble because Dimmy and Adapting are going to clean him up eventually as Twig with the ring toss slowing them both down, taking out Adapting, and now it's Dimmy 2v1, but the disarm is good, and it's allowing Energy to close the gap. This could be a deicide if they can just find Captain Twig.
Twig might be able to escape, though. It's just Raffer looking for him on the backside. He's got the damage. Damn it, he connects. He makes it.
Now what do you do? Fire Giant, or is it tier 2 tower? Is it Phoenix? What do you do, Taco?
You back. You can secure this T2, no problem. And then you back, you go through the Portal Demon, you pick up that Fire Giant, and then you siege everything on the map.
Well, the only person alive for Obey right now is Pretty Prime, just respawned. Look at the damage recap at the end there. 2,300 gold swing in favor of Energy. And the Fire Giant was pulled for a second by Rafa, but I don't think anybody else wanted to have anything to do with that, with the Portal Demon falling down.
We've seen Maniac time and time again 1v4, but this time around, I think it actually worked against him. He got a little bit too tunnel visioned onto that backline for NRG, and while he was chasing around Raffer trying to lock down that kill after he burned the Khepri ultimate on himself, his backline is just getting absolutely destroyed by Dimmy on the Bologna.
Well, this goal view is actually really important for Energy. They're only about 4,000 or 5,000 in the lead right now. With the Portal Demon being down and the Fire Giant still standing, all they really got from that team fight was the kills, the Portal Demon, and the Tier 2 tower. So this goal Fury, very, very key to give them a real lead right now. And Obey are trying to contest, at least after Axia was it. Millsy to the rescue at the end. Did he steal it? Emelito will secure it for Energy, making sure Millsy does not get the cheeky steal.
I thought that was Emilzy for a moment.
I did too.
The
good
really
news is
thought
it
he
was
almost had that.
Emil and Emil, so I could go Emelito and save it, you see? Nobody knew that at home until I just told him. It was just a bad call that I got correct because of the text.
But this is a call that Obey feel confident in making. They're popping the
Frenzy.
girdle. They look to commit.
Big
they
Eagle's
have
running.
Ice's ultimate. There's no way.
No, the Fire Giant goes down. Fire Giant goes the way of Obey, but Emilzy has already picked that up for himself. Bad news is Twig's one hit from death, and Adaptin's still chasing him down. Emelito snipes, only finds one. Adaptin's still giving chase under the Tier 2 tower. Risky business. Body blocked a little bit from Emilzy there, but it won't be enough to pick him up just yet. Energy were looking to run them down. They've taken 3 lives of Obey. The Tier 2 tower is exposed, and they should be able to get this as well.
At the cost of 3 carries, that Fire Giant call is just to try and buy Obey time. There's no other reason for them to look to commit to that Fire Giant fight because the entirety of Energy was there to respond to it.
But the problem with that is now the Fire Giant's down. Energy are kind of like, well, what do we do now, guys? Because we've taken Tier 2s in mid, we've taken the Tier 2 in right. There's only the Tier 1 and Tier 2 in left, but we're against a Fire Giant team. At least 2 members who still have the Fire Giant here, Taco. Do we have a bit of a reset going on where we're going to have to bit of lull in action while we wait for Obey's Fire Giant buff to wear off?
I think I'd be more intimidated by that if it wasn't for the fact that Twig he doesn't really have crazy burst potential on the Ninja. Sure, you have the crit possibility in the kit, but there's always the concern that he doesn't have that 100%
Adapting could be in a bit of
damage.
trouble here. The ring toss has already been used, but he is Susano after all, so has the mobility to get away along with that speed buff. One thing I do want to talk about that Fire Giant fight, though, was how good Dimmy's ultimate was. That Eagles rally did so much work to slow down the aggression of Obey at the Fire Giant. It bought enough time for Energy to actually contest it.
I really didn't think that Obey was going to be able to secure that for a second, and I was so scared for them that Dimmy was just going to absolutely crush their dreams with the Eagles rally.
Well, Dimmy's kind of crushing dreams right now. 13,000 damage in this game. 6-0-2. His lane opponent, Maniac, who was playing the Bologna last game, is currently 0-3-1 on the Osiris. Energy Esports haven't let up, though, even though Obey have the Fire Giant on a couple of members. They're going to get the Tier 1 tower and continue to assault the Tier 2.
I believe this is also similar damage to where Maniac was during this time period of the last game. Rapper looking for the engage, though, onto Captain Twig, who's actually going to turn the tables and ult him up into the air.
Prime's in trouble. The circle of protection keeps him up. The snipes from Melito looking at it again, but Dimmy's already taken it out to Raxia as Yamin with her stellar burst onto Twig, and the Tier 2 tower falls. Maniac and Emilzy, the frontliner, both nice and healthy. The bad news is the damage dealers are all dead.
And this is just so in favor of NRG. They can just completely gas pedal down the remaining members of Obey. Rapper forced to use his ultimate, but it's still his ultimate.
Yeah.
He's 100% alive.
And he will revive just in time. Still in tower range for a second. Nobody's not got aggro. That was Yamin who had that. And Melito trying to get the in-hands off to pick up Maniac, and will do so as the Phoenix falls too. Energy are looking to try and make this a split. But the respawns are coming through, Taco. They can't end just yet. They need fire minions. And I guess they'd like that next Fire Giant to really secure this one.
Losing left-hand Phoenix, though, is going to be so rough for Obey to try and contest that Fire Giant. I'd imagine that Obey are just going to let Energy have the next Fire and try and defend on their Phoenixes with the Isis ultimate.
Do you not try and contest it all of the Fire Giant here?
It's really risky trying to contest that Fire Giant because we don't want a circumstance, much of like what we saw from earlier games today, where the teams look to go into that Fire Giant pit and then they're caught completely out of position and they're just gas pedal down.
Well, there's some damage at the bottom of your screen. What's the highest I see there? 2,731 for the boy Yamin with that big old ultimate coming into play. That's a nice chunk of change for a mage.
That is just devastating damage, really.
I mean, to be fair, 2 auto attacks from a full build crit hunter would do that too.
There is that
This
circumstance to consider, but Yaman having a lot more leeway on the soul this time around.
Sure.
Doesn't have to worry about the Bologna chasing him down.
Definitely a lot more freedom for him to move around, a little bit better peel. He's also got the Capri backup if he needs to revive him too. Although most of the time, Rafa's been having to focus himself on the revivals because he's been tanking so much of the tower shots.
But because of this, Abe needed the target shift a long time ago. They're not finding the kills that they need to onto Rapper, and it's actually costing the team fights trying to commit so much into the bug.
Spirit Ball down, hitting onto Dimmy. A duck from Rafa didn't hit Twig, but the root will, and now there's a potential for extra pokes. The bad news is there's no extra poke available for energy right now, but they have already chipped down this Phoenix to half health and waiting for the next minion wave.
And we saw last game where it was Yaman getting completely targeted out by the Bologna. I would say Ataraxis has been having the same difficulties this game on the Chiron. On the Kern, excuse me. They start with C. It comes out sometimes.
I mean, you couldn't even say his name right before, and now you change it to Chiron?
It's Ataraxia. I'm not that far from the truth.
You're blaming him for you not speaking properly? That's really mean.
Look, I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Okay, let's not talk about it. Typical woman, as soon as you start losing an argument, it's like, I don't want to talk about it no more. No, I'm not going to do it.
No, women never lose arguments, though. That's another thing.
That's why, because you say, I don't want to talk about it anymore. To save it 14-2, though. 24 minutes in this game. Gold lead of 11,000 for Energy Esports. 14,500 experience lead too, and that experience does still matter. Multiple people still not level 20, which shows that gap is monumental. Fire Giant now being stripped down to half health by Emilito and Yamin. Meanwhile, Millsy's been engaged on, but Twig's going to take one to the sky there. It was adapting up in the air. The Fire Giant is still alive with the Circle of Protection down too. The personal Circle of Protection. Fire Giant goes down. Energy Esports pick it up. Adapting credit with a kill. Ataraxia boxing against Dimmy. It's not a boxing match he wants. Millsy was boxing against Adapting. That wasn't a match he wanted either. Maniac is dead. Ataraxia the last potential one to fall as Twig was already forced back to base, and now Energy 5 members strong heading for the Phoenix on the right hand side.
And it's looking like this is going to be a split between Ope and NRG.
Is it over here, do you reckon?
I think that it's over.
Can they end?
There's no way that Captain Twig is going to be able to hold out. Adapting's looking for him immediately. Cleaned up.
The Iron Minions from the left hand side, Phoenix down in the mid lane. You are indeed correct, Taco. You are a woman after all, you're always right. Titan Falls, Energy, Esports, and Obey Alliance managed to split the set. Are you surprised?
I don't think I'm very surprised. I think that Obey kind of lost sight of the target focus, like I brought up, but I also think that this time around, the draft was just so much better from NRG. They looked so much more confident and comfortable on their gods than what they did in game number 1. I just prefer to see Adapting on the Assassins. He can play almost anything. He's very mechanically talented, but just put him on Susano or any kind of hard carry assassin. He'll do work.
Do you reckon we've got any more matchups to look forward to this split that we could expect to be like on that level of Energy versus Obey? Because they're seen as the two potential top dogs in Europe.
I think NRG versus any of those top team opponents, Dignitas, Rival. I mean, they've already played Rival, but like Dig and Enix are two other teams to keep an eye on.
Well, let's head over to Agro at the desk to break down exactly what we saw in the last 2 sets.
Thank you very much, Hindu and Taco. A split right down the middle between Energy and Obey. Totally. I mean, these are heavyweight fighters, man. You can expect them to have a great set every time they play.
Nothing new so far between week 1 and week 2 in Europe so far. Obey splitting earlier on with Enix, Energy splitting with Rival, and now Obey splitting with Energy, the 2 finalists in the World Champions last year.
Yeah, it was an impressive set between the two, and as I think Taco mentioned actually on the desk, that was an opportunity for one team to potentially really pull away for DreamHack Valencia, but with the split, just means EU is as tight as ever. We got an interview coming your way. It should be Adapting, the jungler from Energy, will be joining us very shortly. This is a team that I think is still trying to get that confidence back that they had in the previous seasons.
They're a team that always struggles in terms of meta changes and shifts. They've always been known to make a huge impact in the early stages of their Smite career, but now with a lot of time, with teams studying their footage, trying to catch up to Energy, it's Energy that's been struggling now with the shifting of like between the Sunder meta, whatever the case is. They haven't been making these necessary adjustments, which is why they've been struggling so far in the summer split.
Well, let's get right into the recap here for Energy and Obey. I mean, these guys really, it was close in both games, but Obey, game 1, started off in a really good spot. Energy looked like they could have brought it back at one point, but Obey really locked it down pretty well. Emilzy in particular in game 1 had an excellent showing.
Absolutely. It was very difficult for Energy to be able to go through the defenses that Emilzy had to be able to protect his backline, playing this Fafnir very aggressively, being able to do Gold Furies very early with his Relics, as well as playing the Fafnir. Not only that, the Nox selection here from Pretty Prime was very easy to disrupt the aggression from Energy.
So much lockdown on this team, and I think that it just shows you could never know what Obey is going to pull out, because you saw Eager go for this Naja sort of selection in the jungle. Didn't necessarily work out for them, which we'll get to in a little bit, but Captain Twig had a very good performance on this Naja, and the team play from Obey is always the thing that stands out to me, Totally. They always play so well as a unit. In the little tiny skirmishes where it's a 3v3s or the duo lane or the solo lane, but then also in their 5v5 whole team fights.
They looked strong before in Season 3. They made some changes heading into Season 4. They're looking even stronger now more than ever, especially with their coach Hazer assisting them in the backline, making sure their picks and bans are always just on point.
Hazer's like that sixth man in the backline, like, help everyone out. Game 2 was a little bit more energy. Again, back and forth to begin with a little bit, but Dimmy was the difference maker in this one. That Bologna coming out of the solo lane was just an unstoppable train.
He was just always in the right place at the right time. These rotations was just so on point because of the early game advantage that he had. The rotations here from adapting, also playing the Susano this time around instead of the Robin. With the speed buff, it's so easy for him to get in a position like this and gank the soul lane. Just no hope whatsoever for Maniac.
Unfortunately, Adapting will not be joining us, guys, but I'm sure you can find his thoughts on the set on his own stream or on Twitter or anything like that. But these guys definitely, this was an important set between Energy and Obey here, like I mentioned, to make sure that these teams stay close, because you, even in a short split like this, you really cannot afford to take an early 2-0, even against a team of the caliber of Obey.
Absolutely. There's only 5 weeks available now with only 4 European slots, and between Obey, Energy, Enix, Rival, Dignitas, one of those teams is not making it. With all these splits that's happened so far between weeks 1 and 2, the race is so tight.
It really has been, and I'm really excited to see exactly how much, what teams are going to be going to DreamHack Valencia outside of Europe. And the same questions remain for North America. I mean, an equally tight region, basically, just maybe on a different plane of where that all the teams are residing. E-United, though, looks to be the most improved team thus far out of North America. Picking up Polar Bear Mike just seems to have revitalized them, and revitalized Verizial in particular. He had a phenomenal set up against Eager on this Thor.
Just lights out performance. Obviously, the gank from Benji at level 1 definitely helped out getting off to that nice little start that they had, not to mention just all the global pressure between his Anvil of Dawn all over the place. The solo lane ganks, the ganks around the dual lane as well. And Verizial, he's looking like the old Season 3 Verizial.
Really, really exactly right. And that was a big play out of Polar Bear Mike, actually locking Sam for Soccer down on that Ganesh ultimate. Just tons of damage comes out of the support if you can find some CC whenever they're on that ultimate wall. But Verizial and Polar Bear Mike, I think, were the two that really impressed me. Game 2 as well, Panda Cat had a great performance on the Cupid. But E-United as a whole looks to have a lot of synergy already. And when you've got a new player, particularly a support player that needs to be helping all across the map, it's impressive to me that they look this good this quickly.
It was just a plug-and-play, honestly, because PBM provides the same sort of impact in terms of the God selection that he likes to play, similar to PBM, or similar to Pain to Beyond. It's just a different mentality going through it. He's more fresh than Pain to Beyond, and that probably is going to help E-United in the long run, especially now that Benji's also joined the team in the last split.
Well, let's take a look at the standings to see where these teams sit through the first day of week 2 of the SPL and see who's most likely to qualify for DreamHack Valencia. Monkey Madness had a good day today as well. They took the 2-0 over top of Noble, and E-United right there underneath them. But remember, Monkey Madness has a game in hand on everyone else in North America.
That's true. E-United came into today with 1 split, and after this 2-0 victory, they now tie themselves, along with Luminosity and Team Allegiance, at 4 points each.
On the European side of things, it was Dignitas who started off the day in that first slot, and then Enix piggybacks them. Now they are on top with 7 points. But again, similar to Monkey Madness, they have an extra game played than everybody else. So this is, again, look at how tight this region is, man. 7-6, and then 2-2, 1-1-1.
Just the gap is insane. You look at North America, how like 4 teams are like neck and neck.
Sure.
And then the gap between second and tied for third, Energy and Obey Alliance, the last 2 defending teams in that last 2 years' Worlds.
Well, you can join us on Saturday for all of the European action. You're going to be able to see all those teams that you just saw in the standings compete. We got some great games lined up for you there. Totally, before we let it go, what's the standout moment for you from today? Is there any team that really stood out to you?
Honestly, just all the plays in general. A lot of action between the last set, or the last North American set between Eager, E United. Obviously, the split coming out of Energy at the last time. Because in order to come back in game from a loss like that in game number 1 to such a convincing, demanding victory in game number 2, it goes to show that Energy still has a lot of fight in them.
They certainly do. Thank you so much for joining us from all of us here at High Res, the Casters production, especially Raymond Peckies, as always. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you Saturday at 12 Eastern for EU SPL.